Southern Karma, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries, Book 6. Written by Amy Boyles. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. 1. The day started completely ordinary. Well, if you call being able to communicate with animals and living in a magical town inhabited by witches ordinary, that is. I consider that normal. Didn't used to. If someone had told me a few months ago that all those things were run-of-the-mill, I would have wondered which cotton-picking loony bin they had escaped from. But not now. Now I thought flying on a cast-iron skillet, talking cats, and baby dragons were as everyday as banana pudding. Oh, and murder. I just about figured murder was commonplace since it happened almost every other week in Magnolia Cove. Wait, I'm talking too much, aren't I? Let me go back. No, let me sum up. My name's Pepper Dunn, and I'm a witch, Southern style. Southern as in Alabama girl Southern. Down here we ride cast-iron skillets instead of brooms, snort magic from our noses, at least my long-lost grandmother does, and we toast 2 glasses of refreshing, sweetened iced tea. I'm involved with a man who's half wizard, half werewolf. No, he's not the shifting kind of pup. He's old school. Must be chained on the full moon or else he'll destroy things, houses, animals, people. Yep, you heard that right. He's a dangerous beast. I know I could use my animal communicating ability to talk to him, reach the man inside the creature. I've done it before, only Axel doesn't remember. That's his name, Axel. Sexy, right? Just wait till you see him. He's got dark hair that brushes the tops of his shoulders, smoldering blue eyes that bore right into you. Well, me. They make my heart flutter in my neck, my stomach roll over, and my nether regions tingle. Seriously, what this guy does to me is illegal. Don't worry, we're taking it slow. But I can't help that his touch sends flames licking across my skin. Before I need to excuse myself into a cold shower, let's get to where we are. It's Halloween. The day before, in fact, I stood in the pet shop I'd inherited from my Uncle Donovan. It's not just any pet shop. At Familiar Place, I match witches with their familiars. Neat, huh? It's the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life. Anyway, Magnolia Cove looked like Halloween had vomited all over it, in a good way. Orange and black streamers hung from the storefronts. They blew in the cool autumn breeze. Purple and green floral arrangements sprouted from window boxes. Life-size plastic skeletons, man-sized inflatable spiders, and buzzard-sized bats were all propped along bubbling Cauldron Road, my town's version of Main Street. Y'all, this super spooky town was ready for a great time. Magnolia Cove was so awesome that even the scent of an apple harvest seemed to float in the air. I just accepted a delivery from Magical Services, Inc., an animal shipping company. The crate was supposed to hold a small colony of bats. My uncle had assured me that whenever Halloween rolled around, witches liked to buy bats as familiars. Don't ask me why. I was still trying to figure out how to keep a dragon as a pet, much less try to decipher what to do with a bat. The bell above the door tinkled. Axel Rain entered. My breath hitched at the sight of him. Elephants could balance on top of his wide shoulders, and the heat blazing in his eyes made my cheeks warm in embarrassment. I glanced shyly to the box. "Hey," he said, his voice so low it was nearly a grumble. "Hey yourself." Axel strode over. The air around him crackled with energy. There was something naturally electric about him. It surprised me that touching him didn't make my hair stand up, like I'd pressed my finger in an electrical socket. Axel leaned on the counter, placing himself in my direct line of sight. His gaze drilled into me, sending my stomach quivering. My knees liquefied. In fact, I think every bone in my body dissolved. Get me a present? I tucked a strand of hair behind an ear in a pathetic attempt to hide my body's reaction to him. Right. He'd never noticed my burning cheeks or that I was avoiding his gaze because I wanted to pounce on him. Yeah. If you consider about a dozen bats a present, then they're all yours. He slid his rear onto the counter and drummed his fingers on the glass. I was hoping it was more along the lines of one of those boxes you get for the man in your life. You know, the ones containing barbecuing equipment, survival stuff, that sort of thing. I grabbed a crowbar and proceeded to jack it under the lid. You think very highly of yourself. He laughed. I think very highly of you. Here, let me help you with that. I handed in the crowbar. Thank goodness. Opening crates is not something I'm good at. But I bet with all your muscles you could make short work of it. As long as it's not magically locked, this should be easy. Axel popped open the lid. As if 1,000 pounds of pressure were building beneath, the top blew. A plume of smoke shot to the ceiling. Fog spilled out into the room, billowing along the floor. I coughed and waved the air. Axel pulled me to the side. Get back, Pepper. I didn't know bats needed dry ice, I croaked. That company's going to get an earful from me. But Axel didn't look amused. His jaw clenched and his fists were tight by his sides. Not to mention his thighs seriously bulged in his jeans. Sorry. Couldn't help but look. Axel raised a hand. A sudden burst of air whirled from his palm. The fog contracted and then parted like a knife had sliced it. A form rose from the smoke. He wore black leather pants, a dark shirt, and an ebony duster. Could have been made of leather. Could also have been pleather. It was hard to tell. Chains dangled from his belt and boots, long dark hair rolled down his back, and black eyeliner rimmed his eyes. Rufus, I said, shocked. How the heck had he gotten into Magnolia Cove? Rufus Mayes was my sworn enemy. Not because he wanted to be a rock star and wasn't. No, I wish it were that simple. Rufus Mayes had a nasty habit of trying to steal my powers. Okay, he'd only sort of succeeded once, but that one time wreaked absolute havoc. The werewolf inside Axel had been unleashed. The police chased him down while my family and I tried to stop Rufus from stealing a bottomless bag and using it to swallow the town. Yes, I know, it sounds crazy, but cross my heart and hope to die. That's what happened. Axel kept his hand raised. If Rufus made one move, I knew Axel would blast him into next week. You're not supposed to be here. The police find out about this, and you'll be arrested, thrown in jail. Rufus smiled smugly. I wish it was that easy. You see, I'm here because I need your help. Axel scoffed. You must be mistaking me for someone who was born yesterday. Confusion crossed Rufus's face. You're too old to have been born yesterday. It's a saying, Axel growled. Right. Rufus stepped forward. He moved like a serpent. Or a panther. Yeah, more like a panther. He was a predator. I shivered, thinking that I was his prey. After all, I'd been the reason that he'd appeared in town before. I am what's called a head witch. My magic comes from my mind. Supposedly, what I can accomplish is limitless, but yada yada yada, I don't really care. I had enough going on just feeding and watering the animals in Familiar Place. I didn't have time to master telekinesis or whatever it was I could do. Rufus's gaze speared me. His lips parted slowly. My stomach churned. I've come to warn you. If you don't help me, all of Magnolia Cove might be in danger. Axel and I exchanged a look that seemed to last forever. I wanted to grab Rufus by the collar and say, What? Are we in danger from you? That's usually who causes all our problems. But I didn't. Instead, I gave Axel a small nod. He lowered his hand and took a protective step in front of me. "Talk, Rufus. Tell us what's going on." Rufus smirked like he'd just won a Price is Right trip to Cancun. I ground my teeth. "This better be legitimate. If it's not, we're going to send you back to whatever hole you crawled out of, and it might not be in one piece." "Testy, testy, Pepper Dunn. I don't know what I did to be the recipient of such venom." "You don't know what you've done? You spelled me so that I couldn't work my magic without you taking possession of it." I shot him a look full of daggers. "You know exactly what you've done." He raised his palms in surrender. "Okay, so I do know what I've done. I'm sorry. Listen, we need to let bygones wash away." "Cut to the chase, Mayes," Axel snarled, "before I lose my temper and kick you out of town. Literally." "Very well." Rufus strode to a stool and sat. "Can I sit down? It was very cramped in there. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to bribe a delivery man to stick me in a box." I wagged a finger at him pathetically. "You owe me." "Put it on my tab." He clasped his hands over one knee. "Shall I explain, or would we like to play round robin for the rest of the afternoon? Sun is setting, Wolf." "That's not for 2 nights." Rufus raked his fingers through his hair. "All right. If you must know, I may or may not have told someone that Magnolia Cove houses one of the most guarded magical objects in the country, if not the world." I rolled my eyes. "Any numbskull knows we have the vault." The vault was a building that housed rare and potentially dangerous objects of power. They weren't necessarily dangerous because of the destruction they could cause, but because of what they could gift to people. For instance, one of the objects was an energetic baseball that always scored home runs. Can you imagine the havoc it would wreak if a professional sports team got hold of it? And let's not even think about the government. No telling what they'd do if they knew about half the objects we stored. Rufus tapped the air with his finger. "Ah, but I'm not talking about any object. I'm talking about the time watch." Axel's eyes flared. They burned bright blue. "The time watch?" Rufus smirked. "Yes, you know, the kind that fits in your pocket." "I realize what you're talking about. It's a myth." Rufus slowly shook his head. "Not a myth. Very much not a myth." "How do you know?" I said. His eyes danced with amusement as he leveled his dark gaze on me. "I've seen it. When I went after that ridiculous bottomless bag, I saw the thing." The 2 men stared each other down like they were in a no-blinking contest. Axel broke first. "You're sure that's what it was?" "Positive." I fisted a hand to my hip. "Does one of y'all mind telling me exactly what's going on? I've been advertising bats for weeks, and now I won't have any for the influx of folks coming to town tomorrow for the Halloween weekend." Axel started. "The timepiece isn't an ordinary pocket watch." I gathered that. "There are rumors." "All true," Rufus said. Axel scowled. "There are rumors that the time watch gives the wearer the ability to move through time." I paused. My gaze darted from Axel to Rufus and back. "You mean like a time machine?" "Bravo," Rufus said, clapping. "That's exactly right." He leaned over and held my gaze with eyes glimmering so bright my breath hitched. "And the biggest, meanest baddie you will ever meet is on their way to get it." "Who?" I said, figuring that since I'd been in Magnolia Cove, I'd met werewolves, gangsters, and vampires. They were all scary, but I doubted anyone that Rufus could throw at me would fill me with a worse fear than I'd already felt. Rufus didn't answer, so I nudged him. "Who? Who's so scary?" Not a who. A what? I rolled my eyes. Okay, what's so scary? A gorgon. I frowned. A gorgon? For some reason my brain isn't working. What's that? Axel raked his fingers down his jaw. Think snakes for hair and the ability to freeze men with one look. Cold fear rolled down my back. You can't be serious. Are you talking about Medusa? Rufus nodded. That's exactly right. One wrong look, and you're dead. 2. I backed away. Okay. Well, it was nice knowing y'all, but I'm not going to be staying in a town with a crazy gorgonzola or whatever running around and turning whoever looks at her to stone. Relax, Rufus said. She only does that when she's ticked. She doesn't just walk around turning people to stone. I had reached the door. All I needed to do was turn the handle, open it, and run far, far away. That's not what happened in that movie with that Greek guy. Whoever that claymation evil lady looked at died. Right then. D-I-E-D. Axel crossed to me and wrapped his hands around my waist. I won't let anything happen to you. We'll go to the police, let them know Rufus is here, and they can lock him up. Is this a joke to you? Rufus said, his face reddening. Just because Mythica doesn't turn everyone she looks at to stone doesn't mean she won't. Her name's Mythica, I said. Right. Rufus threaded his fingers through his hair. Look, I told her about the watch. We were thinking about doing some business together. I explained I couldn't get into town. She said she'd handle it. She has a horrible, horrible temper. Really off the charts when she wants it to be. Why are you here? I fumed. Why come here now? Look, she's dangerous, okay? I made a mistake in telling her. I still have family here, you know. That wasn't going to stop you from swallowing the town a couple of months ago. All right, Rufus said. His expression changed like he was legitimately sorry. Yeah, right. I'd believe that when I saw it. She wants the watch to change something very dear to me. Something I can't let her do. What's that? Axel said. Rufus swallowed. She wants to create a race of gorgons. Give them a chance to rule the world. Get rid of the rest of us. Don't you see? I wouldn't exist. You wouldn't exist. None of us would. She'd wipe us out. Axel and I were silent. Rufus's gaze darted between us. Look, this isn't self-preservation. It's world preservation. I like my world exactly the way it is. I don't need some sort of meddling gorgon to screw things up. I nibbled my bottom lip. This was seriously bad, y'all. Not only was some ugly lady with probably horrible fashion sense about to walk into town, she was going to steal an important object that could change our world. Well, holy shrimp and grits. There was no way on earth I was about to let that happen. I gazed up at Axel, who nodded in understanding. He turned toward Rufus. Okay, tell us what to do. A few hours later, and Axel and I were sitting at a picnic table at the park. I had a styrofoam cup of sweet tea in front of me. My teeth pinched the straw as I tried to piece together what to do. How are we going to explain to anyone that we're helping Rufus? We're not, Axel said. We help him keep an eye on the Gorgon. He gives her a decoy pocket watch, and she leaves. End of story. By the time she figures out it's the wrong watch, she won't be able to enter Magnolia Cove for a long, long time, because the shields that protect us will be put back into place after Halloween. But why did he come to us? Axel raked his knuckles down his jaw. Because he has a crush on you. What? I pushed the cup away. Well, that's disgusting. Axel laughed. But he does. Don't make me barf. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, I'm not sure that means he doesn't want your power, though. I think that's too tempting even for Rufus. Access to that much magic would be too much to ignore, especially for him. I'm going to ignore what you're saying. I drummed my fingers on the table. Should we tell anyone? Garrick, maybe? Axel brushed dust from his shirt. He'll lock Rufus up, no doubt about it. And we need Rufus. As much as I hate to say it, we need him to meet Mythica, give her what she wants, and then leave. I frowned. Why'd he tell us about it to begin with? Why not just meet her and let me have the bats I ordered? Axel shot me a knowing look. You really have to ask? I'm seriously going to retch all over you if you suggest one more time that he has a thing for me. Axel pushed himself up and sat on top of the table. I have a thing for you. My stomach coiled. That's more like it. He dipped down and kissed me until my toes curled. Come on, let's get you home. When I reached the house I shared with my grandmother and 2 cousins, I found Amelia and Betty at the hearth. My grandmother kept an everlasting fire going. There was usually a cauldron on top with something bubbling inside, which was the case now. How long until it's ready? Amelia said, lifting a spoon to her lips. Betty, my grandmother and witch maven, slapped the spoon from her hand. What are you trying to do? Kill yourself? It takes all day to cook poke salad. Amelia tugged at her pixie cut. I thought you were kidding. Kid, if I'm lying, you can call me Saint Betty. And I ain't no saint, so I don't want to hear it. I hooked my purse on a peg. What are y'all doing? Or should I ask? Betty huffed. Your cousin decided she wanted to learn some medicinal cooking, so we went out looking for poke salad. We found some down by the lake and came back here and are cooking it. What's the big deal about it? I said. Poisonous, Amelia said proudly. Unless you've handled it correctly and cooked it for a while, it can make you really sick. Maybe even kill you. I glanced in the cauldron. Leafy greens swirled around. Sounds like I'll be skipping dinner. Betty pulled off a pair of thick rubber gloves. You'll be fine. I quirked a brow. Is that why you look like you're preparing for battle? This is how I always dress when I cook. Is not, is too, she shot back. She then pulled off her goggles and sat them on her head. What's wrong with you, kid? You got someone you need me to shoot a load of buckshot in their butt? I bit back a laugh. No, nothing's wrong. She squinted. I don't believe it. Why don't you have some tea and tell us? I twisted my fingers. I wanted to tell them I really did, but I couldn't. The less people who knew about Rufus, the better it would be for all of us. I was about to make up a lame excuse about having a toe cramp that was really giving me problems when the doorbell rang. I'll get it. I opened the door to a short old lady with curly pink hair shaped like a triangle above her head, big round black framed glasses, and large pearl earrings. She wore a red cardigan and a necklace with large enamel petals. She was literally a walking anti-acid. She even had the smirk to prove it. Hello, I said. Oh, hello, dear. My name is Wilma Chesterton. I just moved in a couple of doors down. Her accent was heavy, northern. Not Midwest, more Atlantic coast, but I couldn't place where. She sounded like a snowbird. How do you do? I'm Pepper Dunn. Pleased to meet you. Betty boobed her way into the doorframe. Her gaze washed Wilma from head to toe. I'm Betty Crapel. I run this town. Not officially, but unofficially. Wilma nodded. That's what I heard. I used to run my town, so I thought I'd come over and introduce myself. Oh, Betty said, interest clearly piqued. Where are you from? Wilma fluffed her curls. Originally Hoboken, but I moved to Starlight Barrow. Starlight Barrow? Never heard of it, Betty said. Where is it? North of Moonstone Hollow. Oh, around Brimstone Bay? East of there. Betty frowned. I didn't realize there was another magical town in that area. Wilma shrugged. I got tired of the cold and decided to move south, so here I am. Betty pulled her corncob pipe from her pocket and shoved it between her teeth. Would you care to join us for some tea? Wilma pulled a pack of cards from her own pocket. Care for a game of gin? Betty smiled. Haven't played in years. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, Wilma said, waddling in. Amelia strode over. Hello, I'm Amelia. Wilma pulled a face. Oh dear, your hair is so short. What sort of man do you think you'll get with a haircut like that? Amelia's eyes nearly popped from her head. What? I mean, I've had boyfriends. Guys like this haircut. Wilma and Betty exchanged a look that said otherwise. Who were these two? New best friends? I hooked a hand around Amelia's arm and dragged her away. Come on, I think I've got something upstairs for you to do. The poke salad won't be done for a while anyway. But guys like my hair, Amelia whimpered as we climbed the stairs. I patted her shoulder. I know they will. I mean, do. They do. Listen, you don't need a guy who judges you by your hair. Amelia's delicate features twisted in anguish. Who is that woman, anyway? From the looks of it, Betty's new best friend. Amelia stopped in front of her bedroom door. I don't like her. Shows up with a pack of cards, kissing Betty's behind. I cocked my head. Why don't you get some rest? We've got a big day tomorrow with the town Halloween festivities and everything. Huge day. The vacant gaze in Amelia's eyes cleared. You're right. I'm in charge of the haunted house, along with other things. I've got my work cut out for me. The giant spiders we ordered have been giving us a hard time. I cringed. Giant spiders? She nodded. Yeah, they run around, hang from the walls, that sort of thing. This year, they're not wanting to stay where we placed them. Giant spiders. I couldn't get over those two words. I had to repeat it to make sure I'd heard correctly because the very idea plucked a vein of fear in my body. I did not like spiders, and the idea of huge ones made me want to jump out a window and run screaming through the town. No, I was not being ridiculous. I was doing what I call self-preserving. Amelia waved dismissively. Yeah, they're big and hairy with 6 large eyes, but they're harmless. I'm not kidding, completely harmless. Like puppy dogs, really, and about the size of a grown dog. I shuddered. Remind me not to go in the haunted house. Will do. I escaped my room where Matty the cat lay curled up in the window seat, and Hugo, my pet baby dragon, lay on the floor. He thumped his tail in greeting. I patted Hugo's head. You're not going to be a baby for much longer, are you? The beautiful purple, green, and blue-scaled dragon was growing. Had grown since he first arrived a couple of months ago. Since hatching from an egg, he'd become about the size of a large toy box or hope chest. He was big, and so was his appetite. Hey, sugar, Matty said. I patted her head and then sank to the bed. Rufus is back. Her green eyes flared. What's that no-good sucker doing here? I raked my fingers through my hair. That's exactly how I feel. What is that jerk doing here? But he has a reason. Matty stretched her back to an arch. And that is... He just so happened to tell a gorgan with snakes for hair who can turn people into stone with one glance that Magnolia Cove is the proud keeper of the time watch. Said Gorgon wants the time watch and is coming here tomorrow night. Matty blinked at me. On Halloween, when Magnolia Cove is open to anyone and everyone. I deflated onto the mattress. That's exactly right. And is Rufus supposed to deliver the watch to her? A duplicate. But Axel and I are on guard in case the Gorgon tries anything. You know, in case she looks at me and turns me to stone. Of course, I have no clue how I can avoid that. And are you telling the sheriff? Who, Garrick? No. Because then Rufus will be imprisoned for breaking into Magnolia Cove again, and we won't know who the Gorgon is. All I know is her name is Mythica." Maddie jumped on the bed, landing softly. "Well, I don't know about you, Sugar Bear, but if it was me trying to keep the peace, I would make sure I stayed one step ahead of Rufus." "How's that?" She kneaded her paws into my stomach. I flinched at the pain, but let her work. "I would march right on over to the vault, where I'm assuming they keep this charming little time watch. You know what I would do?" "No." Maddie's eyes sparkled. "I'd steal it." 3. What are we supposed to be doing again? Axel and I sat in his Mustang outside the vault, which was nestled behind a large weeping willow. It made it look formidable and totally southern. With a circular stone face like a rounded arch, the place itself looked like the Justice League from the old Super Friends cartoon. I squared my shoulders. "We're going in there and asking Erasmus Everlasting for the time watch." "And you think the keeper is going to give it to us? Why?" "Because we're going to ask nicely." "Good luck. I'll be in the car." I grabbed Axel's arm. "Please, will you help me?" He sighed as if I was asking him to walk through fire. "I'll help. Come on." "The worst he can say is no, right?" I said. "No," Erasmus said when we got inside. I fisted my hands. We had to have that time watch, if nothing else to make sure it wasn't where Rufus Mayes could get a hold of it. "Look, we have reason to believe there's going to be an alien attack on Magnolia Cove. An intergalactic message was intercepted, and in it, aliens knew about the watch and were traveling here to attack on Halloween." I took what I thought to be a menacing step toward Erasmus, when you're going to be off. Beside me, Axel tensed. I couldn't tell if he was about to start laughing or if he was ticked at my blatant lie. I hated lying, I did. But I couldn't tell the vault keeper what was really going on. If he knew the truth, he definitely wouldn't give me the time watch. Erasmus Everlasting was a tall man with gray dreadlocks that tumbled down his back. His dark, creamy skin held no lines, even though I had a feeling that, like his last name, Erasmus was old, if not ancient. His deep voice rumbled when he spoke. "As you said, I'll be off tomorrow. So if aliens from another planet do attack, there's nothing I can do about it. I will be off, and the keys will be with the person I've put in charge." I started to speak, but he raised a hand. "Who I hand the keys to is confidential. No one must know except for me and that person. Those are the vault's rules." I grumbled something that wasn't very nice. Erasmus opened his arms to escort us back to the door. Now, as much as I'd love to help you, my loyalty is to the vault and all the contents that lie in here. Not to a single person. Besides, if aliens do attack, I doubt they have magic. Technology, maybe, but not the magic required to penetrate this place. Don't worry, our secrets are safe. If there's nothing else, I bid you good day." He'd used his entire speech to guide us to the front doors, so that by the time he'd finished speaking, Axel and I were standing outside. I turned around to protest, but Erasmus had the doors nearly shut. He nodded toward the lions that guarded the place. "They look hungry. If I were you, I'd hurry past them before they decide you're their next meal." The doors shut with a thwump. Axel grabbed my hand. "You heard the man. I've got more living to do. The last thing I want is for either of us to become a meal for a magical lion." With that, we edged past the shimmering beasts. Though they were made of magic, they were as real as I was. One of them sniffed me, his lips peeled back in a snarl. "Nice kitty," I said. Its mouth opened in a roar. That was all I needed. I hightailed it out of there like greased lightning. When we reached Axel's car, he opened the door for me and I slid inside. He dashed around the nose and climbed in. He sat silently for a moment and then fired up the engine. "Are you trying to get us killed?" "No, no." He shot me a dark look. "I'm trying to keep Rufus from getting that time watch. I don't care what that sorcerer says. He's up to something. He might be here to save us, but he's here to save his own skin more. You know that as well as I do." Axel gnashed his teeth. "I'm trying to just focus on tomorrow, on what we have to do. Then I'll escort Rufus to the edge of town and tell Betty they've got to add another layer to the spell that's supposed to keep him out. What good's a spell when it doesn't work?" "I know," he said, throwing up his hands. "I hear you. I've said it before. The town will have to figure something else out." His gaze flickered to me. Axel's eyes smoldered. I swallowed an egg nesting in the very pit of my throat. "You know," he said, his voice thick and smoky, "we could go back to my place for a little while." His finger traced a line of fire down my arm. "Learn more about each other." I wedged into my seat. I didn't pull my arm away, but the look in his eyes changed. It became measured, as if he was shielding himself. I nibbled my bottom lip. I didn't want Axel to be hurt, but I wasn't ready to completely give myself over to him, and I don't mean physically. I wasn't mentally ready. So I had to deflect the situation. We could do that, or we could sit in the car and chat, learn each other's deepest, darkest secrets. "You know mine." "That you're secretly a sociopath?" He barked a laugh. "Right. No. Werewolf. That's mine." Axel turned to me and eased his seat back. My heart thundered in my chest. Blood rushed to my ears. He was getting comfortable. Seriously comfortable. Too comfortable. It wasn't that I didn't want private time with Axel. My palms sweated when I was around him. My heart raced. My girly parts throbbed. It was the exact opposite. I licked my lips as I met his gaze. His blue eyes drilled into me. I wanted nothing more than to jump out of my seat, straddle Axel, and kiss him until I drank every ounce he had to give. To feel his fingers graze my stomach, I would die. Really, I just might. It's not that I didn't want it. I wanted it terribly. It was just... "You're afraid I'm going to dump you," Axel said. "No." I shook my head. "That's not it." "You're afraid once you get to know me, really get to know me, you'll find out I'm as bad as that last guy you dated. You'll give me your heart, I'll cut it out with a spoon and eat it for breakfast." A giggle bubbled on my lips. "Well, you are a werewolf. You eat flesh." Axel sighed. He grazed the back of his hand down my cheek. I caught a glimpse of my honey and crimson-colored hair in the mirror. My brown eyes peeked out from underneath a fringe of bangs. His gaze washed over me. "I can wait, if that's what you need. I can wait as long as I have to." I took his hand and squeezed. "Thanks." "But at some point you'll have to trust me." I shot him a dirty look. "I trust you." "No, you don't. You do, but you don't. You trust me to save you if I can, but you don't trust me enough to strip your clothes off piece by piece." I scoffed. "Such language." "You can strip mine off piece by piece," he said. I rolled my eyes. "Betty's probably got dinner ready." He adjusted his chair and fired up the engine. "Let's get you home, then." Thoughts boiled in my head as he drove me home. Axel was right. I was scared. But why? He'd never given me any reason not to trust him. I sighed. I guess old wounds died a slow, bleeding death. I'd been dumped too many times. I didn't want to screw things up with Axel. We got each other, laughed, shared secrets. But the truth was, deep down in the center of my gut, I was scared. terrified that once I completely gave myself to him, he'd leave me cold and dead on the side of the road. Okay, maybe I was being melodramatic. Maybe. Yes, I was. By the time I plotted the rest of my relationship with Axel, one road led to grandchildren and the other led to me dying an old maid, we had reached Betty's house. I stared at the front porch for a moment, remembering something Amelia had said. A slow smile curved my lips. I kissed Axel on the cheek. Call me later. I think I may be able to get us the time watch. You're the one who wants it. We need it. Matty the cat told me. And cats are usually right about these sorts of things. Matty is. I climbed out and raced inside, being sure to pat Ginny the guard vine as I swept across the porch. I threw the door open and found Betty, Wilma, our new best friend, along with Amelia and Cordelia sitting down to supper. Amelia smiled brightly. You got here just in time to try the poke salad. My stomach turned. You mean the vegetable that might kill me? Amelia frowned. I've had 2 bites and I'm not dead. Cordelia, mine and Amelia's first cousin, tossed a long strand of blonde hair over one shoulder. I'm not even looking at it. I don't want to risk it. Well, I think it's delicious, Wilma said. Betty raised her corncob pipe. I second that. 1 bite, I said, and if it kills me, I'll never forgive you. Amelia fixed my plate. You can sue me. I'll be dead, she shrugged. Then you can come back as a ghost and wreak havoc on my life. Deal, I said. Turned out the poke salad, a green leafy vegetable that grows wild in the South, was delicious. Of course, you season anything with bacon and ham hocks, and it's bound to be awesome. Poke salad was no different. But that did not stop me from cornering Amelia a short time later. We were in the kitchen washing up when I turned to her. So, I guess you've got a busy weekend ahead with the haunted house. Yeah, she said lazily as she dried a plate. Is everything okay? Amelia gave the plate a last good swipe and stowed it in the cabinet. Yeah, everything's fine. It's just, you're right, I am busy. There's a lot going on. I made my eyes wide. It couldn't hurt to look innocent when I said, Yeah. I mean, what if something happens at the vault? What are you going to do? She shook her head. I know. Erasmus trusted me with the key. Hold on a minute. What? I said in a light, airy voice. Her mouth clamped hard, and she shot me a glare that made my insides wither. Who knew Amelia had it in her? She was always so sweet, so dingy, for lack of a better word. Not that I was trying to be insulting, but if there was anyone who the phrase, bless your heart, was created for, it was Amelia. How do you know about the vault? I hitched a shoulder. You said you were busy with other things. I talked to Erasmus. He said he didn't have the key. I put 2 and 2 together. I clicked my tongue. I am super smart. Why were you talking to Erasmus? The door swung open, and in walked Cordelia. Betty and her new best friend are trying to entice me into a game of canasta. I came in here to hide. She glanced at Amelia's screwed-up face and shot a concerned look to me. Everything okay? What the heck? Might as well tell them. No, everything's not okay. Rufus is back. Amelia led me over to a chair. Tell us everything. So I did. I told them about the visit, the Gorgon, the time watch, all of it. My fingers trembled around the cup of tea that Amelia had poured for me. So, you see, we can't trust Rufus. I need that time watch, if nothing else, to make sure he doesn't get his hands on it. You remember what happened when he showed up last time? Amelia's pale skin ghosted. Her blue eyes shone brightly like hot coals under her thick lashes. That time watch. If I'm caught stealing it, I would be thrown in prison. I sank into the chair. I know. I don't expect you to risk that for me. I mean, Rufus might not even want it. Cordelia flipped her hair over her shoulder. Right, and I'm a monkey's behind. Sometimes you look like one, Amelia said. You know, when you screw up your face really hard, you look kind of like a little butthole when you do that. Cordelia grabbed a porcelain salt shaker and made to throw it. Take it back. If you wish, Amelia said. I take back that you sometimes look like a butthole. I burst into laughter and tears, both at the same time. I guess the stress was getting to me. Amelia and Cordelia exchanged sad, sorry glances. Amelia traced a thumb over her lips. Okay, it's against all policy, but I understand what's at stake. Hope swelled in my chest. You'll do it? She nodded solemnly. I'll get the time watch for you tomorrow. 4. Halloween night had arrived. The day had been cloudy with a brisk wind drifting through the air. I'd wondered if rain would ruin the festivities, but Betty had said to me, "Don't you worry about it, kid. Not once has it rained in Magnolia Cove on Halloween, and it's not about to start now." Oh? How's that? She pressed her thumb to one nostril. Magical sparks snorted from the other, drifting up into the sky and apparently seeding the clouds. She scratched the silver-curled wig atop her head. That should take care of it. A thought had occurred to me. There was no nice way to ask, so I just let it spew. Why do you wear a wig? Because I'm bald underneath. I realize that, but why are you bald? Betty smoothed her floral body apron. You know, the kind old women wear with the pockets on the bottom and the thick shoulder straps. A story for another time. You mind your business, and I just might tell you. I'd rather not mind my business. A true crapple, even though your last name is Dunn. I smiled. I consider that a compliment. So, what's your job for tonight? I'm going to introduce Wilma to our Southern Halloween Festival. Oh? I've seen some of it, but what makes it Southern? Betty smiled. Just you wait until tonight. I'll show you everything. I spent most of the day worried about Rufus and freaking out about whether or not we'd be able to fool Mythica with a fake time watch. That was Rufus's job. Make a great imposter. It wasn't like Mythica had even seen the real one, so how would she know a fake? That thought made me feel a whole bowl of shrimp and grits better. Amelia, Cordelia, and I dressed up as the witches from the movie Hocus Pocus. Amelia was Sarah Jessica Parker, I was Bette Midler, and Cordelia went as the other actress who wasn't nearly as famous, so I never remembered her name. I don't know why I have to be the frumpy one, Cordelia groaned. I'm a buck-toothed 50-year-old, I said. Keep some perspective. Cordelia shrugged. But our costumes were great. No, I did not put in false teeth to buck mine out. I decided to skip that part. Or at least I had until we ran into Betty downstairs. She was dressed as Elvira, a very old Elvira. Like if Elvira's mother had visited her on set, that was Betty. Before you ask, yes, her wrinkled boobs were nearly hanging out. What the heck? Amelia said. Don't I look great? Betty said, plumping her black wig. I swallowed the first answer that sprang into my throat because it wasn't very nice. Yes, you look amazing. She stared at me. You don't have buck teeth. No, and I don't. She pointed a finger at me. The next thing I knew, I'd sprouted giant beaver biters. Ah, what have you done to me? I said, but it came out more like fluffy. Everyone burst into laughter. Well, everyone but me. This is not funny, I said, ignoring the ridiculous sounds that came from my mouth. I'm supposed to see Axel. What's he going as? Amelia said. A beaver dam. They all burst into another obnoxious fit of laughter. I glared flaming arrows at them. This isn't funny. Betty knuckled tears from her eyes. She pointed another finger at me. Magic zapped my mouth, but when I touched my teeth, they hadn't changed. Oh, Betty said. I forgot. My spells on Halloween last at least 2 hours. 2 hours? I fumed. You're lying. Fix it." Cordelia adjusted the padding under her dress. I wish she was, but she isn't. That's true. It's something about Halloween and Betty's magic. It's weird. I ground my teeth. Whatever. I just won't talk to Axel. I pointed an accusatory finger at my grandmother. And don't think I'm going to forget this, because I won't. "Now that I think of it," Betty said to Cordelia, "you're not fat enough for that role." Cordelia's eyes rounded. Before a whisper of protest could escape her lips, Betty zapped her too. Pillows that had been stuffed under her skirt dropped to the floor. Cordelia's face swelled, and so did the rest of her. I laughed so hard. Thank goodness it wasn't just me. Yes. "You're so in trouble," Cordelia said to Betty. "Don't worry. When Pepper and I are through with you, you'll never want to work magic again." Betty leaned her head down like a bull about to charge. "Go for it, girls. Make me young and beautiful, just like my costume." Cordelia and I glanced at Amelia. My cousin backed up. "Oh, no, I'm perfect. Betty's screwed with my looks before. No thanks." Before Betty could pounce on Amelia and give her bigger boobs or a real mole on her chin, something that would really kill her self-esteem, the doorbell rang. Wilma stood outside wearing a traditional witch costume. She rubbed her hands and laughed. "Don't the three of you look wonderful?" "You're wearing what you are?" Amelia said. "That's no fun." Wilma glanced at her costume in surprise. "We're dressed as what we are," I said to Amelia. "We're witches. They were witches in the movie, not much of a stretch." Cordelia grabbed my arm. "Come on, let's get out of here." The three of us snatched our cast-iron skillets and headed out into the dark night. Once outside, I turned to Amelia. "Did you get the time watch?" She slipped her hand into a pocket sewn in her dress and pulled out what looked to be an ordinary men's pocket watch. Cordelia leaned over. "Are you sure that's it?" "Yes, I'm sure." Amelia opened it. Behind the glass, the hands turned as gears whirled. The face of the clock was missing, but in the very core of it was a small green crystal. "That's a magical emerald," Amelia explained. "I don't know how the watch works, only that it does. What time is the Gorgon supposed to be here?" I glanced at my phone. 8 o'clock. I'm meeting up with Axel a little before then. Rufus is supposed to show up, too." Amelia slipped the piece into my hand. She closed it with her other and locked gazes with me. "This can't be found on me. If it is, I'm fired for sure. I'm giving it to you for safekeeping. Don't lose it, break it, breathe on it wrong, or even cross your eyes at it. Keep it in the safest place you can think of." "Like where?" I said. "Your boobs," Cordelia said dryly. "As long as no one feels you up, you should be fine." "Oh, Lord, did you just suggest that some stranger might feel me up?" "Witches, no. I'm talking about Axel." "Right." Visitors already milled about the streets, filling Magnolia Cove to bursting. It was easy to tell they weren't from town because they pointed fingers at the life-size skeletons and the inflatable spiders, oohing and ahhing over how hard the little folks of this seemingly normal southern town had worked. Yeah, right. If they only knew all we had to do was snap our fingers and make magic, I'm pretty sure the tops of their heads would blow smack off. Trick-or-treaters spilled out onto the streets. Kids were dressed in vampire and werewolf costumes, outfits from the latest Star Wars movie and fairy princess costumes. The road had been shut down, and vendors lined the sides. Amelia glanced at her watch. "I've got to get to the courthouse. That's the haunted house this year. It's my shift." We said our goodbyes and walked until we ran into our cousin Carmen, the candy maker. She had a table lined with chocolate bats, candy eyeballs on sticks, and even spider cookies. "Wow, those look great," Cordelia said. "If only they wouldn't add any extra pounds to my already booming waistline." Carmen, who was tall with deep red hair, cackled. She wore her witch outfit well. "Let me guess, Betty did that to you?" "And she gave me buck teeth," I said. Carmen hid her laughter behind a hand. She leaned over conspiratorially. "Tell you what, I know a great way to get back at her." "I would give you my firstborn to know how," Cordelia said. Carmen glanced left and right. "This is what you do." "You'd better not be telling my secrets, Carmen, or I'll make your panties itch every day for the rest of your life." Carmen blanched as Betty walked up. "Never. I would never say anything against you." "We would." Duo voices made my head turn. Behind us stood Licky and Mint, Amelia's and Cordelia's mothers, respectively. Oh, yes. Cha-ching! If anyone knew how to get under Betty's skin, it was my aunts. They were chaos witches to the utmost. I would have to corner them later and find out all the good info. Betty fisted her hands to her hips. "You two aren't here to screw anything up, are you?" "Of course not," Mint scoffed. "We're here to make sure everything is great." "Yeah," Licky said. "We won't screw anything up," Mint added. "Never." "We're here to help," Mint said. Betty's gaze could have melted flesh from bone. Just keep it that way. A warm hand snaked around my waist. I glanced up and did a double take. Axel stood beside me, his chest completely bare. My gaze drifted from the tuft of hair between his pecs to his washboard stomach and kept going until I saw the loincloth slung over his hips. My breath hitched. "Nice teeth," he said. I think I growled, but I'm not sure. "Who are you?" He winked. "Me, Tarzan. You, Jane." The lack of clothing proved he wasn't lying. "I think you look better than the naked cowboy who plays at Times Square." A questioning glint lit his eyes. "I'm going to assume that's good." I grabbed his hand. "Every woman in a 5-block radius probably already knows about you and plans to pay a visit before the night's over." Axel laughed. He glanced at my family, all of whom had drool hanging from their lips except for Cordelia. "Mind if I steal this little lady for a while?" Betty's eyes washed from Axel's head to his feet and then back up. "Don't come home pregnant." I gritted my teeth so hard I'm surprised they didn't break. "Okay, well, I'll work really hard to keep my corset on. I'm sure my beaver teeth will help." Axel led me down the street. There were vendors and more vendors. Hay-stuffed scarecrows danced, and live bats hung from the buildings. It was perhaps the most impressive thing I'd seen while I'd been in Magnolia Cove. I couldn't keep the awe from my voice when I said, "Wow, this is seriously amazing." Axel wrapped an arm around me. "You like it?" "Love it. I always thought Christmas was my favorite holiday, but Halloween might win this year." He brushed his lips across my temple. "Christmas is amazing, too. Just wait until you see it. There's live snowmen, magical snow, all kinds of treats." I gripped his arm with glee. "Please, tell me everything." "Well," he said proudly, "the whole town smells like cinnamon and sugar." I might die thinking about it. "Don't die yet," cackled a voice. "Not until you've used one of my cauldrons." I glanced over at a hunched older woman with a black shroud draped over her shoulders. She had a hooked nose with a giant wart on the tip. Long gray hair hung in stringy strands over her shoulders. "Come, dearie, you've never tried a cauldron until you've used one of mine. Allow me to introduce myself," she said, bowing. "I'm Florence Scalding." I glanced at Axel, who had an impatient look on his face. "Listen, I'd love to hear what you've got, but we really must be going." "Looking for a cauldron that will give you tranquility?" She grabbed my arm and dragged me through her collection. Or perhaps you need some iron that's been tinged with perfection. Every spell you cast will come out exactly as it's supposed to, whether or not you did it correctly." "Really? We have to go," Axel said. Our impatience only seemed to heighten Florence's anxiety. "No, wait! I've got whatever cauldron you want." She glanced side to side uneasily. "Even one that will help seal the deal?" The tinker winked toward Axel, insinuating that I needed help capturing him. "I've got to go, really." I yanked my arm from her and grabbed Axel. Wow, she was something else. "Florence is. Sells her cauldrons every year." "She looks hideous." "It's a disguise, like everyone else. Her cauldrons are the real deal. I've just never needed one." I glanced over my shoulder to see Florence snag another unwitting witch. "What about the regular people?" "Her cauldrons don't work for them. They can buy, but nothing magical will happen. Part of the spell." We headed toward the beginning of Bubbling Cauldron. The courthouse was off to one side. A man hid in the shadows. When he stepped out, I nearly burst into laughter. Rufus Mayes looked like a vampire. He had white clown makeup smeared over his face, dark contouring under his cheeks, and slashes of blood running from his mouth.
"Great costume,"
Axel said.
"Just because I decided to actually look like something from Halloween and not a stripper isn't a reason to disparage me."
"Yes, it is," I said, hiding a laugh behind my hand.
"At least you look lovely,"
Rufus said.
"Do you have the fake time watch?"
Axel said in a cutting voice. I watched Axel's gaze burn into Rufus. Was he jealous of Rufus Mayes? That was ridiculous.
"I've got it,"
Rufus said. He pulled a gold pocket watch from his pants. The ground rumbled as a horse-drawn carriage rolled to a stop in front of us. I whistled. "Talk about style." Rufus nodded.
"That Mythica has."
I frowned. Mythica? This is her? Rufus flipped up his vampire collar.
"It's showtime."
5. I did my best not to reach out to Axel. I wanted to grab his hand for strength, but I couldn't look weak. Not in front of a Gorgon. The horse-drawn Cinderella carriage rumbled to a stop. The door swung open. I swear a rolling mist wafted from the interior. I glanced behind me. Halloween was still going strong in town. A line had developed around the courthouse. Folks were all clamoring to enter. I saw Betty and her new friend Wilma. It looked like the cauldron lady, Florence, was also drifting toward us. My gaze darted through the carriage. A delicate, shoe-clad foot appeared. A glass slipper. The shoe revealed a leg, and then a lovely blonde woman in a blue ball gown climbed down. She inhaled a deep breath and glanced around until her gaze settled on Rufus. I swear, I wouldn't have been surprised if she burst into song. Axel leaned over.
"She's like Scarlett O'Hara."
And she was. Well, she reminded me of a cross between a Southern belle and a fairy tale princess. Mythica, the not-so-hideous Gorgon, floated over to us. "Rufus, darling, it's so wonderful to see you again." She air-kissed each of his cheeks. Her gaze flitted to us. "And who are these lovely people?" I swear I almost heard her ask, "And who are these peasants?" Not that Cinderella would have said something so terrible, but because she seriously seemed like royalty, and here I was, buck-toothed in a green corset.
"These are the people who helped me acquire your, gift."
Laughter trilled in Mythica's throat. "How wonderful. I'm so glad you've seen fit to help me. What wonderful people. I mean, if y'all had the opportunity to bring a unicorn, I know y'all would. Who doesn't like a unicorn? That's how I feel." She shrugged as if she were talking about getting a vote on the PTA and not rewriting world history to suit her purpose.
If y'all knew more of us, you'd understand. We're people like everyone else."
Mythica's lips coiled into a shy smile. She looked nice enough, pleasant. Yet something dark hid in the recesses of her eyes. For the first time, I realized I wasn't looking at an innocent belle. I was staring at a person-killing gorgan. Okay. I didn't know if the person-killing part was completely right, but she was a gorgan. There was a killing machine hidden behind that beautiful face and air-kissy manner of hers. She held out a gloved hand.
"So, have you brought it?"
Rufus plucked a disc from his suit pocket.
"I did. Here you are."
"Woo, woo! They even got carriages around here. I want to go for a ride."
A man in a blood-stained, sleeveless T-shirt, cut-off jean shorts, and construction boots walked up. He yelled over his shoulder as he swung a rubber axe aimlessly in front of him.
"Roy, get a load of this here carriage. I think Sleeping Beauty must be inside."
Lord, he was Redneck City if there was such a place. I suddenly didn't like Halloween if it let a bunch of vermin into my town. Mythica's eyes sparkled. "Let's just get on with it. I seem to be drawing too much attention."
"Roy,"
Random guy yelled.
"get your butt over here and see this carriage thingy."
Apparently Roy, who was just coming out of the haunted house, yelled back,
"I'll be there in a sec. Hold your horses."
Rufus extended his hand and dropped the fake time watch in Mythica's palm.
"There you are. Services rendered."
Mythica's gaze slid to the side. Out from the carriage stepped a young girl. She wore a school uniform, complete with red tie and jacket. Mythica turned to her.
"Is it real?"
The girl stared at Rufus and gave a slight shake of her head. "No, she has the real one," she said, pointing at me. I blanched. What the? Bringing a mind reader? A child mind reader at that? I shot Axel what I'm sure was a terrified look. He took a protective stance in front of me. "Thank you," Mythica said to the girl. She turned to us. "It's always good to have loyal employees, don't you think? Especially when they get paid in food." She laughed. It sounded like cats sliding down a chalkboard.
"Now I'll just be taking the correct time watch and getting out of here before Roy and all his buddies decide to hijack my carriage."
The man circled us and gave Mythica a look like she was a savory piece of fried chicken leg.
"Roy, there's even Cinderella here." "I'm coming," Roy shouted. "She ain't going nowhere. Quit yelling about it."
"You quit yelling." "No," Axel said. "You can't have it."
Mythica threw her head back and laughed. A low growl hummed from Axel's throat.
"Didn't he tell you?"
Mythica said, glancing at Rufus.
"Don't say anything,"
Rufus said. I crossed my arms. "Tell us what?"
"Just give it to her,"
Rufus hissed.
"That he owes me,"
Mythica said.
"He promised the watch to me in exchange for his freedom."
I shot Rufus the dirtiest look I could make. I knew there was something wrong with this whole thing. Mythica batted her lashes.
"See, your young vampire prince here wronged me. This is how he's paying me back, by giving me the time watch."
"So now," she said, extending her palm,
"I'll just be taking that."
I shifted away. "No, you won't be taking such a thing, now or ever, over my dead body." Mythica's eyes flared with what looked to be some sort of sick pleasure.
"Your dead body, as you wish."
Her smile widened, and her lips stretched like the Joker's, or a woman who's had way too much plastic surgery, take your pick. Her lips went all plastic-like. Her beautiful blonde tendrils hardened as if they were twisting into dreadlocks. Mythica's face took on a skeletal appearance. This all happened in a split second, and in that second I realized what was about to occur. Mythica was going full-on Gorgon on us. Rufus threw himself in front of me.
No, Mythica, it doesn't need to come to that. Here."
He twirled his fingers, and I felt the time watch lift from my dress. I snatched the air, trying to get my hand on it. My fingers clasped it. Mythica's scaly hand clamped over mine.
"Phew," came a man's voice. "This here is quite a carriage."
Roy, who was dressed just like his friend, walked around us.
"This sure is something. Wait till I tell Grandma we saw her carriage. She'll be so tickled her fake teeth'll probably fall right out of her mouth."
Vomit edged up the back of my throat on that comment. Rufus's hand clasped over mine and Mythica's.
"Just give her what she wants."
"No," I snarled. "She can't have it." Mythica's lips peeled back into a hideous sneer.
"Then prepare for it to be taken."
"Not if I can help it," Axel said. A bolt of energy snaked from Axel's hand into the three of us, forcing us apart. The time watch hovered in the air as if riding an invisible cloud. Everything happened at once. It all came in clicks so quickly that I couldn't process all of it individually. I only knew I had to keep Mythica from getting a hold of that stupid time watch. Amelia was going to kill me if something bad happened to it.
"Get back,"
Axel said. He threw another bolt of power. Axel's words didn't register in my head until it was too late. I reached for the watch. I grabbed it and thought about how I wanted it gone, away like in another universe. Rufus clasped my arm. Mythica grabbed his. Axel's bolt of power slammed into the three of us, popping in the air like a solar flare. For a split second, I felt a surge of magic rush through me. I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from, but it felt like a hot line had moved through my body, scraping against my veins. I was forced back. My grip on the watch loosened. As I flew away, I saw it suspended in the night air. The glass cracked. The metal broke. The air around it twisted and buoyed, causing a miniature explosion. That can't be good. Amelia's definitely going to kill me. Axel's mouth was taut with concentration. He extended a hand and I stopped falling. Power cracked and snapped around him. It was like he was Tarzan, king of the wizards. He pulled me into a hug. I relaxed for half a second before turning to Rufus and Mythica. Rufus rose from the ground, dusting himself off.
"Thanks, Rain," he said sarcastically.
Axel ignored him. We turned to Mythica, who lay motionless on the ground. Her little schoolgirl helper tiptoed to the Gorgon. Her eyes widened, and she screamed. Axel and I stepped to get a closer look. My gut twisted, and for a split second I questioned if I should be getting near her. What if it was a trap? What if Mythica's head was about to turn into a hideous skeleton face, and she would blast me with her eyes and turn me to stone? Oh, well, a chance I had to take, I guess. When my gaze finally settled on Mythica, I saw why the girl had screamed. Mythica's beautiful pink flesh was no more. In its place was hard gray stone. Her delicate mouth was opened in shock, and her eyes were wide, as if Mythica had looked upon the face of death right before she died. Roy and his friends strolled up. Roy scratched his chin.
"Well, looky there. They even got themselves statues of Cinderella in this town. Douglas, help me pick her up. You reckon she's for sale? Grandma would love to have her."
I slapped my forehead. Tourists. 6.
"So this Gorgon somehow turned herself to stone?"
Garrick Young, sheriff of Magnolia Cove and Cordelia's unofficial boyfriend, scanned Mythica's body. "That's what it looks like," I said.
"And what was she doing here?"
"She was trying to steal the time watch," Axel said. Garrick pointed to the fragmented bits of brass scattered on the sidewalk.
That time watch?
Axel grazed a hand down his jaw.
The one and only. And how did you receive this tip?
I glanced at Axel. Would he tell Garrick the truth?
I told them.
Out from the shadows, Rufus Mayes appeared. He met my gaze, and I felt a ripple in my belly. It sent a wave of nausea running through me. I gripped my stomach. Garrick shifted his weight. Fire burned in his eyes.
What in God's name are you doing here? Trying to stop a gorgan from getting control of the time watch,
Rufus said, stalking forward.
And getting yourself arrested in the process.
Rufus opened his arms.
If I must, but it was worth it to stop Mythica from wreaking havoc.
Garrick pulled a pair of handcuffs from his back pocket. The metal closed with a snick as he wrestled them onto Rufus's wrists.
You got any idea how we've got a dead gorgan on our hands?
Garrick said. Rufus pointed to the thin girl in the dress uniform.
I suggest you ask her. I think she can read minds.
Garrick handed Rufus off to one of his men. The girl cowered near the carriage. Roy and Douglas had left the area after Garrick had made most people move along, but the girl had, of course, stayed. Where was she going to go without Mythica? Now that I got a good look at her, I could see fear shone in her eyes. Gorgeous ringlet curls framed her delicate face. She was thin, looking more like a pole in clothes than a child. Because of her lithe frame, her eyes looked even bigger, like alien saucer eyes. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit too extreme, but she did have large eyes. As Garrick approached, the girl scurried away.
Come here, kid.
She ran into the carriage and disappeared. Axel stepped forward.
Let me try.
Garrick gave Axel room. Axel reached behind his back. When his hand appeared in front of him, he was holding a candy bar.
Do you like chocolate?
A few seconds later, the girl's head appeared in the doorway.
You can have this whole bar if you come out and talk to us. No one's going to hurt you.
The girl looked hesitantly from the food to Axel. She took a timid step forward, then another, until she was on the ground. Axel handed her the chocolate. She snatched it away as if she were half-starved and bit into it, not even bothering to unwrap it. My eyes flared in shock. Axel knelt in front of her.
I'm Axel. What's your name?
Her eyes darted to the ground. Paige. I melted at how easily Axel won the girl's trust. He was so awesome. Just another notch in my heart that belonged to him and no one else.
Paige,
Axel said quietly as he watched her eat.
Mythica was turned to stone.
Paige swallowed a knot of chocolate. She glanced at Mythica's body and nodded. Yes.
Do you know how it happened?
She hitched one shoulder. Axel paused. He stared at Mythica and then turned back to Paige.
Did Mythica's power turn on her? Was it her own power that killed her?
Paige shook her head. Garrick tensed. I could see him wanting to punch the girl with questions, but he held his tongue.
If her power didn't turn on her, what was it?
She licked chocolate from her fingers.
I have more candy if you're hungry.
She nodded enthusiastically. Another chocolate bar appeared in Axel's hand. He held it in front of Paige. The hunger in her eyes was evident. She reached for the chocolate. Axel gave it. Paige peeled back the wrapper and started to take a bite, but stopped. She studied Axel. Mythica's power didn't turn on her. It was the other that killed her. Axel frowned.
The other?
She chewed a bite for a moment. Yes. The other Gorgon. That's what killed Mythica. The other Gorgon in Magnolia Cove. 7.
What other Gorgon?
Garrick asked Paige. The girl hitched a shoulder. The other.
Who was it?
She shot a furtive glance to Axel. I I don't know. There was another, but I don't know who it was."
Garrick rubbed a hand down his creased and exhausted-looking face. Paige edged toward Axel. She glanced up at him hopefully, as if she were expecting him to drop chocolate in her mouth. Garrick eyed Rufus. "Here with me." Rufus shook his head. "As if anything else is an option." "It's not." Garrick turned to Axel. "Keep the girl with you. I may need to question her again." The sheriff hauled Rufus away, leaving us alone with Paige. Axel and I exchanged a look. I knew what he was thinking. Why would Mythica have this girl? It looked like she could use some trustworthy adults in her life. Axel flashed her a bright smile. "Want to hang out with us for a while?" She nodded greedily. "Come on, let's go enjoy Halloween. You ever been to Magnolia Cove before?" She shook her head. Axel took one of her hands in his and gripped mine with his other. "Well, let's explore town."
"Axel," I whispered, "there's a gorgon on the loose. At least, that's what she said. Do you think it's true?"
He studied the girl. "I'm still trying to figure her out."
"And what about the time watch? Amelia's going to kill me."
"Maybe not.
"Definitely."
There's nothing you can do about it. And if there is another Gorgon in town, they didn't kill us. We're alive. Maybe it was a revenge killing on Mythica. I don't know. She's dead, and the time watch didn't get into her hands. Yes, I know it's broken, but right now," he said, pulling me in for a quick kiss, "let's enjoy the rest of the night. Halloween only comes once a year, after all."
"All right," I grumbled. But the grit in my attitude melted as I watched Axel point out the hired spirits circling the haunted house.
"See those? They're real ghosts, shipped in to scare people."
Paige's eyes widened. "Ghosts?"
"Yep. You want to meet one?"
She nodded. Axel whistled.
"Redbeard. Hey, Redbeard."
A wispy ghost, dressed as a pirate, sailed to us. The apparition bobbed up and down. The first time I'd ever seen ghosts was in Magnolia Cove, but that still didn't stop a chill from sweeping down my spine. The pirate was there, but he wasn't. Seeing a spirit was like looking at a photograph made of wisps of smoke. The ghost saluted Axel.
"Well, if it isn't Captain Axel, what can I do for you?"
Paige skirted behind my boyfriend. He put a hand on her shoulder.
"This little girl wanted to meet you."
"Aye, and a bonny lass she is, too,"
growled Redbeard in a friendly sort of way. Within minutes, Redbeard had Paige giggling like a little girl should. We said our goodbyes and sauntered down the street. I couldn't help but smile as Paige explored town with childlike wonder. "What do you think her story is?" I said to Axel. We stood off to the side as Paige greedily chewed black cotton candy spiders from a stick. Axel shook his head.
"From what it looks like, Mythica kept her more as an employee than a child."
"But her powers?" His jaw clenched.
"Mythica exploited them."
His anger took me by surprise. It also made my heart swell that he could feel such passion for this little girl. I squeezed Axel's bicep. "You okay?"
"She's just a kid," he said.
He inhaled a deep breath and exhaled.
"So?"
I leaned my head on his shoulder. "So?"
"Is it okay if she stays with you tonight?"
"Excuse me?" Paige licked ebony crystallized sugar from her fingers. She smiled at us, black teeth shining. Axel raked his fingers through his hair.
"She can't stay with me."
"Why not?"
"I would prefer she doesn't."
"Because of the werewolf thing?"
"Yes."
"Perfect excuse." But really, this little girl didn't need to be exposed to Axel as a werewolf. The transformation wasn't supposed to happen until the next night, but I figured it was more that Axel wasn't comfortable with a little girl living in his house. Clearly, since I was a woman, I was much better equipped to deal with a quiet, mind-reading child. Sure. Why not? Axel escorted us to Betty's house. When we were outside, he turned to Paige. He knelt, and the girl stared at him with saucer eyes full of wonder.
Can you stay here tonight, with Pepper?
Paige dragged her gaze to me. She studied me with that quiet intensity of hers. Finally, she nodded.
I'll see you tomorrow, Axel said. First thing, I'll be here.
Paige nodded again. I extended my hand, and her warm palm slipped over mine. Axel's lips grazed my forehead.
I'll come over first thing, for breakfast.
Okay. We exchanged a long look that made my stomach squirm. A faint smile tugged at my lips. Axel kissed the corner of my mouth.
Good night.
Good night. I led Paige up the front porch. This is Jenny. She's a guard vine. Paige extended a timid hand. Jenny unwound and bobbed a pink bud over Paige's palm as if the plant were sniffing. When the vine had deemed Paige was okay, the bud lowered. I patted it.
Jenny's just like a dog, isn't she?
Paige smiled shyly. Come on, let's go see what the ladies are up to. It's a pretty full house, but I think you're going to like it. I opened the door. Amelia and Cordelia sat on the couch reading, and Betty was in her rocker, shotgun slung over her knees. Finally, you're home, Amelia said. We were worried about you. Cordelia sniffed.
I wasn't.
I know you can take care of yourself. My grandmother glared at me.
Would you like to explain why you didn't tell me that Rufus Mayes was in town?
My stomach dropped to the floor. My voice became high and whiny when I said, because he made me promise not to.
Not a good excuse. Listen, kid, that man is dangerous. As soon as you saw him, you should have run for the hills and came looking for me.
I just didn't have an answer, so I ignored her. Everyone, this is Paige. Paige, this is my wonderful grandmother, Betty, and my cousins, Amelia and Cordelia. Their eyes settled on the girl. Before they could start asking questions, I gave them a pointed look. Paige arrived with the Gorgon, and she was very, very hungry. Amelia, who was probably the least intimidating of the group, came over. Paige, do you have any parents? Anyone we can call for you? She shook her head. Was Mythica your mother? Amelia said. No, Paige said. Not my mother. My family looked at me. Betty heaved herself from the chair, clapped her hands, and in no time flat, she'd whipped up a dish of biscuits and gravy in the cauldron on the hearth. Betty led Paige to the table. Sit and eat, kid. You'll like it. Paige broke the biscuits with her hands and shoved a hunk in her mouth. She paused a moment, and then shot me and Betty a wide smile. We left her and retreated to the couch. They all looked at me expectantly as if I held the answers to the universe. Yeah, right. Mythica referred to Paige as her employee. The girl can read minds, I think.
Mythica, that was the Gorgon?
Cordelia said. Yes.
One of you girls better tell me what the Sam Hill is going on before I blow my top,
Betty fumed. I inhaled a deep breath and told her the whole story about Rufus and the time watch and the Gorgon. And Mythica just dropped dead? Turned to stone? Amelia said. I nodded. Deader than dead. Paige says a second Gorgon killed her. All their eyes widened. Oh, my God, Amelia said, her voice kicking into full panic mode. Are we supposed to lock our doors? Worry that we're going to be killed by a Gorgon? I shook my head. I don't think so. It was a revenge killing, probably. That's what Axel suggested. I mean, why else would it happen? And on Halloween. The good thing is, tomorrow, Halloween will be over and anyone who isn't a witch will be forced out. I shot a look to Betty. How does that work, anyway? When Uncle Donovan was here and we had people in town that weren't witches, Garrick made them all stay until he finished investigating whoever had murdered that Johnny Utah guy. Betty pulled her corncob pipe from her pocket and clamped her teeth over it.
Those who are regular folks, who aren't witches, will simply forget about our town. They'll leave without remembering anything about us. But other people, werewolves and vampires and such, the magic sort of pushes them out. They are forced to leave no matter what, even if they want to stay.
Speaking of staying, I said, you need to figure out what's wrong with the spell that's supposed to keep Rufus out, because it ain't working.
Betty chewed the pipe stem. I'll discuss it with Sylvia, but we may need to bring one more witch to the fold. Add an extra layer of security. You said that Garrick has Rufus?
He's got him, all right. A wave of nausea flooded through me. Cordelia grabbed my arm. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Probably something I ate. Amelia gave me a sympathetic look. Or stress. That can make you feel bad. Probably so. And the time watch? She said, her face shining with hope. Oh, yeah. I think Garrick has it. You know, it sort of became evident since that's what Mythica was after. I didn't know how to tell Amelia it had broken. I needed a night to think about that, to prepare myself for her anger. Because once my cousin realized the thing was destroyed, she'd kill me. Frustration filled Amelia's eyes. You weren't supposed to let her have it. I pointed to Paige. She knew I had it. That's what I'm saying. I lowered my voice. She knows things. Amelia exhaled in frustration. Erasmus is going to kill me. I'll be fired, maybe jailed. This is terrible. Calm down, I said. I'm sure we can figure out a way to get the time watch back, right, Betty? My grandmother didn't respond. Betty, I prodded. Betty watched Paige.
She's a head witch like you, Pepper.
I can't read minds.
But you hear animals talk. You hear their voices. Maybe she just hears human voices.
Cordelia dragged her gaze from Paige. I know one thing. We'd better keep the food coming because she's got quite the appetite. Amelia tugged her spiky blonde hair. Surely she's got parents. I can't stand to think that poor girl doesn't have anyone. She snapped her fingers. I know. I'm going to figure out who her parents are. See if we can connect them. What if they're horrible people? Cordelia said. Can they be worse than a Gorgon who starved her? I said.
Yes, Betty answered.
For the sake of her safety, let's hope not. Amelia, I say you search for them. Betty, can you help us get the time watch back?
Betty snorted. Do I look like it's my first day at witch school?
Nope. The look in her eyes cried mischief.
Kid, this body might be ancient, but I've got ways and means that'll knock your britches off and make your tongue wag.
Whatever that meant. We only want the time watch, Cordelia said. We don't need you to seduce the entire police force. Betty wiggled her brows as if that was exactly her intention. I clapped my hands and rose. Great. First thing tomorrow, we get the time watch and start figuring out who Paige's parents are. Sound like a plan? Amelia smiled. Sounds like a perfect sweet tea witch plan. Paige, do you want to come upstairs and sleep in my room? Paige wiped her mouth with her sleeve and nodded. I smiled brightly at her. Have you ever seen a dragon? She shook her head. Well then, you're in for a treat. Amelia and Cordelia magicked up some bedclothes for Paige before I took her upstairs. I opened the door and introduced her to Matty the cat and Hugo the dragon. Matty gave a meow and Hugo thumped his tail happily. Paige held out her hand. Hugo sniffed it and lowered his knotted, scaly head to allow her to pet him. She gave him a good pat and smiled up at me. You like him? Yes. Great. He's wonderful. Maybe we'll take him out for a walk tomorrow. He'll enjoy that. I pulled back the covers and motioned to the bed. Can you share with me? Yes. Don't say much, do you? The girl shrugged. Whatever that evil Mythica did to you couldn't have been good. I hoped we found her relatives soon. Come on, let's get some rest." Paige crawled into the bed with a little hesitation, but within minutes she was snoring. I snapped off the light and thought that a little daylight on the situation might bring new developments. It would also mean the Gorgon would be gone from town. One less thing to worry about. That was the last thought drifting in my head when I awoke. I blinked, thinking it was very dark, but didn't focus too much on it. I glanced to my nightstand to check the time. It read 8. Crap. The alarm was supposed to have gone off at 7. I must have whacked it off and fell back asleep. I crawled from the bed. My brain was foggy, like a thick film was covering my synapses. I was processing everything slowly. Nothing a cup of coffee wouldn't fix. I opened the blinds and was greeted with pitch black. My eyes widened. This wasn't right. It was morning. Had to be. I felt like I'd slept for hours. I yanked the cord and raised the blinds all the way. "It's the time watch." I recognized Paige's voice and turned to her. "What do you mean?" She nibbled her bottom lip as if afraid to speak. I sat on the bed. "Tell me. It's okay." Paige's gaze held mine. My heart knocked against my ribs. Something wasn't right. She swallowed. "When the time watch broke, it stopped time in Magnolia Cove. We're stuck in Halloween." Holy shrimp and grits. 8. "What do you mean the watch is broken?" Amelia shouted. "Well, it broke last night." "You knew?" Her decibel range was way off the scale. I think if she hit another octave, she'd shatter glass. I cringed. "Yes, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I knew you'd be mad." She fisted her hands. Furious." Her voice had shifted from high and screeching to deep, throaty, and full of warning. Whew! I'd never seen Amelia like this. She was severely ticked off, and rightly so. I'm not going to say she was overreacting. She'd trusted me, and I'd broken that trust. Yes, I know. I shot a help-me look to Betty and Cordelia. Anyway, it's broken, and now we're stuck in Halloween. How do we fix it? Betty dropped a cast-iron skillet full of fried potatoes on the table. "First, we need the watch." I poked the air. "Police station." The doorbell rang. It's probably Axel. I crossed to the door and opened it. My breath hitched at the sight of him. His dark hair was wet from a shower. It was pulled back, but a few rogue droplets splashed onto his shoulders. His tight T-shirt revealed swelling biceps and a wide chest. "We've got a problem," he said. "Looks like." Paige, who'd been picking at the potatoes, jumped from her chair and ran over to Axel. She threw her arms around his waist. "Hey there. Did you have a good night?" She nodded, and my heart melted. Axel seemed to have really taken up with Paige. A fiercely loyal streak ran through him. That's one of the things I liked so much about him. My heart lurched. Whoa, Tiger. He's only known her 12 hours. It's not like he's offering to adopt her or anything. Axel took my hand. "We need to get to the police station." Betty grabbed her purse from a peg. "Let's get going. We've got a time watch to fix." "We can't all fit in your vehicle," I said to Axel. He grimaced. "No driving. It's a madhouse out there. The ghosts have gotten loose from the haunted house and are throwing whipped cream pies at people." I laughed. "That's just ridiculous." "But it's true. It's easier to stop them while you're walking than driving." "Fair enough," Betty said. "Besides, I'll put a force field around us that should stop a dessert from splatting us." The 6 of us, yes, 6 of us, set out for the police station. Betty was true to her word. A buzzing purple shield encased us as we strode through town. The magnitude of the situation hit me when I noticed the people. It wasn't just that it was dark. Oh no, that would have been easy to deal with. It was that people, regular non-magical ones, were still milling about. All the haunted elements in town were still doing, well, haunted sorts of things. Mint and Licky ran up to us.
"This is amazing," Licky said. Betty rolled her eyes. "You would think so."
"No, what Licky means is that it's extraordinary," Mint said.
Licky nodded. "I tried to send the ghosts away, but they didn't leave. I even used magic, but their contract says they stay until November 1st. I swear it should be November 1st, but they're still here." "Could be you don't actually know how to use magic," Betty said.
"Not funny," Licky said. "We are super awesome at all things magical."
"If by super awesome you mean mayhem and destruction, then I would agree."
Betty fisted her hands to her wide hips.
"Girls, at least you can say this catastrophe wasn't your fault."
Mint clicked her tongue proudly. "You got that right." "We better go," I said. Amelia's gaze was focused on the sky.
"Yeah, because I see ghosts with pies."
Sure enough, 3 ghosts with cream pies aimed straight at us. Oh no, this was not going to happen. I was not going to wake up to Halloween night and have to deal with a mischievous ghost who thought it was cool to hit me with a pie like this was an episode of the Brady Bunch. I raised a hand. "Oh no, I don't think so." The ghost, who was more wispy strands of cobwebs with a skeletal face than anything else, paused. "If you even think for 1 minute you're going to hit me with a pie, you're wrong." The ghost touched his fingertips to his chest.
"I am,"
it said in a quivering voice. "You sure as heck spells have that right. You leave us alone, or else I'll tie you into a knot and wrap you around a pole." The apparition's face fell as if that was a real thing. Tie him up like a pretzel? Who was I fooling? I couldn't do that. Or maybe I could. The ghost dropped the pie and zipped away. I brushed my hands together. Well, that was cool. I didn't know I could do that. Something very wet and gooey hit the top of my head and slid down. I cringed. "Don't tell me." "Pie," Cordelia said. I looked up to see another ghost fly by. Betty hoisted her pants to just below her boob line.
"Sorry, the shield dropped when Mint and Licky showed up. They mess with my magic sometimes. Come on, this is worse than we thought. Let's get to the police station before all heck breaks loose." "You're telling me that because the time watch was broken, we're stuck in Halloween?"
Garrick Young scowled something fierce. He might look like an irresponsible fraternity boy with brown hair that was a touch too long, but when it came to crime, he was all business. "Yes?" I said. Garrick glanced at Axel.
"What else do you know, Rain?"
Axel's fingers scraped down his jaw.
"That it needs to be fixed if we're to stop this. If we want to see sunlight again, we have to get that watch fixed."
"How?" Garrick said, his voice full of frustration.
"Give it to me," Betty said. "I'll figure it out." "You were the one who's supposed to keep Rufus from getting in," Garrick said. "I'm working with Pepper to come up with a new spell."
My head snapped up. "You are? We are?"
"She's a head witch, you know," she said proudly to Garrick.
Amelia stepped up. "I'll go to the haunted house, try to keep the ghosts in check. Cordelia, you with me?" Cordelia dragged her gaze from Garrick. "Yes, I'm with you."
Axel stepped up. "I'll see what I can find out about how to detect a gorgan."
Garrick looked at him with relief.
"You think that's possible?"
Axel's lips curved into a handsome smile.
"Has to be. There are certain traits about me that tip other werewolves off to what I am."
Garrick knelt in front of Paige.
"Do you know if anyone wanted to hurt Mythica?"
Paige shook her head emphatically.
"Well, someone wanted her dead,"
Garrick said. He rose, tapped his fingers to his hips.
"This whole Halloween thing is screwed with the town borders."
"What do you mean?" Amelia said, wide-eyed.
"I mean we're stuck. No one can get in and no one can get out."
"So the time watch has messed with more than just the day," I said. Garrick slid his fingers along the brim of his hat.
Right. We're cut off from society, from the world, and unless we get this fixed, we'll be cut off forever.
9. While Garrick was discussing the doom and gloom that had hit Magnolia Cove, I peeked around the station. It only took a few seconds to locate Rufus. He was watching me. How I hated him. It just irked that he was already looking at me when I was trying to search him out. He'd seen me first. Jerk. I slipped from the group and walked to his cell. He pressed his face to the bars.
Miss me already?
Don't flatter yourself.
I flatter myself however I can.
I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Listen, when you and me and Mythica were touching, did you notice anything? His eyebrow quirked.
What do you mean?
I don't know, like a ripple of energy.
Gorgon energy.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Ever since then, I've been feeling nauseous.
Maybe you're pregnant.
I'm not pregnant. Never mind. I thought you might know something, be able to help.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You generally lie, I said. Rufus chuckled.
Only when I have to.
That's not helpful. I rubbed my arms, trying to get rid of the uneasy feeling I was getting from Rufus's lack of assistance. Forget it. I'm sure it's nothing. Rufus pressed his face closer to the bars.
What if I told you it was something?
I scowled. Like what?
Pepper.
I turned to see Betty stamping her foot.
Come on, kid, we've got to get a move on.
I wanted to ask him what he meant, but I needed to help Betty, or at least try as best I could. I'll be back, I said.
I look forward to it,
he answered. I fisted my hands as frustration compounded in me. That's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to be nervous about that.
Ah, but remember, I love your power. Nothing about you makes me nervous.
The way he said it, the words sounded like a snake slithering up my spine. I took off and joined Betty and Paige, but Rufus's words echoed in my brain. There was something to the whole nausea thing. I just knew it. But what? Paige and I followed Betty through the dark streets to charming Conical Caps, Sylvia Spirit's store. Last night the darkness had been fun, but as of now it was beginning to freak me out. I wish Hugo was here, I muttered. A second later, a cold, wet nose was butting up against my palm. Hugo, how'd you get here? Hugo glanced at Paige. My jaw dropped. You brought him? She grinned. Thanks.
What did I tell you?
Betty said so proudly you'd have thought she'd unraveled the mystery of the century.
Head witch. What else can you do, kid?
My grandmother pulled Paige into a hug. Paige didn't reply, she just smiled at my grandmother widely. It turned out Hugo was a smart choice. Though people did approach us and ask how we got our dog into that dragon costume, the ghosts and whatnot steered clear. Except Roy and Douglas. Ugh, they were still in town?
Looky there, Roy. Look at that there doggy dressed up like a dragon.
Roy and Douglas approached us with so much enthusiasm it made me want to punch one of them in the throat. A Gorgon was dead. Dead. And all they cared about was running around a town cursed to be stuck perpetually in the exact same day, or night, or whatever. Douglas, with his shaved head and black teeth, reached out to pet Hugo.
What kind of dog is that, anyway?
It's a dragon, I said. Douglas and Roy exchanged a glance and burst into laughter.
You're kidding. That ain't no dragon. That there's one of them water dogs, a golden retriever,
Douglas said. Good old Douglas, he'd caught me in my complicated lie. Sure, I said. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got somewhere to be.
"That sure is a fine dog," one of them said as we walked away. "Sheesh," I said when I caught up to Betty and Paige. "Tourists." "Now, Paige, my granddaughter says that you can read minds." Paige shook her head slightly.
"Sort of. I can tell if someone's lying or if they're hiding something." Her gaze flashed in my direction. "You don't lie well, and your dress bulged."
"Yeah, along with my front teeth," I said. Teeth that luckily had gone back to normal. That was at least one good thing. Betty busted a gut with laughter. "Craples have a hard time lying." She pulled a corncob pipe filled with tobacco from a leather pouch, lit it with the snap of her fingers, and started puffing away. "I'm pretty sure you don't have a hard time lying," I said. "I remember you lied about Amelia's appearance so she could get a date." "That was for her own good," Betty said. "It wasn't malicious, no matter what you smarty-pants girls think." I rolled my eyes. Paige laughed. The conversation dimmed. Paige cleared her throat.
"Mythica, I had parents a long time ago, but I don't know who they are."
My heart ripped in two. This poor girl, forced to work for Mythica doing weird little mind-reading things, had once been with people who loved and fed her. Or at least I hoped they loved her and didn't sell her off or something. If that was the case, then I automatically hated her parents. Betty wrapped one arm around Paige's fragile shoulders. "We'll help you get back to them, if that's what you want." Paige didn't say anything, which was clearly her norm. "Cauldrons for sale. Get your cauldrons." We nearly stumbled into Florence, the cauldron maker. "Well, if it isn't Betty Craple," Florence said, putting hands on her hips. "You still run this town?" "You know it, Florence. You still selling exploding cauldrons?" Florence gave an embarrassed laugh. She pressed her fingers to her red cheeks. "That was only one time, and I don't think it was a cauldron of mine that did it. Besides, now I've got all kinds of cauldrons. Cleaning cauldrons to scour your spell instruments, mending cauldrons with a touch of a mystical creature's hair, baking cauldrons, whatever you want." "Seems to me a witch should be good enough at what she does to only need one cauldron," Betty said. Florence poked the air with authority. "But you and I both know that some witches aren't. They need specialized cauldrons." "To clutter their houses?" Betty snorted. Florence rubbed her hands with greed. "I have a cauldron that cleans up messes. All you do is drop your other cauldrons in it, and it stores them for you." I clicked my tongue. "She's got you there." Betty glared at me. She jutted out her boobs. "Bah! Sounds like a waste of money." Florence glanced around. "Is it just me, or does it seem like Halloween is lasting a very, very long time?" I shot Betty a look. Betty squinted at Florence. "So, you believe it's still Halloween?" "Oh, yes," Florence said. "It's Halloween night, all right. See?" She held up her cell phone and pressed the home button. It read October 31st, 8 p.m. "Like I said, I'm getting a little tired, but my clock says it's only 8. I've got lots more cauldrons to sell." Florence's gaze swept from Hugo to Paige, who dashed behind Betty's voluptuous rear. Her mouth ticked up on one side. "Beautiful little girl you've got there." "Thank you," Betty said. "We've got to be going." As soon as we were out of earshot, I yanked Betty's sleeve. "We are in deep crap." I pulled my phone from my pocket and checked it. 8 p.m., which made sense because that was the same hour my bedside clock had been stuck on. How do we realize that it's not supposed to be Halloween, but Florence doesn't? Betty stroked her chin. "Might have something to do with the fact that we live here. I don't know. You were also in the center of the occurrence, meaning you were standing there when the time watch was broken. I need to think. I don't know much of the history of the time watch."
"I do," Paige said. "You do?" I said. I wasn't sure if this was a miracle or a curse. Maybe it could help, or maybe it would make us realize we were falling down a black hole from which there was no return. Please, not the second one.
"What do you know?"
Betty gently prodded. I had to hand it to my grandmother. For as full of tinkle and vinegar as she was, the woman had a soft hand with Paige. To be honest, it was hard not to. She was such a kind, sweet girl.
"What do you know about the time watch, kid?"
Betty said, hope lighting her face.
"Can it be fixed?"
She shrugged. "I think so. Time will move on outside of us, leaving Magnolia Cove in Halloween forever."
"Well, tell us something we don't know,"
Betty said. "It can affect more than Magnolia Cove. Other places can stop too. The time stop starts with Magnolia Cove." An exhale of realization hit me. "But then it grows." Paige nodded. "It grows. It can be more."
"Okay, well, if that's not doom and gloom, I don't know what is. Kid, this is worse doom and gloom than the time that demon we locked in the underground prison escaped and tried to mate with a witch."
"Please stop."
"You haven't even heard the worst of it,"
Betty continued, clearly ignoring me.
"It fired boogers from its fingertips, real snotty ones, the kind that makes folks vomit when they see them."
I stopped in my tracks and raised my hand. "Enough. Let's get to Sylvia's. See if she and Barnaby Battle can help us solve this thing. Not only do we need to figure out the issue with Rufus continuing to enter town, but we also need to fix the time watch. We got a load of crap to do and very little time to do it in." Betty paused to hike her breeches to her boobs.
"Agreed."
We walked on until we reached charming Conical Caps. It was a sweet cottage that was normally easier to drive to, but with the never-ending Halloween crowd and mayhem on bubbling cauldron, walking had gotten us there fast enough.
"I called Sylvia and Barnaby before we left the station."
Betty gave me a sideward glance.
"You know, when you were talking to Rufus Mayes like he was your new boyfriend."
"Do not make me vomit."
"Say it, don't spray it," she said.
I shook my head. "That doesn't even make sense. That makes no sense. What are you talking about? That's when someone spits in your face, not when—" Whatever. I don't even know why you would mention it."
"I just thought it was strange you were talking to him."
Betty opened the door to the store.
"Sylvia! Barnaby! I'm here."
But I wasn't about to let Betty change the subject so quickly. I had something I needed to ask Rufus. It was really important.
"I'm sure it was,"
Betty said absent-mindedly. Her gaze darted around the cottage, searching madly for Sylvia and Barnaby. "It was," I stammered. Paige glanced at me, her eyes seeming to agree that what I needed to speak to Rufus about was extremely important.
"Unless he was explaining how to fix the time watch, I don't see what could have drawn your attention."
Blood rushed in my ears as anger coursed through me. Dang it. My grandmother was going to make me tell her what was so darned important that I had to stop everything I was doing to have a 30-second conversation with Rufus Mayes. I've been feeling nauseous ever since Rufus, Mythica, and I touched each other. It was right before the watch broke. Her eyes shot to peaks.
"You all joined hands?"
I recoiled. Ew, no, it wasn't like that. We just were all trying to get the watch and ended up being in contact for a few seconds. It was no big deal. Paige shot me a look as if to counter what I'd just said, but there was no time to focus on it. We wove our way through racks of hats until we reached the main showroom. Pointed witch caps spun on pegs. The ones that didn't spin rose and lowered as if riding an invisible elevator.
"Sylvia!"
Betty shouted again. I stopped, gasped. I reached out and clasped my hand around Betty's arm.
"What is it?"
Her gaze slowly drifted to the corner I was staring at.
"Holy honeysuckle marshmallows,"
Betty said. Standing in front of a Louis XV couch were both Sylvia Spirits and Barnaby Battle. They stood with arms outstretched. Sylvia's mouth was coiled into an almost grotesque smile, and Barnaby had his arms outstretched as if welcoming the prodigal son back from the desert. They were motionless, their skin a pale gray color. "Well," I said quietly, all my spit and fire gone, "I guess we know why they didn't answer when you called." Betty's voice quavered.
"Yes, I guess we do. Looks like the Gorgon beat us here."
A single tear rolled down her cheek. Betty sniffled, and then she rolled up her sleeves.
"This Gorgon is about to meet their
10. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. I wanted to do anything I could to jet out of Magnolia Cove as quickly as I could. Problem was, half of the situation was my fault. Yep, little old me. I just had to talk my cousin into stealing a powerful magical instrument from work. I felt like a royal jerk. Let's not forget, 2 more people were dead, or at least turned to stone. Who am I kidding? No, they were dead.
People, we've got a Gorgon on the loose. If you see anything suspicious, report it to the police. Do you understand?"
Garrick stood in front of the courthouse. Yes, it was still pitch black, even though it was early afternoon, I think, or at least it was supposed to be. Ghosts zoomed overhead, and regular people were still milling about with boundless energy. Heck, they'd been walking around since last night, and didn't even look like they were about to fall asleep. Whatever they were on, I could use some too, because the stress level of events was beginning to take its toll. My joints ached, my head hurt, and fatigue was coursing through my veins like someone had injected me with a syringe full of sleep. Right. I know that's not a thing. I'm only saying. Garrick glanced behind him, presumably at the non-magical people. I did not envy his job. Not at all. He had more folks to keep safe than I'm pretty sure he knew what to do with, and now there was a Gorgon randomly killing people.
"How are you holding up?"
A strong arm wrapped over my shoulders. The musky scent of Axel drifted up my nose. I leaned into the cup of his shoulder. What a mess.
"So, Sylvia and Barnaby were turned to stone?"
I glanced up. The concern in his eyes made my heart flutter at my throat. Yes, they'd been turned. He entwined his fingers with mine and squeezed.
"I want you to be careful."
Why do you think they were killed?
Wasn't Betty about to work on the spell that keeps Rufus out? Could have been someone wants to keep him in.
Cold dread washed down my arms. I wish that was the extent of our problems. It seems breaking the time watch has really screwed things up. All the clocks are wrong, and Paige said that for right now the problem is contained in Magnolia Cove, but it could grow beyond us. Axel's jaw twitched.
Then we need to get it fixed.
Do you have any ideas how to do that? He nodded.
A few. I could use your help, and Paige's.
Do you have the time watch? I said. He winked at me.
Sure do.
He walked over to Paige, who stood with Betty and Hugo. I clapped a hand to my thigh. Hugo padded over, followed by Paige and Axel. We hopped into Axel's truck and arrived at his house a few minutes later. It was a cool little place tucked under the side of a hill. Trees surrounded it, and you had to climb a tall staircase to reach the front door, which made the view from inside seem as if you were high in the trees.
"I'll make some lunch," Axel said.
He whipped up grilled cheese sandwiches in no time. Paige only ate one. I expected her to eat at least two, but I guess Betty had stuffed Paige so full at breakfast that she was sated for a few hours. I stared at the golden bread on my plate. I lifted a slice to my mouth, but I didn't have an appetite, like none.
"I'm scared,"
I blurted out. Axel and Paige turned to me.
This whole thing is my fault. If I hadn't been so stupid and insisted we get that time watch so Rufus couldn't steal it, we would be fine. Seriously fine. But I had to have things my way, and now we're living in a perpetual Groundhog Day."
"It would have happened anyhow," Axel said between chews.
"What?" He pointed his sandwich at me.
"Once Mythica realized Rufus had the fake time watch, she would have searched out the real one in the vault. She would have gotten hold of it one way or another. You did the right thing by having it on you."
"You're just saying that." He licked butter from his thumb. Boy, was it sexy to see his full lips wrap over his thumb and simply suck it off. My stomach quivered. Wait, what was I thinking? The town was in deep doo-doo, and I was fantasizing about Axel. I needed to get myself straight.
"No, I'm not just saying that to make you feel better. It would have happened anyway, or something like it. Mythica didn't have altruistic plans for the time watch. But it is what it is, and we move on. We fix it. What I'm more concerned about is this Gorgon who's turning people to stone. We need to be careful. Someone knows that we're trying to fix the barrier, and they don't want us to do that. Why?"
"I don't know." He clapped his hands.
"So, we fix the time watch and then find the murderer. Those are the priorities. Got it?"
I swallowed.
"Got it."
Axel smiled at Paige.
"How's your sandwich?"
"Great." I ate a few bites. Then Axel took us to the cellar where his wizard workshop was. Steel shelves lined the walls, and all sorts of objects were painstakingly placed about. Is that the griffin feather from Amulet's workshop? Suspended from the ceiling was a beautiful brown feather about the size of a preschooler. Axel nodded.
"Yep, and we're going to use it. Some of it."
"What if you ruin it?" He gritted his teeth.
"It has to be used."
I slid my fingers down the silky surface. I hate to see it mutilated.
"It's a feather. It'll be okay."
He clapped his hands.
"We need Hugo."
I called the dragon, and he bounded down the stairs. Axel placed the broken time watch, minus the emerald, in the center of a stone table.
"From what I've read, this is how it needs to go. We need a dragon's flame to heat the metal. Then, Pepper, you and I must work to put the watch together."
"How?" I said.
"Our powers will meld. You'll touch me, and we'll join. Paige, this is why we need you. You have to start the spark that opens our minds to one another."
Whoa. This was like a New Age retreat where everyone ran around naked and talked about free love. I'm sorry. Wait. Open our minds? Axel nodded patiently.
"Yes, our magic has to fuse for this to work. It may sound scary, but it's what must happen."
Panic kicked up a tornado in my gut. Meld our minds? Does that mean we'll be able to read each other's thoughts?
"Yup," Axel winked. "So, any dirty thoughts you have about me, I'll know."
It wasn't that. It was all my insecurities that I didn't want him to know. He didn't need to know that I was afraid he'd dump me after a certain amount of time, or that sometimes I forgot to brush my teeth before bedtime and woke up with dragon breath. These were not things he needed to discover about me for a very, very long while, if ever. I voted on never. Axel wrapped his hand around my neck. He stared at me. His fingers were flames licking my skin. His gaze speared my heart to my spine. My breath staggered in my throat.
Pepper, I'm as scared as you, but we have to do this. There's no choice.
I'm not scared. Not scared? No way. The last thing I am is scared. I'm an open book, hear that? Open book. Seriously, I'm like the Bible. Just open me and all the words spill out. Axel's lips twitched into a sort of Ryan Gosling embarrassed smile. I think I fell a little bit more in love with him. Wait. What? There's no falling in love when the world is collapsing. When we're stuck in time and it's never-ending Halloween. No, there will be none of that nonsense. None. So don't even go there.
If that's settled,
Axel said.
Paige, I need you over here.
The young girl moved closer.
Touch both of our hands when I say to, and open us to each other.
It was Greek to me, but Paige nodded in understanding. Axel flashed a smile.
Pepper, I need you to get Hugo to breathe on the metal so I can put it back together.
But it'll be hot. Where are your gloves? He grimaced.
I can handle it. It's the werewolf in me.
I shot him a concerned look.
Trust me, it'll be fine.
If you say so, I said.
I do.
Okay, then let's do this. And please, please don't let me think anything embarrassing.
Pepper, you coax Hugo.
I closed my eyes and concentrated on the dragon. Hugo, I need you to make fire. Hugo cocked his head like a dog trying to decipher something. Over here, on the table, fire. Hugo padded over. For half a second I didn't know if he'd do it, but then he opened his mouth and a stream of flame shot out, covering the broken pieces of the watch. Axel looked at Paige.
Now.
Paige's hand gripped my arm. A jumble of thoughts and feelings invaded my head. Relax, she said to me. How could I relax? I was generally a very wound-up person. Well, not all the time, but sometimes. I exhaled a deep breath and did my best to not think about all the things I didn't want anyone to know. At the recesses of my mind, I could feel Paige gently pushing, trying to get me to open. It was like accepting a Facebook friend request. You know, sometimes they're not real accounts, and sometimes people are trying to connect because they're friends of friends. Kind of like they're third cousins twice removed, but for some reason want to invade your life. I mean, be part of it. Anyway, Paige prodded me. I exhaled, trying to relax. I exhaled again, felt my shoulders sink, and started to hear something. Axel. I could hear him talking in my head.
Relax, Pepper. You can do it.
Okay, so maybe he'd only have access to the thoughts I wanted him to know, not the deep, dark things, or at least thoughts I deemed to be deep and dark. I released another shot of air, and his voice came through louder.
That's right. Just let me in. Let our power touch. Let me touch your mind.
I looked into his blue eyes. Axel's gaze wrapped me in concrete. My stomach quivered. All I had to do was let this man in. Didn't I trust him? Yes, I trusted him. I could do it. I could let him in. I shook out my head and felt my hair tumble across my shoulders. I could sense that Axel was right behind a wall. All I had to do was destroy the barrier with my mind, and he would be there. The wall started crumbling like stale bread. Axel's consciousness touched mine. My mind was a blossoming flower tilted toward his sun. The wedge between us dissolved. I could feel it. I could feel our minds touch. It was like being caught in a whirlwind. My eyes flared as his power coursed through my veins. We were so close. Axel extended a hand toward the time watch. His fingers were about to touch it. I glanced away and looked at a small marble on another table. It was clear glass. I don't know why it captured my attention. As I stared at it, the marble clouded until it was opaque. I sucked air. My brow furrowed. My heart quickened. I broke the spell tethering me to Axel and crossed to the marble. I picked it up. It weighed twice what it should have. The surface was porous, hard, and gray. Very gray. "What?" Axel said in frustration. He raked hair slick with sweat from his face. "This," I whispered. The horror of what I'd done hit me. "This marble. It was glass. Now it's stone." I pressed my fingers to my temple. "All I did was look at it, Axel. That's all." His brow tightened in confusion. Paige spoke quietly. "She has the power of the Gorgon." My stomach crashed to the floor. "What?" She slowly nodded. "You have the Gorgon's power." Everything collapsed. The world tilted and tipped. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. My immediate emotions of dread and panic were quickly replaced with anger. Great! Just what I needed. To have uncontrollable Gorgon power. There was one person in town who knew about this. Rufus Mayes. He'd almost admitted it back at the police department. That sucker knew what was going on. It was time for him to fess up. 11. I called Mint and Blicky to take Paige back to Betty's. They arrived a few minutes later. I wanted to talk to Axel alone, mainly because I felt raw, scraped clean on the inside. I sat on his couch, a blanket thrown over my shoulders. My knees were drawn up to my chest, but that didn't stop Axel from cupping my hands in his. "Tell me what happened," he prodded. The flare of concern in his eyes made my heart twist. "I was opening up to you when this marble caught my attention. I stared at it, and then the sucker turned to stone. Freaking stone, Axel. I have no idea how it happened. That's the worst part. I don't know how I did it. It could happen again." I closed my eyes tight. "I don't want to look at you. What if making eye contact causes me to turn you to stone?" The more I said, the more I vomited my fears, the more my anger started to swell. I hadn't asked for this, and I didn't want it. I wasn't going to be victim to whatever stupid curse that Gorgon had placed on me. Axel's hand slid over my cheek. The rough calluses soothed me, brought me back from the edge. I couldn't keep the bite from my tone. Rufus knows something about this. "Whatever it is," Axel said soothingly, "we will get through this. I don't know if us working together flared the power or if it's latent. I don't know how it works, but what I do know is that you're in trouble. Pepper, I will do whatever I can to fix this." I took his hand and held it to my chest. "I know you will." He tipped his head down. The hard glint in his eyes took me by surprise. "No, you don't. You say that, but in the end, you think it'll be you against the world." "No, I don't." "Yes, you do." His jaw clenched. For some reason, this conversation was irritating him. I was the one with the stupid power, and he was annoyed? What the heckabaloo was that about? I slapped my thighs. "Okay, Axel, I give up. I say I know you care about me, and you tell me I don't know what that means." "It means you think I'll abandon you. You think that I'll stick around for a little while, but when I've sucked you dry, I'm done." A bright flame rose in his gaze. "Let me tell you one thing. I'm not about to be done with you. Not anytime soon. So let's get that out of the way." Heat flushed my cheeks. We'd never done anything more than kiss, but Axel was revealing a well of emotion I wasn't ready for. "I care about you," he said. "I'll do what I have to." He rose, took my hand, and pulled me to my feet. He did it with such command that my breath hitched. My chest was pressed flat to him. Axel smoothed hair from my face and hooked a finger under my chin, tilting my face to his.
You rock me to my core, Pepper Dunn. I've never felt this way about a woman. I would go to hell just to steal the devil's pitchfork in order to prove what you mean to me.
I cocked my head. That's so tempting, I teased.
Come here,
he growled, and his lips met mine with such fierceness that I felt it in my bones. They fizzled and popped. My nerve endings sizzled, and life force flowed through me in a way that left very little room for doubt. There was still doubt, but I'm me. One heart mutilation makes a girl shy to experience it again. When we came up for air, Axel squeezed my hand.
Now, let's go see about Rufus.
We drove to the police station. It was getting to be later in the afternoon, but you couldn't tell from the darkness outside.
The sooner we get things fixed, the better,
Axel said. Garrick Young was nowhere to be found when we entered the building. There were several officers, each toting in what appeared to be drunken revelers.
Why don't you come in here and sleep it off for a while?
One of the officers said. My jaw dropped when I realized the officer was pulling in Betty Crapel and her new best friend, Wilma.
You let me go right now, Schuler, Betty snapped. We're not drunk. We're trying to fix the shields. For goodness sake, 2 more people were just murdered. You need to be out there finding them and not worried about a couple of old ladies.
Officer Schuler's cheeks crimsoned. He was a round-faced man who looked more cowboy than crime fighter in his large-brimmed fedora, leather vest, and duster.
So, you pulling your pants down and mooning half the time was because you were trying to fix the shields?
Schuler said.
That's how you do it, Wilma said. You have to be naked.
Well, be naked somewhere else.
Axel looked at me. I raked my fingers through my hair. I just can't. He guided me over to Rufus. That horrible Rufus had a smug smirk on his face that I wanted to slap right off. If there hadn't been bars between us, I just might have. I pressed my shoulder against the cell. I can turn things to stone.
Sounds like talent,
he said.
Cut the crap, Mayes,
Axel said.
What do you know about it?
Not much. Sounds like you've got a Gorgon virus.
I reached through the bars and grabbed Rufus's collar. You know what's going on. Don't lie to me. Something happened. When the 3 of us touched, I felt something. You know what it is. Tell me. Rufus coughed and sputtered.
Let me go.
It was against my better judgment, but I opened my hand. Rufus pulled away and flipped up the cape collar. Yes, he was still dressed like Count Chocula. He smoothed his black hair.
Mythica insured. I would help her get the time watch by spelling me with some of her powers. If I didn't help, I'd be stuck with the ability to turn things to stone for the rest of my life.
Axel folded his arms.
Sounds like your kind of paradise.
Rufus nodded enthusiastically.
You'd think so, but not quite. Not when I didn't know how to control it or how to make it work effectively. Let's face it, the last thing I needed was to be in an intimate situation with my paramour, undergo an intense emotional surge, and turn her into stone. Do you know how horrible that would have been?
I waited a beat. Sure. Horrible. Actually, I don't know which is worse, you having the power or you being intimate with a woman. Both make me want to puke.
I am human, Pepper.
That's up for debate. Axel tipped his head at an intimidating angle.
Let's focus on the situation. Rufus, do you know how to fix this?
Perhaps.
He scratched his chin.
There may be a spell that can clean you, but there's a catch.
Of course, I said. This couldn't be easy. Rufus smirked.
You need me. You have to have the person you inherited the spell from in order to cleanse you. What about Mythica?
Axel said. Rufus's grip tightened on the bars. He licked his lips as if he could taste freedom in the air.
You don't need Mythica, but me, you do.
I eyed him to see if I could detect a hint of lie behind his words. What will happen to the powers?
They disappear. Poof. Just like that, they're gone.
He paused, glanced from me to Axel.
But you need me.
I nibbled my bottom lip and stared at Axel. Axel gave a slight nod.
Let's find Garrick. See what's going on.
We didn't have to look far. Garrick Young strode in a few seconds later, holding a couple of school-aged boys by the scruff of their necks.
Sit down there and wait for your parents. They won't be happy to hear you were trying to set the haunted house spiders loose throughout town.
He made sure the boys had butts in the seats and walked to a phone. Before he reached it, his gaze settled on us.
Rain, this is a nightmare. How's fixing the time watch going? Slow, he said. We've run into a complication. We need Rufus to help us.
Garrick shifted his weight.
No can do. I've got so many folks screaming at me about his presence here, yes, it's gotten out, that I've got to move him down to the cave prison.
Below Magnolia Cove existed a series of caves that doubled as a prison. I didn't know how it worked, as I'd never before been to see them, but I knew that once folks entered, they never returned. My hopes evaporated. The prison that witches go to and never come back from? Garrick tipped his hat.
That's the one.
12. Axel flexed his shoulders.
Garrick, we've got to have Rufus. Pepper's been cursed with some sort of ability to turn objects into stone.
Garrick's surprised gaze darted to me.
Do I need to question you in the murder of Sylvia's spirits and Barnaby Battle? Garrick,
Axel growled.
She had nothing to do with it. Well, somebody did it.
I tapped my toe. I didn't have time for this bullcrap. It wasn't me, but if you'd like to question me extensively, I'd be happy to subject myself to useless interrogation. Garrick scowled. He scratched a hand over his jaw.
You have to have Rufus.
I nodded. We need him. As much as I'd love to say, throw him in the caves and never let him see the light of day again.
I resent that, Rufus said. I contribute to society. I helped stop Mythica from changing history. We're stuck in time, Axel shouted. I was only trying to help, Rufus whimpered. Point is, Garrick, we need him. As much as I hate to say it, we do.
Garrick studied Axel. His gaze flickered to Rufus.
He does anything, and I'm holding you personally responsible.
Axel nodded.
I'm responsible. Got it. Now, how are we going to get him out of here without an angry mob attacking him?
A disturbingly pleasant smile coiled on Garrick's face.
I've got a great idea. I've never been so humiliated in my entire life.
I held in a stitch of laughter as I stared at Rufus. His vampire costume had been replaced with a black scarf covering his head, a shapeless black dress, and clunky black shoes.
I looked like a Russian housekeeper,
he fumed. I laughed. Yes, but you look amazing. He shot me a glare of death. Axel grabbed Rufus's vampire clothes and tucked them under his arm.
It'll keep you safe until we get to Pepper's house. Betty Craple's going to kill me,
Rufus grumbled. Probably, but she knows a lot of magic, and I'm betting she wants to keep me healthy more than she wants you dead. I flashed him a victorious smile. But I could be wrong. When we reached the house, Betty eyed Rufus up and down like in fact she did want him dead. It made me rethink my earlier statement. Perhaps she wanted to see him deceased more than she wanted me well. When she hugged me tight, I knew I was wrong.
"You feeling okay, kid?" she said.
I rubbed my head as if a knot had swelled on the back of it. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just a little shook up. How'd you beat us back here, anyway?" I said. "Last I saw, you were being put in a cell." She shook her head.
"Once Garrick arrived, I told him we needed to be released, and he obliged."
Wilma rolled up her sleeves.
"Trying to fix the shields on this town isn't easy. I thought we had problems up north. We don't have nothing compared to you folks down here."
Betty clapped her hands.
"I think I've got the spell figured out, but I need you, Pepper."
I pointed to Rufus. "He needs to help me get rid of this Gorgon curse, or whatever it is."
"Gorgon curse?"
Wilma exclaimed.
"She's got the eye of the Gorgon," Axel explained. "Rufus says he knows how to help break it."
"I'll go make some tea," Wilma said.
"You mind, Betty?"
Betty polished her pipe.
"We're going to need all the drinks we can get around here the way things are going."
Wilma left for the kitchen. Betty pointed to a wooden chair.
"Rufus, that's yours."
Rufus eyed it with disdain.
"It doesn't look comfortable."
"It isn't." Betty shot magic from her nose. It wrapped around him. Rufus jackknifed and sat. A rope appeared from nowhere and lashed him to the seat. "Now," Betty said, "tell me about this spell that will help my granddaughter." She glanced at Axel.
"I'm assuming these Gorgon powers. You do have Gorgon powers, right, Pepper?"
"Yes."
She tugged her wig. "You can turn things to stone?"
"Without controlling it."
"And you can't work your regular magic because of them, I'm assuming?"
Axel crossed his arms.
"No. We tried to mend the time watch, but she turned a marble to stone. The depth of power we need Pepper to reach won't happen. Not until the Gorgon eye is gone."
"And I need you, Pepper, to help me fix the shields." "Me?" I said. "I don't have that kind of power."
"For God's sake, yes you do,"
Rufus said, his face reddening with frustration.
"Never in my life have I met a head witch who underrated herself the way you do."
We stopped, stared at him. When he spoke, his voice was calm, controlled.
"I'm just saying." "Rufus is right," Axel said. "First this. Rufus, you promised to tell us how to fix this. What do we do to get rid of the Gorgon eye?" "I couldn't find one, but the first thing you need is a silver cauldron. It can't be lined with silver. It has to be forged from silver and shaped with dragon's fire."
"Why don't you just ask me to find a leprechaun's pot of gold while you're at it?" I said.
"Oh, those are easy to find,"
Rufus said, chuckling. "Right." Wilma bustled from the kitchen.
"I forgot. There's something I need at my house to make the tea. Helps calm the spirits. I'll be back."
Betty waved as she left.
"Where are we going to get a cauldron like that?"
"Florence," Axel said quickly. "She's our best chance." I grabbed my purse. "I'll go." The door flung open. Amelia and Cordelia dashed inside and slammed the door behind them. Amelia wedged her back against it. Her chest rose in quick pants. "Do not, I repeat, do not go out there." "Why?" I said. "It's horrible. It's just so terrible I can't even talk about it." I glanced at Cordelia. My other cousin nodded. "It's pretty bad." I couldn't keep the impatience from my voice. "I mean, come on, just tell us what's going on. What is it?" "The spiders," Amelia whimpered. "The ones from the haunted house?" "Yes."
"Let me guess," Betty said briskly. "They've gotten out."
"Yes."
"And they're crawling all over town."
"Yes," Amelia shrieked. "It's horrible." She grabbed my arm. "Don't go out there. They're everywhere." How bad could it be? I coaxed Amelia from the door and opened it. Spiders, the size of house cats, crawled on scary spider legs down the street. Not just one or two. Dozens of them lined the sidewalks. My heart pounded against my chest. I slammed the door. "Oh, Lord, it's awful. We can't go out there." Betty grabbed her shotgun from the corner.
"We must. Florence has a cauldron like that, I'm sure of it. If we're going to cure you, Pepper, we've got to have it. Amelia, Cordelia, you watch Rufus. Make sure he doesn't get out of those ropes."
"What's he doing here?" Amelia said.
"We'll explain later." Betty pointed to the stairs. "And Paige is in Pepper's room playing with Hugo. Make sure she feels welcome."
"Okay." Amelia eyed Rufus with interest. "But what if he works some sort of magic on us that makes me want to release him?"
"Good point," Betty said. She aimed a finger at the ropes. "Now, if anyone tries to untie him, the ropes will bite you."
"Good thinking," Cordelia said. "That should keep him in place." Betty glared at her.
"I'm not sure if that's sarcasm or not, young lady. Right now, I don't have time for it. We've got to wade through a sea of spiders to get an important cauldron."
"Does anyone know Florence's number?" I said. "Maybe we could just call her?"
"No one has her number," Betty said. "Pepper, you and Axel are with me. Gird your loins, you two. We're about to face a Magnolia Cove covered in arachnids."
I grabbed my iron skillet because if I didn't have a baseball bat to protect myself, I figured this was the next best thing. I clutched it tight. "Let's go." 13. I held my breath as Axel led us into Spider World. Okay, I'm being ridiculous, but that's what it looked like. I held my skillet in a death grip, ready to hit any 8-legged crawling monstrosity that got too close. Amazingly, the spiders avoided us as if they weren't interested in eating human. "There's a spell on them that curbs their appetites," Amelia had said. "They don't want food, but they'd become impossible to handle at the haunted house. For goodness sake, they were only supposed to be here for one night." We walked down the street slowly in case any of them were hungry. I mean, we were talking about spiders here. It's not like they had advanced brains. Me and my skillet were prepared. Axel kept his hands outstretched. Magic glowed from his palms. Spiders scurried around, avoiding us like the plague. Thank God. We reached Bubbling Cauldron without incident. Florence, bless her heart, still stood at her kiosk, cauldrons swinging from poles. Spiders crawled around both sides of her station, but Florence didn't seem to notice.
"Florence,"
Betty called when we reached her.
"We need a cauldron."
She clapped her hands.
"How wonderful. I've got mending cauldrons and cauldrons that will draw out poison."
"We need a silver one forged in dragon's fire,"
Axel said.
"Might as well ask for the moon,"
Florence said.
Betty hitched her pants up under her boobs. "Can it, sister? Out of all these cauldrons you've got, I know you have what we're looking for. You're a collector."
Florence scowled.
"Why do you need it?"
"Because Pepper's been cursed. And if you don't give it to us, I'll make sure you end up with a giant spider as a pet."
For the first time, Florence seemed to notice the arachnids.
"They are everywhere, aren't they? They're blood suckers, Florence."
Florence shivered. She opened a set of doors and started riffling through.
"My daughter, may her soul rest in peace, found it for me, way up in the mountains. I've never used it, never had a spell that required it, but my daughter was a head witch, and she swore to its power."
Florence revealed a small bowl about the size of 2 large hands cupped together. It wasn't shaped like a traditional cauldron. It looked more like a mortar for grinding ingredients inside. Florence eyed the cauldron with sadness.
"I'm assuming you need it for a real serious purpose?"
"We do," Betty said. She dabbed her eyes and sniffed. Florence was crying. My heart jumped.
"My daughter would have wanted you to have it. She lost her life at the hands of a very magical creature. If she'd had this cauldron with her, she might have lived."
She pressed the cauldron into Betty's hands. "Take it." Betty clutched it to her chest.
"We'll return it as soon as we can."
"Thank you," Axel said, squeezing Florence's arm. Florence sniffed again.
"You're welcome."
Betty and Axel turned to start the trek back, but I approached Florence. What she'd done, she didn't have to give us the cauldron, especially since it meant so much to her. Something tugged at me. I suppose it was obligation. She'd mentioned her daughter, and I didn't feel it was right to simply take the object without knowing more about the person who'd found it. "Your daughter," I said slowly. "What happened to her?" Florence pursed her trembling lips.
"She met the wrong person, and they destroyed her."
"Who? The person destroyed her?" Florence gazed at the ground.
"It wasn't a person, the thing that did it to her."
She glanced at me. The sorrow and pain in her eyes sent a pulse quickening in my chest. "What was it?" I gently prodded.
"It was something you should be very familiar with."
"What's that?" Pain flashed in her eyes.
"A gorgan."
"What?" Florence flicked a hand behind me.
"You better catch up. You're being left."
Her words hit me like a 1,000-pound dumbbell. I reached for her, wanting to ask more, know more, but I couldn't. I had to go, and I had to do it now. I turned and moved quickly, trying to catch up with Axel and Betty. I was almost to them when something darted out of an alley and jumped in front of me. A spider. A long, hairy-legged, bulbous-bodied arachnid with 2 large, comical, googly eyes surrounded by 4 smaller black eyes. My breath hiccuped. I moved to the right to go around the thing. It shuffled the same direction. "Okay," I muttered. So I moved left. It did the same thing, effectively blocking me off. I didn't know if spiders were smart enough that I could communicate with them, but what other choice did I have? "Hello," I said. The spider cocked its head. "I'm trying to go home. I need to get around you." I said it out loud, but I knew if the spider could communicate with me, it would understand what I was saying.
"I'm going with you,"
it said. "Okay, no, you're not." But I didn't say that. I didn't want to offend the creature that could bite and do serious harm.
"Look here, Roy, look at all them spiders."
"Oh, Lord," I groaned. Roy and Douglas ran up, hooting and hollering.
"They look good to eat."
The spiders shuffled toward them. I darted forward. "No, you can't do that. You can't eat them."
"Aw, if Mistress says so."
"Wait, are you calling me Mistress?"
"Yes. I want to do things for you."
Roy and Douglas arrived.
"Think I can pet it like a dog?"
Douglas said. I cut them off from the spider. "Do not pet any of them like dogs." Roy gave me a toothless grin.
"If you say so, little lady."
Douglas elbowed Roy.
"What you think is gonna happen? You think that there spider thing is gonna hurt me? It's just a cat in a costume. Look, I can see its furry face."
I glanced at the spider and blanched. Not anywhere on the creature did it look like a sweet, innocent kitten. Suddenly an arm wrapped around my waist.
"What's taking so long, beautiful?"
I glanced into Axel's shining blue eyes. "Oh, well, this creature—" I pointed to the spider, but didn't know what to say.
"We were gonna take this kitty home,"
Roy said. Axel patted the spider on the head.
"Sorry, guys, but this kitty's ours."
My jaw dropped in horror. "It is?" He elbowed me. "It is! It is our kitty. Now, y'all get along." Axel tipped his head.
"There's a great little diner called Silver Bullet down the street. Why don't y'all go grab some food?"
Roy rubbed the back of his neck.
"Sure does sound good. I don't know why, but I'm beginning to get tired."
They went off, thank goodness. After Roy and Douglas had effectively disappeared into the night, I circled the spider while clutching Axel in a death grip. I glanced over my shoulder to see the arachnid following. "It's behind us." Axel sneaked a peek.
"It must like you,"
I retched. "It's a spider. It's horrible, disgusting."
"and has ears,"
Axel said. "What's for dinner, mistress? Beef? An entire cow?" I shook with horror. "No, you aren't eating an entire cow. Listen." I stopped and turned around. "You and your spider buddies need to get home. I don't want a spider. I don't like spiders, and I'm not happy about any of this." The spider teetered back. "Please?" I crisscrossed my arms. "No, absolutely not."
"Keep him,"
Axel said. "What?" He leaned over.
"I'm sure there's a spell that calls for hair from a spider's leg. It might give it to us."
My stomach nodded. "What if it tries to eat someone?"
"Don't let it in the house."
So that was that. The spider followed us briskly all the way back to Betty's. She noticed the arachnid, but didn't say anything about it. When we reached the porch, I turned to it. "Stay here." The spider slumped down to his massive bulb of an abdomen and shut its 1,000 eyes. Okay, so it was only 6, but it seemed like 1,000. We entered the house to find Rufus still tied up and Amelia watching him closely. "Cordelia went to make a snack for Paige. They're in the kitchen eating."
"Did you get the cauldron?"
Rufus said. Betty held it high.
"Sure did. Now, what's next?" "Next is that I have to go,"
Axel said. I flashed him a concerned look. "What?" He grazed the backs of his fingers down my arm.
"Tonight's the full moon."
A shock wave of realization hit me. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. But wait, time has stopped here. Will you still turn? Axel nodded sadly.
"I feel it. It's coming. The full moon is rising outside Magnolia Cove. I'm still slave to it."
I pressed a palm to his chest. "I'm sorry." I gave him a feeble smile. "And I thought that's one thing we'd be exempt from."
"It's late. I need to prepare myself and get ready."
He shot Betty a look of anguish.
"You guarding me tonight?"
She pointed at me. "No, Pepper can do it. Maybe by the time she needs to leave here, Rufus and I will have her all fixed up." I crossed my arms uneasily. I hope so. I really, really hope so. Axel kissed the top of my head.
"I'll see you in the cobweb forest. Be careful."
I nodded. "You too." As soon as Axel was gone, Betty turned to Rufus.
"Give me a list of everything I need."
Rufus spouted off a laundry list that included just about everything except spider leg hairs. There were frog's eyes, bat breath, chicken feet, lots of really delightful ingredients that were to be used.
"I think that's everything,"
Rufus said.
"If it isn't, we'll know."
Betty pointed to his groin. "If it isn't, snip, snip." Rufus grimaced.
"It is. I promise it's everything. I think."
Betty rounded up Cordelia from the kitchen.
"I need you and Amelia to come with me to get all these ingredients."
"What?" Amelia shrieked. "I'm not going out there, not with the spiders on the loose." Betty rolled her eyes.
"We'll transport."
I scoffed. "Why didn't we do that earlier? Why'd we have to walk through town?"
"Because it takes a lot of power to do that, Miss Priss, and I don't like to waste my magic."
I rolled my eyes in response.
Betty clapped her hands. "Okay, this will be easy peasy. Amelia, Cordelia, I just need y'all to hold up a light while we search Argus Amulet's shack for a lot of these ingredients. We shouldn't be gone more than 5 minutes."
I sank onto the couch. "Don't worry, I'll guard Rufus. He does anything, I won't hesitate to shoot him."
"Such lovely ladies,"
Rufus said. Betty clapped her hands, and the 3 of them vanished. Paige came in from the kitchen, Hugo following. She glanced from Rufus to me. "If you want to take Hugo upstairs and play, you can," I said. Paige nodded and crept up the stairs, leaving me all alone with Rufus. Just then the power snapped off, casting me in pitch blackness. "Crap,"
"Use your hands and make a light,"
Rufus said. "How?"
"I don't know. Imagine you're a freaking candle," he snipped. "You have the power. You can do it."
I stared at my finger, trying to figure out how to light it.
"For goodness sake, I'll do it."
A glowing ball appeared on the coffee table between us. Rufus stretched out one leg and sighed.
"Cramps."
"You deserve it," I said.
"And you don't deserve to have even an ounce of your power,"
he shot back. He was in for it now. All this crap was Rufus's fault. Yes, I knew I had a lot of blame in it, but ultimately it was because of him that we were stuck in this mess. "You gave me your stupid Gorgon power. That's really why you came here, isn't it? So that you could fool Mythica, get the curse off you, and be done with it. It had nothing to do with you wanting to save Magnolia Cove."
"I didn't want any harm to come to you,"
he said quietly, "because then you wouldn't be able to steal my powers for yourself." He shrugged as if it didn't matter. Sadness washed over his face. Something pinged in my stomach, like guilt. What the heck did I have to be guilty about? Nothing. But in the candlelight, Rufus's face didn't hold the normal rude smugness it usually held. Instead, it held sadness. Stupid sadness. If I didn't try to help him, I'd feel guilty. Stupid guilt. Crap. Now I'd have to find out what was wrong. I scrubbed my head in frustration. What is it? You didn't want any harm to come to me? Why? When his dark eyes landed on me, a shiver the size of a tidal wave zipped down my spine. I swallowed the egg in the back of my throat.
"I didn't want any harm to come to you because, yes, your powers, all right. You've got power that I want, there's no doubt about that. But there's something else about you. You care about people. You really care, as if you have a heart or something."
"I do have a heart, Rufus. You do too. It's what's beating right now, dingbat." His head dropped to his chest.
"But sometimes I don't think I do. There are times when my goals are so real, I can taste them. I'll do whatever it takes to achieve success. Destroy a town, see if a person can be transformed into a vampire. It becomes so all-consuming I forget about others. But you..."
He paused, watched me again.
"You have all this raw power at your fingertips, and you don't even seem to want it. Forget being able to use it. It doesn't matter to you."
When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper.
"I envy that. Your simple way of being."
Was he really reaching out looking for a problem, or was he just blowing off steam? You could be like that. There are more important things than power and money.
"Like what?"
Seriously, was I honestly about to give a humanities lesson to Rufus Mayes? Like family and friends.
"I was tortured in school."
Of course you were. Okay, then. Pets and animals. They're great. You don't have to be a head witch like me to know that. They're simply wonderful.
"I suppose."
I couldn't win with this guy. What do you want? What is it? What would make you happy?
"To know you,"
he said quietly. The words slammed into me. Wait, what?
"To simply be free, to understand you. There's something so easy and wonderful about you. Surely you know that. You confuse me, Pepper Dunn. You really, honestly confuse me."
He laughed bitterly.
"For so long, my life's goal has been world domination in the form of sorcery. I thought, if I took you, you would want to be beside me, wielding your power to the utmost. We could be like Magneto and Dark Phoenix in that X-Men movie. You and me. But now I see you'd never be happy doing that. You're simply too good."
Holy crap. Was Rufus Mayes revealing that he had a crush on me? Dear Lord in heaven, I hope not. I clicked my tongue and shook my head as if his offer was so tempting. Yeah, as much as I'd love to do that. You know, world domination has always appealed to me on some level. I'm just not sure I've got it in me to do it justice. But you're doing such good now, helping with this potion so I can get rid of my Gorgon stink eye. You really turned out to be better than I thought, not just out for yourself.
I am tied, he said.
But you're not in jail. Look at the bright side. He was quiet for a moment.
I'm sorry about the Gorgon eye.
It's not your fault.
No, but I did come under false pretenses. I'm sorry I lied to you. I won't do it again.
Our gazes locked. Yes, you will. You'll lie.
No. No, I'm turning over a new leaf. From now on, I'll help people. I could do it. I can think of others instead of myself. It will be a new me, a new Rufus Mayes. I'll be allowed back into decent society again and won't have to travel at night to avoid detection. I can do it. For you, Pepper Dunn, I will do it.
Wait. For me? Whoa. I did not need Rufus Mayes dedicating his life to me. I had enough crap on my plate without adding a renegade sorcerer's conscience to that list. I opened my mouth to talk him out of it when a knock came from the door. There was enough light to see my way across the small room. Don't move, I said to Rufus.
Where would I go?
Wilma stood on the porch, a wide smile on her face and a pot of tea in her hands.
I made that tea for you, Pepper. Try some. You'll love it.
14. I stared around Wilma and saw the giant spider still in the corner. The creature blinked at me. I shuddered.
Your tea,
Wilma said, pushing it forward. Come on in, I said. Betty should be back in a few minutes. She followed me in and set the serving tray on the table.
You should drink it while it's hot. It will soothe you.
I poured a cup and sat. Wilma eyed me eagerly. Must have been gold in the tea or something. I brought the cup to my lips just as a snap, crackle, pop sounded in the room. Betty and my cousins reappeared.
Why is it so dark in here? Amelia said. It's spooky enough outside. We don't need it any more spooky in here.
The power's out, moron, Cordelia said. Even in the darkness, I could see Amelia giving our cousin a dark, heinous look. Betty clapped her hands.
Let's get some power going in here.
Lights flared as if the power had never been off. How'd you do that? I said. She rolled her eyes.
Magic, kid. Magic.
I glared at Rufus. Why couldn't you do that?
He shrugged. We got everything, Betty said. Every last ingredient. Now, all we've got to do is get her cooking, and voila, you'll be all ready to go.
I glanced at my watch. How long will it take?
About 6 hours,
Rufus said. My stomach dropped. 6 hours? He nodded.
The ingredients need to simmer together. You know, mingle. It works better that way.
This isn't beef stew, I stammered. This is my life.
Betty hipped her way over to the hearth and poked the everlasting fire. Rufus is right. A potion like this will take hours to set up and make perfect. By the time you return from watching Axel, it should be ready.
Panic seized hold of me. What if I accidentally turn him into stone? What if I turn someone else into stone?
Can the dramatics, kid. Betty snorted. If you haven't turned anyone to stone by now, you should be fine.
I peeked at her under my bangs. You sure?
No. Well, sort of. She waved the air. You'll be fine, don't worry.
Amelia grabbed her cast iron skillet.
Come on, Pepper. Cordelia and I will go with you to watch Axel. Oh, is this tea?
She picked up the cup sitting on the table and brought it to her lips. Like lightning, Wilma rushed over and slapped the cup from her hand.
No, that's Peppa's.
She stared at the liquid pooling on the floor.
Sorry, I make my teas special for each person."
Wilma grabbed the cup and pot and clutched them to her chest.
"Let me get this mess cleaned up. Then I'll help with the potion."
She snapped her fingers. The stain vanished. Wilma scurried from the house, slamming the door behind her. "That was bizarre," Amelia said. "I only wanted a small sip." Cordelia tossed a sheet of hair over her shoulder. "Come on. We'll get you some tea before we leave to guard the werewolf. There's nothing like creature sitting to work up a thirst." Amelia had a tumbler of iced tea in one hand, her long cast-iron skillet in the other. We stood on the front porch, ready to take flight. That creepy spider rose on its spindly legs and eyed me. "Thing gives me the creeps," Cordelia said. I gripped my skillet's handle. "Join the club." I looked at the arachnid. "We're leaving. You can stay here." But like a dog that didn't understand a word of what I said, the spider stretched and ambled forward to follow us. "Hurry, go," I said. We took off, jetting into the air on our cushioned rides. The three of us sailed over the mess that was still downtown. Spiders, ghosts, and the like.
"We've got to get that time watch fixed," Amelia said.
"As soon as I get rid of these Gorgon powers, we'll get right to that. Should be tomorrow morning at the latest."
"I hope so. Maybe then I won't be locked in prison for stealing it."
I tried to reassure her. "Betty doesn't seem worried. If she's not worried, we shouldn't be either. Of course, there is a Gorgon on the loose turning people to stone. That's another problem." "Don't remind me," Cordelia said. "But I figure as long as we stick together and avoid all strangers, we'll be fine."
"The town's full of strangers," Amelia yelled frantically. "They're everywhere."
"Well, just avoid eye contact and it should be okay." I glanced down and saw Garrick herding a horde of spiders into a pen. "Looks like the police are trying to calm the frenzy."
"Yeah, it looks like all they're doing is bandaging a bad situation," Amelia said.
"They're doing their best," Cordelia said defensively. "They can only do so much."
"Ever since you started dating Garrick, you've gotten so touchy about the police," Amelia said.
Cordelia sniffed. "I'm not touchy." Amelia and I exchanged a glance. "Whatever," Cordelia said coolly. "I'm only looking out for him, okay?" "Like a good girlfriend," I said. "Shut up." "So," I said, trying to change the conversation. The houses were becoming sparser as we hit the border of the cobweb forest. "Rufus Mayes and I had an interesting conversation." Amelia's eyes glittered with interest.
"About what?"
"I think he has a thing for me." Cordelia snorted.
"I'm not surprised,"
Amelia said.
"Rufus always wants your power. But why?"
She made it sound mysterious, like it was the question of the century. "Because he's an evil genius who craves attention," Cordelia countered.
"No, I don't think that's it at all," Amelia said. "I think old Rufus has a thing for Pepper. I've thought it for a while now. Yes, I think originally when he met her, all he wanted was her power, but then, as he got to know her, he realized the depths of her brilliant personality. As he got to know me, we've never spent any time together, and yet he yearns for you," she said dramatically, as if this was some sort of epic romance. I shook my head. "No, no. Rufus Mayes is not allowed to have a thing for me. That's weird and creepy. He's weird and creepy." "Yet you bring it up,"
Amelia said. I clenched my jaw. "I was trying to change the subject. I thought y'all would get a kick out of it. But I see now my words have been twisted, and you think I have a thing for him, too."
"No one said that," Amelia said.
"You said it, Pepper." "You insinuated it," I practically yelled. "You wanted me to say it. Besides, I care about Axel. I have a serious yearning for him." I did. I do. Crap. I was all confused. How could I be confused? Wait. What was going on? Axel. Yes, the man I loved. Loved? Whoa, Nellie, where'd that come from? It didn't matter where that came from. Axel cared about me, but he didn't love me. He didn't hold that depth of feeling in his heart. Did he? He didn't. No, I knew he didn't. Our whole relationship had started as a joke. In the beginning, we always said it didn't mean anything. But now it did mean something. It meant a lot of somethings. Apparently, I thought I loved him. I laughed to myself. Axel didn't feel that strongly about me. I knew that. That was true. It was true. Right? I pushed it out of my head. I didn't have time to think about this sort of crap. Right now, the town was in an emergency situation. Halloween had gone haywire, and it had to be stopped. But first, we had to make sure Axel stayed chained up all nice and neat in the forest. So I'm assuming by your silence, we're not going to talk about Rufus anymore? Amelia said. No, I snapped. Darkness bathed the trees as we approached a clearing only a few yards away from the slab of concrete that became Axel's bed one night a month. Grass crunched beneath my feet as I hit the ground with a thump. My cousins landed silently. Still working on my landings, I said. It takes a while, Cordelia said. I got off and walked my skillet around a huge hedge, like a 12-foot-tall hedge. A thick, corded chain was welded to a ring on a slab of concrete. My cousins and I stalked over to a corner. Who's got the shotgun? Amelia and Cordelia exchanged worried looks. I thought you had it, Cordelia said. No. Didn't one of you grab it from Betty? Amelia showed me empty palms. No. I shrugged. Oh, well, I'm sure we won't need it. A swoosh came from the opposite corner. A second later, Axel strode out. He wore a t-shirt and jeans, though he'd shuck out of those soon enough. You couldn't wear clothes and become the size of the Hulk. It simply wasn't possible. I skipped over to him. Hey there. A smile quirked his lips. Hey yourself. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair from my cheek. Heat blazed on my skin. You look beautiful. Nothing like a little werewolf guarding to dress up for, I joked. His blue eyes shimmered as if his heart was full of emotion. Love? Surely not. We hadn't known each other long enough. His hair was wet from the shower. I dusted a strand from his eyes. He snatched my hand and kissed the inside of my wrist. My knees quaked. We don't need to get started on that, I joked. He studied me with an intensity that made my core quiver. A shaking breath escaped my lips. Did Betty get the ingredients? I nodded. She's working on the spell. Should be ready first thing in the morning when you're back to you. I can drink the potion, we can fix the time watch, and everything will go back to normal. Let's hope so, he said darkly. What? I don't know. I have a bad feeling. Something isn't right. I wrapped my arms around his waist and tipped my chin to him. Everything's going to be fine. Things are already so bad, it's not as if they can get worse. He shot me a pointed look. Okay, scratch that. Things can always get worse. But that's not going to happen here, I said quickly. Not tonight. Tonight, you're going to become the werewolf, and in the morning we'll get everything fixed. Easy as pouring honey over biscuits. I like golden eagle syrup myself, he said. I laughed. Tell you what, next breakfast we have together, I'll try it. I'm sure it's delicious. It's the best. He was smiling, but the warmth on his lips didn't reach his eyes. I squeezed Axel's hand. It'll be fine. He raked his fingers through his hair. You're right. I'm sure it's just the craziness of this whole thing that's setting me on edge. He glanced at the sky that looked exactly the same as it had yesterday and would look the same tomorrow night, unless we got this whole craziness solved. Get back, he said. The change is coming. I gave him a quick hug and kiss on the cheek and then rejoined my cousins. Axel clamped the thick ring around his neck, and tugged. That sucker wasn't coming off for anything. We turned our backs as Axel removed his clothes. Once the popping and snapping of the chain started, we faced him. Watching his arms and legs elongate, his face twist and his shoulders snap into much larger, fiercer constructs, made me shudder. I glanced away. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Axel had told me before that it didn't bother him that I saw, but a voice inside my head said this was his greatest humiliation. It was a lead cloud weighing on his shoulders. It was a private moment, and I felt like a gawker. When the change finished, Axel was no more. In his place stood a snarling, spitting werewolf, a creature that eyed the three of us like dinner. Axel must have been hungry when he shifted, Cordelia said. He wasn't this ticked off last time we watched him. Amelia stretched her legs out on the grass. Yeah, he settled down after a few minutes. Maybe he'll do the same tonight. I hitched a shoulder. Maybe. But as I watched, the wolf swatted and growled, snapped and snarled. It looked like Axel had a world of fight in him, and he wasn't about to stop until he tired. That was the moment I saw it. "His chain," I said. Amelia perked up. "What?" I pointed. "Look." "Holy shrimp and grits," Cordelia said. "This is bad." One of the finger-thick links in the middle of the chain was stretching, yawning open with every tug that Axel gave. Steel groaned as the werewolf fought for freedom. "We have to fix it," I said. "Can we?" Amelia said. "I don't know what it's made of." "We have to try," I snapped. I immediately regretted my tone. "Sorry." Amelia stiffened. "It's okay. We're all on edge." "Help me mend it." I raised a hand and focused on forcing the link together. Whatever power I possessed with my head witchiness needed to work some serious awesome sauce right now. The link stretched farther. I pushed myself, pinpointing all my attention on cinching the chain. It started to move, started to close. Cordelia and Amelia raised their hands. Magic spewed from their palms, splashing over the metal. You would have thought that the convergence of magic would have helped. You would have thought all that extra power could have sewn the link together faster, stronger, and better. But it didn't. The extra power somehow backfired. It sent a shockwave of magic bouncing toward us. I didn't see it until it was too late. "Watch out!" Cordelia yelled. A tidal wave of power exploded in my face, throwing me back against the hedges. It knocked the air from my lungs. Everything was blurry. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were 2 chains, 2 wolves. Wait, not 2 wolves. There was only supposed to be 1. Correction. There was 1 wolf attached to 1 broken chain. It was broken, completely shattered in the center. None of us had Betty's shotgun. We were farther up Crap Creek without a paddle than I ever expected us to be. The werewolf's lips peeled back into a terrifying snarl. I glanced at my cousins. They were groggy, but moving their heads back and forth as if they would wake up at any moment. I needed to get Axel away from them. I couldn't focus on him and my cousins at the same time. I couldn't do that and keep all of us alive. The beast growled as it slowly padded toward me. I knew what it was thinking. I was food, easy food. I wasn't going to argue. I got my legs up from under me and rose. I steadied my gaze on him, but didn't make eye contact so as not to appear aggressive. I extended my hand. There was only one option that might save my life. I had to reach Axel's mind and touch the part that wasn't feral. I inhaled a deep shot of air, pushed every other thought away, and focused all my power on diving deep into the werewolf's mind. I had one shot at this, only one. Otherwise, I was dead meat. I exhaled. Let's get started. 15. I opened my mind to the beast. Images poured in, the full moon, trees, the scent of blood, the iron tang of blood on his tongue. They flooded my mind like a wave of fragmented pictures and disjointed thoughts. My knees jellied. I fisted my hands and pushed them into my thighs. I needed the werewolf to trust me, to make the connection. Otherwise I was toast. Axel? The wolf cocked his head. I kept my voice as steady as my shaking nerves would allow. Axel, I know you're in there. I know you can hear me. Talk to me. Let me in. More images rushed to me. This time they belonged to Axel. An image of me. It wasn't the most flattering. My nose looked a little large. Oh, and I had a zit on my chin. Not one of those gross pus-filled ones. It was a red mound. Anyway, there were images of me. There, I said. I know you're in there. The wolf growled. I extended my palm and snagged on his gaze. My breath hitched. It wasn't the eyes of a wolf staring at me. These were Axel's soul-filled eyes. Yes, I know they were black, but they held a spark of intelligence that was unmistakably Axel's. Talk to me, I said. Thoughts, like projectiles, pummeled me. Must stay alert. Don't fall back. Love her. Can't hurt her. My stomach quivered. Was he talking about me? No way. He couldn't be. He couldn't mean me. The next wave delivered a flood of emotion. Not words. Feelings that nearly swept me off my feet and made to settle me on the hedges. The emotions were strangling in their strength. I felt fear, disgust, frustration, betrayal. These weren't directed at any one person. They were all coming from Axel. They were his. How he felt about himself. Oh, my dear, I said, please don't beat yourself up. You can't help what you are. The wolf gazed at me, stared at me with those fire-lit eyes. As the weight of Axel's guilt crashed down on me, a tiny spark of feeling tore through. It was like a ball of light in darkness. I focused my attention on it, but it was too intense to put all my focus on. Love. It was love. It was a deep, guttural swell of love that originated in the very center of his heart and exploded out. It had one singular focus. Me. Air filled my lungs in one shaky breath. All my fears, all my doubts were completely unfounded. Axel loved me. Loved me. With all his being. It was so obvious. The emotion was a ray, a beam that projected from him. It was blinding. Axel knew it. He felt it. Here I was, so afraid that he would steal my heart and run, that the only way I believed it was by seeing it. If I wasn't standing in the middle of his mind, I wouldn't have thought it possible, even if someone had slapped me in the face with a pork chop of truth. But it was true. It was so true. What was even more awesome was that his love filled me with love. There was no doubt in my mind how I felt about Axel. I loved him. Loved him. Yes, I did. I wanted to shout it from the rooftops, climb the highest mountain, and sing a song about it. Wait, didn't people lose toes when they climbed mountains? Okay, I wanted all my digits intact, but I still felt the geyser of emotion flowing through every single vein, all the way down to my fingers. A growl snapped me back to the present. Pepper, what are you doing? Amelia. They were waking up. Shh! I'm talking to Axel. Better do it fast because he looks like he wants to eat you. The werewolf was licking his lips. I guess I'd gotten so lost in his mind I'd forgotten to glue our connection. Axel, listen to me. I know you're in there. I know you can hear me. The werewolf stopped growling. You can control it. You aren't the beast. You're a man, not an animal. The creature stilled. I took a tentative step toward him, arm outstretched. You're in there. I know you are. I've seen you. I've touched you. You're there. All you have to do is come forward. I know you can do it, I said in his mind. I know you can. I'm here. Pepper? I shivered. To hear his voice made my chest swell with hope. I'm here, I said. Pepper, I want to break through. You can. You're just on the tip of it. The beast doesn't control you, Axel. You control it. You are it. It is a part of you. I felt a tug as if Axel was trying to gain control. He warred within himself. This was his struggle. Who was he, man or beast? The man won nearly every night of the year, but once a month, Axel belonged to the creature. But he didn't have to. Things didn't have to be this way. I knew that. I felt it. If only he could simply take control. I can't, Axel said. The beast is too strong. No, it's not, I shouted, striding forward. You can do it, Axel. I know you can. The werewolf snarled. I stopped, lowered my voice. You can do this. For a moment, Axel was silent. Then his voice rang loud and clear inside my head. Pepper? Hope bubbled in me. Yes? I can't control it. You have to. Yes? You have to run. Frustration built in me. No, you can do it. No, I can't. Run, now. Run! The scream shattered our connection. I was thrown from Axel's mind and slammed back into my own body. I rocked backward. Holy crap, Cordelia said. The werewolf growled and snapped. It padded toward us. Saliva dripped from its massive jaws. Pepper, Amelia said. What are we supposed to do? I bit my lip. The only thing we can. Witches, get ready to spray some magic. We have to hit him enough that he runs away. Runs away? Amelia said, her voice shaking. I faced off against the beast. Axel was gone, lost to the creature. I pushed aside the tenderness I was tempted to feel. As long as it didn't hurt him, he would be fine. All we had to do was scare him away. Far, far away from town to keep everyone safe. Let him have it, I shouted. Cordelia and Amelia blasted the werewolf with magic while I thought about pushing him away, keeping him back. Tendrils of power splashed his face. The wolf howled, but instead of retreating, the attack seemed to fuel him. He fought and strained, trying to reach us. It's not working, Amelia said. More, I shouted. It won't hurt him. My cousins amped up their attack. I wanted him gone. I pushed with my mind. Usually, all I had to do was think something back and it happened. Yet my power didn't have any effect on him, at least not in that way. An image of a stone werewolf flashed in my head, and I stopped, afraid. The Gorgon power still flowed through my veins. I didn't need to hurt him. I had to keep him safe. My brain sputtered, and I stopped. Amelia's and Cordelia's powers faltered as well. We're training, Cordelia said. We can't keep going. I wanted to shout at them to try harder, but it was no use. I could see their magic faltering, petering out. They were depleted, and nothing on earth could give them more magic except rest. We fell back. The werewolf hunched down, readying to lunge at us. I held my breath. This was it, the thing Axel most feared in life. The werewolf was going to attack and kill one of us. I had to try one more time. I gritted my teeth and thought, go. The werewolf snapped and swiped at me. The creature roared. In the blink of an eye, it jumped straight for us. A line of fire shot out of nowhere, igniting a trail in front of the werewolf. The creature plunged into it and howled, scurrying away from the flames as quickly as possible. What the... My gaze swept to the sky. Cutting through the trees was Hugo, and on top of him rode Paige. Betty floated behind them. Betty and Paige? My jaw dropped.
After him,
Betty yelled. Hugo roared so loud the trees shook. I felt the echo in my chest. It jolted my body, licking all the way to the nerve endings in my fingers. Axel, in werewolf form, gazed up at the sky, realized he was being chased by a dragon, and took off in the opposite direction. "Charge!" Paige yelled. Hugo sailed through the night sky. He looked majestic as he shot lines of flame at Axel. Well, I mean, my dragon wasn't going to hurt my boyfriend. I didn't think. No, Betty wouldn't let him do that. No way. No how. I turned to my cousins. Come on, we've got to warn Garrick about Axel. Cordelia grabbed my hand. No, Amelia and I will go. You stay with Betty and Paige, in case something happens. I nodded solemnly. I knew what she meant. In case the werewolf got them, or they got the werewolf, another person needed to bear witness. I gave my cousins quick hugs. I'll call or text as soon as things are safe. Good luck, sweet tea-witch, Amelia said. A smile coiled on my lips. Y'all too. I hopped on my skillet and lifted into the sky. The skillet was wobbly, as if I'd used too much of my power and I was running on fumes. I gritted my teeth and tightened my grasp. There was no time for low magic. I needed to catch my grandmother, my dragon, and my feral boyfriend. I zipped over the trees. Darkness consumed the forest, but the streams of fire Hugo shot every few seconds made it easy to find them. A row of hedges sat in the middle of the forest in a spot I didn't recognize. I shook my head, but rode on. I hadn't spent enough time in the woods to know the markers by rote. My geography was off, I'm sure that's all it was. I hunkered down and pushed the skillet on. The tops of trees lashed at my feet as I accelerated. My hair whipped my face. I spat out a strand and leaned down. Within seconds, I'd caught them. The werewolf raced at breakneck speed through the pines and poplars.
"Keep on him, Hugo,"
Betty shouted.
"Keep pushing him."
I glanced over. Push him away from town. Betty shot me a look that said, I got this.
"About time you showed up."
I glared at her. How'd you know to come? Hugo shot another line of fire. Betty zipped up to Paige.
"She said you were in danger."
I glanced at the quiet girl. Thank you. Paige gave a quick nod and then tightened her grip on Hugo. Betty pointed at Axel.
"Hit him again, Hugo."
Don't hurt him, I yelled.
"He won't. Paige instructed Hugo not to hurt the wolf. We're just trying to get him far enough out of town that he doesn't come back until he's human."
The werewolf darted into a meadow. He galloped across the silvery grass at a dizzying speed.
"What happened?"
Betty called. The chain broke.
"Broke?"
she said, her face full of concern. Yes, broke. We tried to fix it, but it didn't work.
"Of course not," she yelled. "You can't fix that kind of chain with magic."
I rolled my eyes. Now you tell me. There, he's trying to turn around.
"Hit the grass, Hugo. Make an arch with the flames."
Paige touched Hugo's haunch, and he did as Betty said. Axel skirted to a stop in front of the arching flames. He adjusted his course and headed toward the mountain. A mountain? Outside Magnolia Cove? I have to admit I hadn't done much exploring, but I didn't remember a mountain. What's that mountain? Betty gestured with her hand.
"It's called Hillbilly Hill. It's sort of an extension of the cobweb forest, except that's where other creatures live."
Other creatures? Other than witches?
"Yes, giants. They live there. Hardly ever come out. That's their place."
I frowned. They don't come into town.
That's not part of town, she said.
How do they feel about witches? I said.
They're not too fond of us, she said. That's why they live on the mountain. We can push Axel up a ways, but the rest is up to him.
Panic rushed through me. What about the giants? We're sending a werewolf to them.
She shook her head. They're not his food. Too big. Don't worry. Those giants can handle themselves.
Sure, I said, not believing her. We reached a thick line of trees. Betty pointed.
Hugo, give it all you've got.
A huge stream of fire exploded from Hugo's mouth. Orange and red flooded the trees as blistering heat warmed my face. I slowed the skillet and watched as the werewolf plunged into darkness. The trees swallowed him like a giant's open jaws. Hugo slowed to a stop, and I pulled up beside him. The dragon's tongue lolled from his mouth, and he gave me a sort of proud, sloppy smile. I patted his head. Good boy, Hugo, good boy. Betty glanced back at Paige.
We owe you, kid. You did good.
Thank you, Paige. You saved our lives.
You're welcome,
she said shyly. Flames licked the trees. I nodded toward them. That's not going to start a forest fire, is it?
Betty shook her head. No, I cast a spell that makes the leaves flame retardant.
Convenient and brilliant, I said, forcing a feeble smile. I dragged my gaze to the trees and up to the mountain. Think he'll be okay?
Betty pulled out her pipe and shoved it between her teeth. Your boyfriend will be fine. Don't worry about him. The town should be safe, too.
Cordelia and Amelia are telling Garrick just in case.
Guy's got enough to worry about.
We floated in the air a moment. You ready to get back? I said. Betty blew a smoke ring.
First, we're going back to the forest to investigate that chain.
We turned to face the direction we'd come from. Why?
Because I checked every link yesterday. They were all fine.
You must have missed one because it started with one link. It split in half and was stretching.
Like I said, I checked every link.
A cool breeze lifted my hair. I pushed a strand from my face. What are you saying?
Isn't it obvious, kid? I'm saying, after I checked it, someone went and tampered with it.
My heart fell to my feet. It was intentional?
Betty nodded. Someone released the werewolf. My guess is it's the same person that killed Sylvia's spirits.
16. The spider crawled from the bushes when we arrived at the house. I screamed. Betty patted its body.
Rufus still inside?
Yes.
It said yes, I said. You asked that thing to watch Rufus?
She scratched her head. Just to make sure he didn't escape. He can't be trusted.
I scoffed. I'm beginning to think he's the most trustworthy person in town, aside from us, that is. We went inside, and sure enough, Rufus was where I'd last seen him, tied to an incredibly uncomfortable-looking wooden chair. Hugo bounded in. I think the dragon was proud of himself. I glanced at Betty. Did you teach him how to ride?
It wasn't me. She pointed at Paige. She did it. Convinced the dragon it would be fun.
Hugo was about the size of a wooden chest, so he was perfect for Paige to ride, but he still needed to grow before I could climb aboard. Thank you, Paige. That was amazing. Paige gave me that shy smile of hers.
You're welcome.
Betty gripped her shoulders.
Paige, there's a pecan pie in the kitchen. Why don't you and Hugo go eat half of it?
Paige's eyes shone brightly.
Yes.
She led the dragon into the kitchen. I turned to Betty. There's a pie? I didn't remember seeing one.
There is now, she said.
That left the three of us alone. How's the potion going? Betty stirred what looked like tar in the cauldron.
It's getting there. Rufus says when it's ready, it'll be clear.
Well, at least it'll be better looking. I sniffed and got a nose full of sulfur. Hopefully it'll smell better, too. Betty inhaled.
I like this smell. Reminds me of hell and all the things you shouldn't do in life.
Sure. My gaze darted over to Rufus. Okay, Rufus, we need information. Rufus perked up.
What sort of information?
Someone tampered with Axel's chain. They knew he was a werewolf and expected him to break loose. You were gone for a full day before we met to do the handover with Mythica.
Yes,
Rufus said. Did you do it?
Do what?
I wanted to punch him. He knew what I was asking. Did you sabotage the chain, Rufus? The chain. That's what I'm talking about.
No.
But someone did.
The entire town knows about Axel. Why are you asking me?
Betty shoved a pipe in her mouth. She lit it with a flame from the tip of her finger.
Because you're the extra ingredient in the soup here, Rufus. Everyone else in town accepts what Axel is. They wouldn't have tampered with the chain. But you're a wild card.
Rufus leaned forward and stared straight into Betty's eyes.
It wasn't me. You got the wrong man.
Then who was it? I said. His gaze swiveled to me.
Probably the other Gorgon. You know, the one who turned your friends to stone.
Why would the other Gorgon have done that, Rufus? Wasn't killing Mythica enough? His arms strained against the ropes.
Obviously not, if the Gorgon killed Sylvia's spirits and Barnaby Battle, too.
Think.
A Gorgon appeared to kill Mythica, probably some sort of revenge murder. 2 other people wound up dead. Those 2 people happen to be the ones you need to fix the shields. So the Gorgon doesn't want the shields put back in place. You have to assume that, or at least follow it as a trail. Next, your town werewolf is loose. That creates a lot of mayhem. A lot. If no one gets hurt, it still places everyone on high alert.
We're already on high alert, I snapped. Haven't you noticed?
Yes, but the werewolf is different. There are 2 possible outcomes. No one is hurt, and everything returns to normal. Or someone is hurt, and Axel winds up out of town for good.
A chill grazed down my spine. But how would that help a Gorgon? Rufus paused.
I could think better with a glass of milk.
Are you serious?
Protein and fat help me think. Milk has sugars in it, too, good for my brain.
I'll grab you a glass. I crossed to the kitchen, mumbling the entire time about how it was ridiculous that I was serving Rufus, the most annoying person in the world. I swung open the door and found Paige face deep in the pie. Hugo sat on the floor licking his mouth as he waited for what I assumed would be his next scrap of food. How's the pie? Delicious, she said. I grabbed a glass, paused. To heck with Rufus, he could wait. Paige, her eyebrows cocked. Have you always known Mythica? She swallowed a mouthful and tapped a spoon against the foil pie plate. Yes. Do you know who your mother is? No. I needed more than no from her. I wished Axel were here. He could have helped. You know Axel will be himself tomorrow, right? She nodded. I know. Betty said he would be fine. He will be, so don't you worry your britches about him. She was quiet for a moment. Mythica said my mother died. Did she? Paige nodded. Mythica said she saved me from dying, too, but I never believed her. I could tell she was lying. Of course you could. You're very smart and very brave. I licked my lips. Do you want to find your mother? She nodded eagerly. We'll help you, okay? However we can. I rose and fixed 2 glasses of milk. I placed one in front of her. I have something from my mother. I stopped, turned around. What? She pulled a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to me. It was worn with deep creases from being folded and unfolded. Inside was a picture of a woman. She was holding something dark. A crease ran right through the middle, so it was hard to tell what the object was. The woman had a warm smile and the same eyes as Paige. "She's beautiful." I handed it back to her.
"I found it once. Mythica didn't know, or she wouldn't have let me have it."
There was deep sadness in her words. Sadness that a little girl shouldn't have to experience. My heart lurched. "I'll do whatever I can to help you." She slipped the paper back in her pocket. "In the meantime, you can ride Hugo whenever you want." Her face instantly brightened. It was like switching on a light. My heart ballooned. It wasn't fair that this little girl had been held captive by an evil Gorgon. I was glad Mythica was dead. What an awful thing to think. It was horrible. Did it make me a bad person to be glad that someone wasn't around? I nibbled my bottom lip. No, I didn't think so. Some people spent their lives dishing out destruction like they were passing candy around a classroom. Mythica seemed to be one of those people. I mean, who keeps a child captive and barely feeds them? Only a horrible, horrible person. I walked over and hugged Paige. "I'm so glad you're here."
"Me too."
I grabbed Rufus's glass of milk and entered the living room. I reached out to give him the glass, but then realized his hands were tied. "You'll have to put it to my mouth," he said. My stomach convulsed. Betty hummed quietly as she stirred the stinking potion. She didn't make one move to help. Traitor. I sighed and lifted the edge to his lips. Rufus drank the entire thing in one long gulp. "Ah, thank you. That helps." "Now, what were you going to say?" He scrunched up his face. "We were talking about why a Gorgon might want Axel out of the way, is that right?" "Yes, we were theorizing who, other than yourself, would have tampered with his chain and why."
"A Gorgon who wanted him out of the way tonight," Betty said. "Isn't it obvious? They wanted all attention focused somewhere else so they could do whatever it is they want."
"But what?" I said. "I don't understand what they want and why. They've already killed Mythica. If that's what the Gorgon came for, that's done. It's finished. Why wreak more havoc?" They were both quiet for a moment.
"The Gorgon can't escape," Betty said. "We're all trapped here now because of the time watch."
I frowned. "So, wouldn't the Gorgon want the watch fixed?"
"Perhaps,"
Rufus said.
"that would be one way to mend things. There might be another way, though."
"What's that?" I said, sitting on the edge of my seat. So many possibilities we hadn't considered. Of course, I was the newbie in this town. I didn't know about the first possibility, much less any others.
"He means brute force,"
Betty said.
"Someone actually ripping the shields away."
I frowned. Who could do that? Who could actually rip shields?
"You'd need very large hands," Rufus said.
I shook my head. "Okay. I don't understand." Betty scratched her head with the pipe.
"Giant hands. You'd need giant hands."
The realization struck me like a bucket of ice dumped down my back. Oh, no. Giants? As in the ones we sent Axel straight toward?
"Tell me it didn't."
Rufus's face crumpled. Betty cringed.
"Yep, we sent Axel right into the giants. Giants that, though they don't exactly hate us, they don't love us either. Giants that just might, if they had reason to think bad thoughts about us witches, might come down from their mountain and rip our town apart."
I raised my hand. "Only witches can get into Magnolia Cove, and no one can enter." Betty's face darkened.
"The giants aren't outside our borders. They live within them. That's how it works."
My voice rose several decibels. "And why am I only now finding out about this?" Betty hitched a shoulder.
"This town has a lot of secrets. You can't learn them all in one day."
I'd been here several months, but whatever. I raked my fingers through my hair.
Grab your stuff, Betty. Let's go visit some giants. 17. But wait, I said. Betty, you promised the giants wouldn't bother Axel.
That was before I knew that was possibly part of the Gorgon's plan.
I rubbed my temples. This whole thing was giving me a serious headache. What do you mean? Rufus shot me a smug smile.
What she means is, the giants wouldn't normally be bothered by a werewolf. But if the Gorgon needs them to rip a hole so that she or he can escape Magnolia Cove, there might be other factors.
Like what? Betty slung her purse over her shoulder.
Like the giants might already be ticked off about something. Who the heck knows? Either way, we need to get our rear ends in gear. Text your cousins and let them know where we're going. Paige, get in here. We've got someplace to be.
I texted like she'd said. Betty opened the door.
Spider, come on in.
I jumped on the couch. Oh, my God, you are not letting that creature in here, are you?
Betty fisted her hands to her hips with authority. I most certainly am. We might need his 8 legs.
The spider, 1,000 eyes and all, waddled into the house. I did my best not to retch.
Betty clapped her hands. Now, do we have everyone?
Everyone but me,
Rufus said. Oh, you're not going, I said. He fought against his restraints.
I beg to differ. You need me.
Like I need a boil.
Do you need one of those?
His brows pinched together in all seriousness. No, of course I don't. But you're not going. I nodded to Betty. Let's go.
I have an in with the giants.
I stopped. Of course he did. Of course, Rufus Mayes, the person who caused this entire mess. No, I'm not forgetting about my own involvement with the Time Watch. Would have a freaking in with the one creature we needed not to tick off. I met Betty's gaze. She gave a slight nod.
He's with us. If the giants are as ornery as I remember, we'll need Rufus. In fact, we'll need every bit of help we can get.
I shot Rufus the meanest look I could muster. Fine.
I'll have to be untied,
he said in a voice so cocky it made me want to slap the smirk right off his face and into tomorrow, when hopefully this entire mess would be over.
Pepper, untie him,
Betty ordered. I opened my mouth to protest, but instead walked over.
Yes, Pepper, why don't you untie me?
He said. I yanked a strand of his hair.
Ouch.
Stop talking, I commanded.
As you wish, my lady.
I am not your lady, and don't you dare quote The Princess Bride to me. You don't deserve to be able to do that. He shrugged. I worked his bonds until they were free. He flicked his hands and stretched his legs.
Ah, I feel like a new man. Amazing what getting out of a little bondage will do for a person.
Betty pointed her pipe at his chest. In her sternest voice, with her face twisted into a hideous scowl, she said, "Make one wrong move, and I will vaporize you. Do you understand?" He swallowed.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Now, is everyone ready?
The spider hopped up and down. I groaned. Well, at least the creature was excited. Maybe I could handle hanging out with it for a little while. The arachnid scooted over until its bulbous body brushed against me. Oh, Lord, I think I'm going to faint.
Wait until we get there, Betty said. We can use your good looks and charm with the giants. They love redheads.
But dislike witches, I said. She winked.
We won't tell them the truth.
I opened my mouth to protest, but Betty pressed a finger to one side of her nose. A line of magic shot from her open nostril. Sparkling tendrils of power whirled around us, wrapping our crazy group in a cloud. I blinked to clear the dust from my eyes. The house melted away. A few seconds later, we'd been plunged into darkness. The first thing I noticed was the scent of pine. Then a cool breeze flicked my hair off my shoulders. I shivered. "Where are we?" I said. Betty raised her hand. A lit torch appeared, the flames licking the air.
She held the light high. It illuminated at least 50 yards away. That was no ordinary torch, folks. My gaze washed up. I stared at a mountain. A trail had been cut into it. It started at our feet and wound its way up and up until it disappeared. It reminded me of a deep, angry scar.
"Welcome to Hillbilly Hill,"
Rufus said in a quiet, ominous voice.
"Home of the giants."
My stomach knotted with fear. What was I doing? Seriously, what was I doing? I was standing at the base of a hill that housed giants. Giants, for goodness sake! What if they were cannibals? Betty hadn't said they were, but that didn't mean that deep down these giants didn't harbor some sort of flesh fetish. I almost vomited at the thought, but instead I bit down the bile scrambling up my throat. "Well, what are we standing around here waiting for?" I said. "Let's go meet some giants." Betty glanced at Paige.
"You ride Hugo. Stay above us, out of sight if you have to, okay?"
Paige climbed onto Hugo and lifted into the sky. Betty turned to the rest of us.
"Let's get climbing."
The trail was cut neatly and at a gentle slope that didn't make it as hard to walk as I had originally thought. Let's face it, I wasn't worried about myself as much as I was about Betty. She was old, y'all. Like, so old I was afraid to ask her age, which in Southern slang means you are old. After a few minutes, my calves started burning. Even though the slope didn't look steep, it was. A few more minutes in, and my breathing became labored. Probably due to the altitude. Definitely not the fact that I hadn't run in a couple of weeks. I'd been too busy with work stuff. That did it. As soon as this whole mess was solved, I'd get back to running every day. Or at least, every couple of days. But I have to say my grandmother handled the hill like a pro, not huffing and puffing at all. Rufus was next in terms of stamina. He barely broke a sweat in his leather pants and cape. The guy looked like an extra from The Hobbit as he moved lithely up the gradient. The spider scuttled along, reminding me of a land crab. It moved effortlessly as well. And then there was me. I did my best to act like it was easy peasy, but after about half an hour I raised my hand. "Can we stop for a minute?" Betty paused.
"What's the matter?"
"I need to rest." Rufus held out his hand. A canteen of water lay in his palm. I stared at it. "That isn't poisonous, is it?" He opened it and took a drink, then passed it to me. I chugged like half of it down in one gulp. I wiped a line of liquid from my upper lip. "Thank you."
"Don't mention it."
"I won't." I handed him the canteen.
"Aren't you using your magic to make the walk easier?"
Betty said. It hadn't occurred to me to do that. "No," I sighed. "Is that what the two of y'all are doing, using your magic?"
"Of course,"
Betty said.
"Only makes sense,"
Rufus added. I slapped my forehead. Why didn't I think of that?
"Because you haven't been working magic long enough."
Betty zapped me with a line of power. The cramps in my legs vanished. My breathing came easier. It was like my body was bionic. I wish. I rose and stretched. Wow! I feel like I could run a marathon. I brushed dirt from my pants. Let's get going. The ground rumbled. A figure stepped from the darkness and cut off the path. He was tall, maybe 15 feet, with dark eyes, a choppy haircut, and buck teeth. He wore overalls and nothing else, not even a shirt. I suddenly wondered if I'd dropped into an episode of the Beverly Hillbillies. I'll say it again. Overalls, y'all. The giant stared at us with dark, twinkling eyes. He cupped a hand to his mouth and spoke over his shoulder.
"Ma, Pa, looky here. Looks like I just rounded us up some dinner."
Great. Cannibal giants. I knew it. How was Betty going to get us out of this one? 18. My giant stepped out of the shadows. She looked like Junior, with the same bowl haircut, except she wore an apron over a plain smock dress. Threads hung loose at the bottom, and a thick layer of grime smudged the fabric. Ma placed one hammed fist on her hip and swung her head back.
Well, looky, you were right, Junior. We sure do got us some good eating tonight.
See, his name really was Junior. I was so smart. But this was not the time to pat myself on the back. Rufus stepped up.
Wait. I don't think you understand.
He used this really weird velvet voice that was full of confidence, very different than his normal one. Not that I could actually explain the nuances, but the one he was using now was friendlier, with a let's have a chat and be best friends ring to it. Ma took one look at Rufus and turned her head.
Pa, this little one out here is speaking some gibberish. Says we can't eat him.
Now it was Pa Giant's turn to rumble out from the shadows. He was a bigger version of Junior, still no shirt under his overalls, but his face was lined with age. Pa scratched his head.
What you saying, little man?
Rufus laughed as if this whole thing was one huge misunderstanding. Which was pretty funny, the misunderstanding part, because my heart was beating 1,000 times a minute. I could feel the hillbilly giant family sizing me up as a sausage, and I didn't like it.
You see,
Rufus said, striding forward,
we have been sent on a special envoy to see your king. Special what?
Pa said.
Envoy,
Rufus repeated.
What's one of them envies?
Ma said. Pa turned to her.
I don't know. Not sure that's a word.
Rufus's wide smile tightened.
Let me try again. Friends, we're very special people and have been sent to talk to your king, King Billy Bob. We need to speak to him.
Betty butted up to Rufus. We need to see him, lickety-split. Junior smacked his lips.
I think she wants us to lick her. What do you think, Ma? Seems to me that they sure do a lot of talking,
Ma said. Pa frowned.
They're saying something about the king, though. Maybe they is special after all. Yes,
Rufus said with relief.
Yes, we need to see King Billy Bob. He's expecting us. Can you take us there? Or at least let us pass so that we can go to him?
Pa paused a moment and then nodded.
Yes, we can take you to see him.
Rufus shot me a wide smile.
See what I say? I have a way with giants. They get me, you see. They get me, and I get them. Ah!
Pa snatched Rufus from the ground and dangled him in the air.
Put me down, Rufus said, right this moment.
Pa scratched the scruff of his beard.
Sure thing. I'll put you down.
He glanced at his wife.
Ma, grab the rope and tie him up.
Crap on a stick.
At least they didn't eat us,
Rufus said. I glared at him. There's no guarantee that won't happen.
I'll snort out a smoke screen if it comes to that,
Betty said. We were tied together and slowly making our way up the mountain. Pa held the line. Ma ambled beside him. Junior brought up the rear, and I swore every few seconds I heard him licking his lips. I had a feeling that giant baby couldn't be trusted. I glanced over my shoulder and caught Junior eyeing me like I was a steak. I shuddered. I know one thing, I said under my breath. You'd better actually have an in with this King Billy Bob or whatever his name is.
I do, Rufus said coldly. I can't help it if his bumbling relatives found us first.
I tipped my head toward Betty. What about magic? If it comes down to it, can you use it against them?
It doesn't work on giants,
she said. I sighed. Of course not. That would be too easy. We reached an opening in the mountain. It was a cave with its border carved in the shape of a mouth, fangs included. I eyed the sharp points. This does not sit well with me.
It'll be fine, Rufus said. Just let me do the talking.
That makes me feel worse. He shot me a scathing look. You know, Rufus was almost beginning to seem like a real person and not simply some crazy dude intent on stealing my powers. Almost. Torches flickered inside the cavern, illuminating it to almost daylight. Giants lined the tunnel. They were dressed similar to Ma and Pa Beverly Hillbilly in overalls and barefoot. I was waiting for one of them to pull out a banjo, another to pull out a jug to blow on, and yet another to whip out a mason jar full of moonshine. At least the moonshine would brighten my mood if it didn't make me blind first. At the very end of the line sat a giant with a small tin crown on his head. He wore a flannel shirt, ragged jeans with holes, and, yes, he was barefoot as well. We were brought all the way to him by Pa, who stopped directly in front of the king and then stepped aside.
"We found these here interlopers in our mountains," Pa said. "I think they be witches, but they ain't said. Junior here wanted to eat 'em, but the first one, the one with that dark hair, he said he knew you and that he was some sort of special enemy." "Envoy," Rufus snapped. "We're a special envoy, not an enemy." Rufus cleared his throat and threw his shoulders back. "King Billy Bob, it's so good to see you. I'm sure you remember me, Rufus Mayes." The giant's voice rumbled in the cavern, shaking the walls. "I remember a small man who promised me a golden crown." He pointed to his head. "It turned." Rufus laughed. "Yes, well, the man I bought it from said it was gold. He must have lied." King Billy Bob leaned down. He was so close I could see the clogged pores in his nose. He poked Rufus in the chest. "I think you lied, not the other man." Rufus shook his head and gave another small, charming laugh. "Tell you what, as soon as we're out of here, I'll be glad to get you 2 gold crowns, not 1, but 2. What do you think of that?" Billy Bob leaned back and rubbed his chin. "Perhaps. Now, what do you want?"
"I'm Betty Crateful, leader of Magnolia Cove." Not exactly true, but since Betty believed she ran the town, it wasn't too far off, I supposed. Billy Bob studied her carefully.
"One of your townspeople insulted my own."
The 3 of us exchanged glances. "I sincerely apologize for that," Betty said. "That's why we've come. We want to make things right." He grazed his knuckles down his jaw.
"I'm afraid what they've done can't be forgiven."
"What was it?" Betty said. "Whatever one of my people did, I will make sure they're punished for it." Billy Bob raised his voice.
"Bring her in!"
A scraping sound came from a side tunnel. 2 giants entered, ropes over their shoulders. They dragged something behind them. When the form finally hit the light, I gasped. It was a giant woman. She was young, maybe mid-20s, and wore the same sort of smock that Ma and the other women wore. Thing is, the woman wasn't moving. She'd been turned to stone.
"We found my sister yesterday," Billy Bob said. "I've been sitting here all day waiting for her to change. I decided that if she wasn't herself by this morning, then we would leave the mountain. But the morning didn't come. It's been night for 2 days.
That is our fault," Betty said. "But the woman, your sister, that's not the work of my people."
"Then who did it? Who turned my sister to stone?"
Betty's voice deepened. "A gorgan." Everyone in the room gasped, except for the 3 of us. Billy Bob inhaled deeply.
"A gorgon?"
Betty nodded. "There's one loose in our town. This person is causing destruction and hurting our relationship with you, the giants of Hillbilly Hill. You would think that turning your sister to stone would be one of the worst things they could do, but it's not. The Gorgon did something even worse tonight."
"What is that?"
Billy Bob said. Betty jutted her chin. They released a werewolf from the cobweb forest. Silence greeted her revelation. Billy Bob's gaze slashed to the right, toward a guard. I assumed it was a guard because both shoulders of his overalls were actually snapped at the top. Not that it meant much, but it appeared to be a clue to his higher status. The guard disappeared, and a moment later rolled a cage into the room. A werewolf was inside, snapping and growling. "Axel," I said. Without thinking, I rushed over, dragging Betty and Rufus with me. I pressed my palms to the cross braces. He was chained to the floor of the cage. The beast snarled and spat, growled and snapped. Rough hands grabbed me around the waist and planted me back in front of Billy Bob.
"We were going to eat him,"
Billy Bob said.
"Wolf can be very tasty if you know how to prepare it."
"Please don't," I said. "He's human in his normal form."
"So?"
Billy Bob laughed.
"And that's supposed to stop us from roasting and basting him?"
"I would think," I said. Billy Bob threw his head back in laughter.
"You have no bargaining chips. Nothing to offer that I want. I see 3 pathetic witches standing before me, giving me nothing, and asking in return that we spare their town. You've got a gorgon on the loose? The only thing that can kill a gorgon is another gorgon, unless you behead them. I don't see a gorgon when I look at the 3 of you."
He pointed to the sky.
"And this endless darkness? That's because of y'all too, isn't it? What's to stop my people from running through your town and tearing it apart? My sister is stone, and then you sent a werewolf into our midst."
"That wasn't us," I whimpered. "Please." Billy Bob frowned. It was an ugly, deep thing, filled with disgust and distaste for us, for our kind.
"I will ask again. What do you have to offer that I would want?"
Betty puffed up her chest. "We're working on changing the night, fixing that." Billy Bob dragged his gaze to the wall.
"Not good enough. You and I both know that whatever this hold is, we can go down there and rip and tear right through those protective shields of yours. Those shields will mean that the entire world will be able to see who you are. We can destroy those. You came here, to us, to me, because you want something."
He leaned forward again.
"But you have nothing I want. Nothing that will make me get off my chair and help you."
He flicked a hand to his guard.
"Throw them out. Get rid of them. And if they return, cook them and eat them."
The guards yanked our ropes. We were being led back to the mouth of the cave. They still had Axel.
"No."
"No. We couldn't have come all this way for nothing. This couldn't be the end of it. We couldn't be standing at the base of the giant king's feet and be told we weren't wanted." My mind raced. There had to be something we could offer. Something. Anything. Then, like a moth bursting into flames in a fire, my mind lit up. I twisted my head to look at the king. "I do have something you want. I can help you." Billy Bob nodded to the guard who stopped tugging on us.
"What could you possibly have?"
"It's not what I have," I said, sounding braver than I felt. My heart was knocking against my ribs so hard I thought it would punch a hole through my chest. Ignoring it, I pressed on.
"Then what is it?"
Billy Bob said. I spoke, loudly and clearly. "It's something I can do." He smirked.
"What, little witch?"
he said in a voice so intimidating my knees nearly buckled.
"Can you do?"
I swallowed the knot in the back of my throat. "I can change your sister. I can bring her back to life." 19. Billy Bob stroked his chin.
"How can you do that?"
I strode up to him, dragging Rufus and Betty with me. I have the power. I'm a head witch and capable of doing anything you ask with my abilities. Okay, so it was stretching the truth. But I knew there was a way to turn his sister back into flesh and blood. All I needed was time. Specifically, I needed time to be on my side. Billy Bob nodded to his guard.
Let me see her.
The same guard who'd done all the grunt work so far hoisted me to the base of the throne. The 15-foot-plus giant leaned down, his movements large, precise. I felt like a fly about to be swatted, and for the briefest of moments I understood why flies were able to jet before our swatters hit them. Because this king's motions were so large, they were an exaggeration. Yet that exaggeration made me feel tiny. His fist could squash me like a bug. I wasn't about to forget that. Billy Bob's gaze stopped at my face. The eye was the size of a football. His eyebrows were like blades of grass, only thicker, and his pores were as large as knife slots in a cutlery block.
Change her,
he said. His breath was like peppermint. He must have chewed the leaves before we'd arrived. Thank goodness, because if it had been rank, I probably would have fainted. I can't, yet. There are things that I must do first, but I promise I will change her. Tomorrow morning I will make sure it's done. He shook his head. Wait. Test me another way. Give me something else I can do. Billy Bob leaned his massive body back in the chair.
If you can do as you say, if you can change something from stone into flesh, then maybe you can do the opposite. Turn my throne to stone.
He would ask me to do that, wouldn't he? I'd turned marble to stone, but I hadn't used the power at my discretion.
You can do it,
Rufus whispered in my ear. If I'd done it once, certainly I could work the power again. I only had to open my mind, open it as wide as I could. I pushed my shoulders back. And if I do this, you will let us go? Along with the werewolf, you won't harm anyone? Billy Bob gave the faintest of nods.
I swear on my children's lives that I will let you go. And how do we know your children are alive?
Rufus spouted. Billy Bob's gaze shot into him.
Bring my child.
A woman appeared. She was a giant, and though she wore a smock, hers was richly embroidered. She carried a baby. A giant baby, but a baby nonetheless.
I swear on this here child that I will keep my promise.
I nodded. Untie me, and I will change your throne. My bonds were cut. I cracked my knuckles, tipped my head from side to side to loosen my neck, and rotated my shoulders. When the blood was flowing good and strong through my body, I turned my attention to the throne chair. It was constructed of wood and leather. Antlers grew like roots from the top. All I had to do was change it. I closed my eyes and opened my mind, searching for the power. A small spark flittered in the back of my mind. It was like a butterfly flying from flower to flower. I could see it, but catching it was another story.
You can do it,
Rufus whispered. Him. He kept telling me that every conceivable idea dwelled within my grasp to turn into reality. I just had to believe. Maybe it would work for the butterfly, too. If I believed I could catch it, perhaps that's all I needed. I fisted my hands, bit down on my lip, and ground my heels into the floor. The power flashed before me. With my mind, I snatched, trapping it so that I could use it. I opened my eyes and stared at the throne, the wood and leather, noticing the shape of the antlers and the way the branches twisted at the base. Power buoyed in me, and the next thing I knew, swoosh! The chair was stone. King Billy Bob rose. He threw his hands together in a giant clap. "Well done! Well done!" He extended his hand. I grabbed a finger and shook. "Thank you." "I have to admit I didn't think you had it in you, but you did it. How so, I don't know, but you pulled it off." He rubbed a hand over his jaw. "Only a gorgan can turn another gorgan to stone, but you might just prove that wrong." He turned to his people. "Men, bring out the moonshine." Rufus and Betty's bonds were cut away, and suddenly thimbles of moonshine were pushed into our hands. I put mine down. "We really need to get going." A hand clamped around my mouth. I shook it off and found Rufus beside me. "Don't insult them." I did a double take. Was Rufus Mayes telling me not to insult someone? "You're kidding, right?" He gave a short shake of his head and took my thimble of moonshine. He pushed it into my hands. "Drink it. You've just saved our lives and proved you've got the goods. King Billy Bob is rewarding us. After all," Rufus said, catching my gaze, "you promised to return the king's sister to normal." "I have an idea." "Well, it better be good." Betty boobed herself between us, "because if she doesn't turn back, we won't be able to stop the onslaught of giants that'll rip through our town." 5 men sat on a platform and pulled out handmade instruments, a washboard, banjo, spoons, jug, and harmonica. They played bluegrass music, giant style, with lots of earth-rumbling foot-slapping. "What? Those peaceful people rip our town apart?" I said sarcastically to Betty. "Never." She cocked an eyebrow. "That's why we need to leave. Get out of here," I said. Rufus tipped his thimble to the king, who smiled back. "Not if we want to arrive with both our legs intact. Smile, look like you're drinking, and have a great time. That's how diplomacy works, Pepper." "And you would know about diplomacy. You sold the king a 10 crown. He chuckled. "Honest mistake." Then Rufus did the strangest thing. He draped an arm over my shoulder and tipped his thimble to the king. My initial reaction was to shrink away. This man wasn't to be trusted. He was dangerous, and his ethical code was questionable. I figured his skin would feel serpentine, like a cold snake slithering over my flesh. But it didn't. Rufus was warm. His skin felt normal, and the smell that drifted from him reminded me of the forest, woodsy. Up close and personal, he wasn't repulsive. He was supposed to be repulsive. He was supposed to make me vomit. But the man was almost soothing. Billy Bob caught my gaze and smiled. I raised the moonshine to my lips and took a small sip. Fire burned down my throat. I inhaled sharply, but the burn didn't stop. Rufus touched my arm. The burning stopped. "Better?" he said. I nodded. "Better." I leveled my gaze on him. Rufus glanced away. "Thank you." "You're welcome. I suggest you pretend to drink. We'll throw it in some bushes later." A shout from Betty snagged my attention. She'd slipped away from us and was standing in the middle of a copse of giants, thimble raised high and dancing. She'd retrieved the spider from the shadows. Oh, I'd forgotten all about him. The arachnid was bobbing right and left. It looked like the creature was dancing, too. What wonders never cease. My shotgun-toting grandmother danced with the spider. That's surprising. "It's the moonshine. It's pretty strong stuff," Rufus said. Thanks for the heads up, which meant I wouldn't be drinking any more. My gaze swept the room until it landed on Axel. He was still in werewolf form, locked in the cage. I crossed to him, stopping a few feet away. He growled. I exhaled, defeated by him. It was no use. I could reach him, I could know his thoughts, but unless he let me in, it was pointless. Tears stung my eyes. I don't know why the heck I was crying. It was stupid and inconvenient. Here I was, in the middle of giants, feeling as much of a swindler as Rufus. After all, I didn't know if I could turn Billy Bob's sister back from stone. It was only an idea that needed a lot of other pieces to click into place before it would happen. Was I any better than Rufus? Honeysuckle wine, yes, I was. I didn't try to turn people into vampires. But it was still so frustrating. I glared at the werewolf. Why won't you let me in? Why won't you? You could take control of the beast, I know it. But you're so darned stubborn. You, Axel Rain, are determined to be beaten by this stupid werewolf. Well, if that's what you think, that's what's going to happen. The werewolf cocked its head. Don't pretend you're listening. I know you aren't. You're just like all men, stubborn.
Pepper.
The word flashed in my brain. My jaw dropped. Axel?
I'm sorry,
he said in my head. There's nothing to be sorry about. I wish you would trust me.
And I wish you'd believe me. I can't stay for long.
I closed my eyes hard. So hard I didn't want the tears to come. I thought, so much of me wanted to believe that Axel really wasn't a complete beast inside all that fur and fangs. But the truth was, he was. The werewolf was as much a part of him as he was of it. It would never disappear. Not like I hoped or wished. The creature would always come through. It was time I accepted that. Axel was right. He was dangerous. A cold-blooded killer running purely on instinct. My wanting it to be different wouldn't change that. I couldn't wish for him to control the beast any more than I could wish to control Mother Nature. It simply wasn't possible. I sighed. I stared into the werewolf's yellow eyes. Axel, are you there? The beast snarled in reply. Nope, I guess not.
What you need is a little dancing.
Rufus stood to my right. I'm okay, I mumbled.
He's a werewolf. You want Axel to be fully conscious inside.
I stayed silent.
That isn't how it works, I should know.
What do you mean? Something dark lay in Rufus's eyes. He dragged his gaze from Axel and leveled it on me. The hardness made my breath hitch. It was a purely human look on a man I deemed to be inhuman.
You think you're the only person who's ever loved a beast?
My lips parted. What are you saying? Rufus brought the thimble to his lips and drank deeply. When he was finished, he turned to me.
I know you think it's impossible, but even I can love. I once fell in love with a werewolf.
What happened?
She died.
I'm sorry. His jaw clenched.
It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault that she was killed.
For what? Why was she killed? The words ground from his mouth like his teeth were grindstones.
Murder.
20. Rufus and I sat on the outskirts of the cave. I watched as Betty danced and sang. Hugo and Paige had come down and had joined the fun as well, though I'd made sure Paige stayed far, far away from the moonshine. Hugo, however, he'd taken a long drink and shot fire against the cave walls. The giants thought it was the best trick they'd seen all day. They laughed and hooted, getting my dragon to do it again. Flames flickered in front of me. I tipped my ear toward Rufus, listening. He studied me.
You think Axel is the first werewolf in Magnolia Cove?
I don't... He's part wizard, too.
Let me rephrase it. Do you think Axel is the first half-blood to have lived there?
I'm guessing no.
We grew up together. Her name was Georgia. We were best friends, inseparable.
Did she know your mother used dark magic? Rufus chuckled.
Always have to dig, don't you?
I shrugged. It's a fact. He turned, his gaze drilled into me.
This was before my mother taught me, before I asked her to.
He stared at me so long I glanced away back to Axel, who was still snarling and growling. Go on.
Georgia was the same as him, half witch, half werewolf. Thing is, no one knew that except for her mother, and her mother didn't tell anyone.
Why not? He wiped a hand down his cheeks.
Prejudice, I imagine. She was a single mother, raising a young witch. She locked Georgia away every night of the full moon, except for one. The night Georgia got out and mauled a man to death. He was coming home late from his shop, left a young, widowed wife and a fatherless son.
The pain in his voice shredded my heart. I squeezed his shoulder. I'm sorry, I said.
She was young, barely a teenager, and my best friend. At that time, the leadership in the town was different. Very cold people ran Magnolia Cove. When they realized what had happened and that Georgia's mother had kept the truth from them, they sentenced both to death.
He paused. Rufus's breathing staggered.
You wonder why I hate Magnolia Cove so much? Yes, the town turned its back to me, treated me like I was different. Well, I was.
Fire raged in his eyes.
I was different because of what they did to her. She was only a teenager. If her mother had told someone, things might have been different, but the hard hearts in Magnolia Cove got what they wanted, to get rid of a werewolf even though she was a child.
My heart twisted at his words. But Betty was there then? Rufus's mouth tightened. She watches Axel now, make sure he's safe.
She wasn't the mayor, so I don't know about the amount of pull she had. But if she'd wanted the girl to live, she should have yelled louder. I was the only one that did. I screamed at them, told them Georgia was good, but no one listened to me.
He chuckled bitterly.
Not much has changed, has it? They still don't listen.
My stomach convulsed. I didn't know this. He hitched a shoulder.
Why would you have? No one talks about the town's dirty secrets.
He picked up a stone and threw it.
Only those of us who remember do. Actually, only I do. The rest of them just want to forget.
I watched the werewolf pace back and forth. What about him?
I think they realized what was done to Georgia was wrong, so they let him stay. But it's a tenuous relationship, isn't it?
I nibbled my bottom lip. It had gotten better, but people still stared when Axel and I entered a restaurant. Maybe Rufus was right. Some people never forgot. Maybe they wanted to remember forever. I didn't know. My stomach felt sour, raw. I liked the people of Magnolia Cove. I didn't want to think that deep down they were bad. But no one was completely good, were they? You could try, but everyone made mistakes. It seemed that they were trying to make up for any mistakes by letting Axel live in town, but still, if he ever managed to hurt someone... I shuddered thinking about it. I yawned. I was tired. This whole day had been exhausting, and there was still a lot left to do. A potion to drink, a time watch to fix, and it all had to be done first thing in the morning. I settled down with my head against a rock.
Here,
Rufus said. He pulled off his jacket and tucked it under my head. You don't have to do that.
I know, but I am because you're cold and a lot is riding on you.
I scoffed. If I could get this stupid Gorgon eye thing resolved. I pressed my head to the jacket. The cushion helped a lot. Thank you. Rufus's glance darted to the dancers.
Just don't tell anyone.
A slow smile curled on my lips. You have my word. I closed my eyes. Rufus.
Yes?
What if I can't get rid of the Gorgon eye?
You'll be able to.
I opened my eyelid a slit. How can you be so sure? He traced his thumb over the lip of the thimble.
Because of what you are.
A head witch.
You seem to think that means I can do anything.
If only you'd believe me. You'd see. You could do anything.
He hooked his arm behind his head.
I'm sure your boyfriend has told you that.
The way he said the word boyfriend had bite to it, as if Rufus was jealous. I closed my eyes.
You could get rid of your Gorgon eye any time you want to. You're afraid, Pepper Dunn. Admit it. What would that sort of power mean? Would it be too much for you to be responsible for?
No one should have that sort of power, I said. It just spewed from my mouth. Was that what I really thought? It would be too easy to be irresponsible. Look at you, for instance.
Yes, why don't we look at me?
His tone sounded like I'd knifed him in the ribs. What would you do with that sort of power? Turn the world into a bunch of vampires?
No, I'd live forever.
To do good? Or try to steal things? You don't have a great track record.
Maybe because I've never been given a chance otherwise.
I scoffed. You've been given chances, same as the rest of us. May I remind you that up until the past couple of days, every time I encountered you, you tried to steal my powers.
So I could live forever. It's a very noble pursuit.
It's silly. And what you did to me was to strike fear in my heart. I'm afraid of you. At least, I was until I saw you in that old hag costume. He scratched his head.
That was pretty ridiculous.
Quiet blanketed the space between us.
I'm sorry for any fear I might have given you. You don't deserve that.
I know. I snuggled back down onto his jacket and closed my eyes. There's a lot to do tomorrow. As I drifted off to sleep, the sounds of music filling my ears, I was pretty sure I heard Rufus whisper,
"Good night."
When I awoke, the cave was quiet. All the giants had disappeared. Betty lay on a cot. How the heck had she managed to get a cot when all I had was the floor? Rufus was beside me. My head was on his shoulder. Was I out of my mind? I jerked away and sat up. Paige was curled on Hugo. The dragon snored softly. The spider had made itself a web in a corner of the cave. Its eyes were shut. I rose and glanced in the cage. Axel lay in there naked, but not quite like the day he was born, if you know what I mean. I moved to Betty and nudged her. Time to wake up. We've got to get back to Magnolia Cove. She stirred and shook her head.
What a night. And to think I considered bringing my shotgun.
A lot of good it would have done against giants.
You got that right, kid.
She glanced at Axel.
Think he wants clothes.
That would be my guess. Betty snorted magic from her nose, and a moment later Axel lay in the cage, fully clothed in jeans and a t-shirt. Betty tossed me a keychain.
Here you go.
I caught it one-handed and unlocked his cage. I crawled inside. The wooden boards creaked and the metal rattled. I unlocked a cuff around his neck. The link fell heavily to the floor. Axel stirred. He blinked and stared at me for a moment before jumping to his feet and pulling me into a hug.
Pepper, I had a vision, a terrible image that I almost...
Hurt me? He pinned my shoulders and studied me. I could almost see his soul. His blue eyes penetrated me so fiercely.
It wasn't a dream, was it?
I bent my head and shook it. No. But everything's okay now. You're okay, I'm okay. He surveyed the cave.
Hillbilly Hill?
I nodded. He glanced around until his gaze settled on Rufus. He saw the jacket balled up next to him. Axel's jaw clenched. I didn't know what I was supposed to say. Nothing happened, didn't seem appropriate because nothing had even gotten anywhere close to happening. We were talking about Rufus Mayes. Gross. Axel kissed me long and deep. My knees weakened. When we parted, he slicked a hand over my hair.
I'm just glad you're all right. That's all that matters."
As he spoke, the rest of our group stirred. Axel straightened, glanced at the crew, and said,
"Now, who's ready to go bring back time?"
21. Betty whisked all of us, including the spider, back out onto bubbling cauldron. There were still spiders and ghosts roaming through Magnolia Cove, but the scary quality had died down some. Or maybe it was just that everyone was tired. Let's face it, we were on day 3 of Halloween. At some point, folks and creatures needed rest.
"Well, at least the place has settled down," Axel said.
There was barely anyone out. It was so sparse I was surprised a tumbleweed didn't roll down the street.
"I'll go to my house, get the time watch,"
Axel said. I curled my fist into his shirt. "We'll be here. I should have drank the spell by then and be rid of this stupid Gorgon eye." His lip curled into a smile that made my heart speed up.
"Maybe, when this is all over, you can explain to me what we were doing in the Giant's Cave and why they didn't barbecue us."
I laughed. They wanted to, but we talked them out of it.
"Good thing for that,"
he said. Axel squeezed my hand.
"I'll be back in a few minutes."
Betty grabbed my arm.
Come on, let's get inside and get that potion in you. Should be ready by now."
She flung open the door. The house was quiet. I could hear water running upstairs. One of my cousins was probably taking a shower. I dropped my bag by the couch and turned to Rufus. "Sit." He did as I said, though he did it while keeping a steady gaze on me. It was enough to send a splinter of unease down my spine. The cauldron sat on the hearth like it always did. The wooden spoon stirred away all by itself. Betty peered inside. What in tarnation? I crossed over and glanced over her shoulder. The pot was empty. I gasped. Oh no! What happened? How could this have happened? Betty's lower lip trembled.
It was full when we left.
I glanced at Rufus. He raised his palms.
Don't look at me. I was with you, remember?
I darted up the stairs to find my cousins. The sound of a blow-dryer came from the hall bath. I knocked on the door. Amelia answered. "Oh my gosh, am I glad to see you. The town's a mess. Garrick was irate when he found out about Axel. He's going to be talking to you later today." I nodded. "Okay, fine, I understand. But the potion downstairs, the one in the cauldron." Amelia dotted gloss to her lips and smacked. "What about it?" "It's empty." "What?" Her face reddened. "What are you talking about?" "The cauldron is empty. Empty. The potion is gone." She shook her head. "I don't know anything about it. No one's been here." "Where's Cordelia?" "In a room." Full-fledged panic coursed through my veins. I rushed to Cordelia's room and pounded on the door. It flew open. She stood at her vanity, brushing her long blonde hair. "The cauldron downstairs is empty. Has anyone been here?" Her face twisted in confusion. "No. No one. It's empty. Are you kidding? We need that." "I know." "Where were y'all last night?" "Captured by hillbilly giants." Her eyes widened. "And they didn't eat you?" "Barely escaped that fate." "Why do we let giants live next to us when they could eat us?" She shook her head. "They only threaten. None have ever eaten one of us." "Well, at least that's something," I grumbled. I darted back downstairs. Betty had her pipe in her mouth and was puffing away.
"We could redo the potion."
"There isn't time," Paige said quietly. We all turned to her. She hitched a shoulder. "There isn't time," she repeated. I shot Betty a concerned look. My grandmother blew a smoke ring.
"What do you mean, kid?"
"The time watch," she said quietly. "The effects are growing, about to break through the shields." "The town shields?" I said. She nodded. "How long do we have?" She shook her head, which I took to mean not long.
I exhaled a staggered breath.
You have to mend the time watch without the potion,
Rufus said quietly. I dragged my gaze to him. It was something I didn't want to admit, a deep pit in my stomach, rotting and twisting. I would have to find a way around the Gorgon power to mend the time watch. But how?
I'll help you,
Rufus said. Of course. Yeah, let me, Rufus, and Axel all get together to mend the time watch. That should fix things.
I can help you with your power, Rufus said. I know Axel has experience with head witches too. We can both guide you. Let me help.
I searched Betty's face for a hint of what I should do.
It's your decision,
was all she said. She was no help. My grandmother was doing it on purpose. I knew. But now was not the time to start letting me figure things out for myself. There was too much on the line, too much at stake. Paige, can you do it? She shook her head. No, my power does not go there. But I thought you were a head witch. She shrugged. I have limits. I can do some things, but not others. This I can't do. I threaded my fingers and brought them to my nose. All I had to do was trust myself. With Axel's help, we could do it. I'd seen into his heart. I knew how he felt about me. The fear of rejection was gone. He loved me. I loved him. There were no complications between us, only a time watch that needed to be fixed. By gosh, it was high time that sucker was mended. I had to make it right. There was no more time for dilly-dally. There was only time to suck it up and be the head witch that I was born to be. I inhaled a deep, cleansing breath and turned my laser focus on Rufus. Anticipation flared in his eyes. Or was that mischief? Sheesh, he better not be up to something. Get up, I said. We're going to Axel's. We've got a time watch to fix. 22. I called Axel to let him know we were on our way. The potion is missing, I explained.
Missing? How?
Your guess is as good as mine. Listen, it doesn't matter. I don't need it. He paused.
Are you sure?
I fisted my hands. I am. I can do this. I figured if I dug deep and gritted my teeth a lot, I could make just about anything happen. Rufus and I arrived at Axel's house a few minutes later. I took a chance and drove my old sedan through town. Things were quieting down, but I could see a red streak in the distance. What's that? I said.
Probably the time watch's effects,
Rufus said. He smoothed his hair repeatedly as if it were some sort of a nervous tic. Or perhaps Rufus was worried. Crap. If Rufus Mayes was worried, then we were definitely in trouble. I pressed the gas and gunned it all the way to Axel's. He answered the door immediately.
It's getting worse. I can feel the watch losing stability.
I brushed past him. That's what Paige said. There isn't much time. He glanced at Rufus.
You here to help?
Rufus bowed slightly.
As much as I can.
Axel's jaw twitched.
Good. We might need you. Everyone, to the cellar.
Candlelight warmed the room. If it had been any other occasion, I would have said the whole thing was very romantic. But as it was, the last thing floating through my mind was romance. Axel arranged the pieces of watch on a stone table.
Everyone, join hands.
I took his and Rufus's. Axel squeezed mine. His gaze bored into me. I wanted to curl up in the hollow of his chest, listen to his heartbeat, and let the problems of the world melt away. Yeah, right. That wasn't going to happen any time soon. Power flowed through us. Axel spoke, and the pieces of the time watch floated, swirling in a mass. He called for a piece of the griffin tail. A sliver snipped off as if cut by invisible scissors and floated to the watch. One side of the clock linked together as the metal melded seamlessly. A sparkling cloud of magic swirled around us. It enveloped me, making my nerve endings flare.
"Rufus, I need your help with this part,"
Axel muttered.
"Help me mend the opposite side."
Rufus nodded, his brow furrowed as he lowered his head. Both men grunted and gasped, locking their gazes on the watch. Clink! Another piece locked into place. Without stopping to look at me, Axel said,
"Pepper, I need you to lock the last piece into place, the emerald."
I nibbled my bottom lip. This was it, the hardest part, the last thing that needed to be done. I opened my mind to Axel and Rufus. The three of us needed to be joined if this was going to work. My stomach soured at the idea of it, but I opened my mind to Rufus first, figuring if there was something bad to deal with, I wanted to meet it straight on. Images and thoughts flurried into my head. Rufus as a child. Rufus being heartbroken at losing Georgia. Rufus trying to make sense of life by learning the dark arts. Once he mastered those, convincing himself he needed other people to help him become stronger, better. People like me. The first words he spoke to me, the threat of death if I didn't come with him, echoed between us. It had been a lie. Rufus had never planned on killing me. It was an empty threat. He thought if he scared me enough, I'd go with him. But Rufus's reputation wasn't unfounded. He'd done bad things, used people for his own purposes, played Dr. Frankenstein to see if he could unleash more power in witches he thought were latent. All that swept past me. I looked at the shell of the man and realized that all Rufus ever wanted was his friend back. He wanted to love and be loved. Yes, he'd gone about it the wrong way. He was nothing if not seriously cotton-picking misguided. In the very center of his mind throbbed a spot of light. It shimmered and shone so brightly it was like looking at a sun. Or his soul. I shielded my eyes because it was bright, y'all. It was like looking at a house with every square inch covered in Christmas lights. Yes, it was that spectacular. As I gazed upon it, I felt an overwhelming ray of emotion. Remorse. Rufus regretted so much of what he'd done. Then I sensed something else. Feelings. For me. Whoa, okay, let's hold on now. I pushed all that aside. I had to focus on the now. I reached out and touched the orb, linking Rufus to me. We were joined. I could pull on his power, use it for myself. I turned my attention to Axel. He opened like a flower, petal after petal peeling back. It was so easy, probably because I'd done this before. Of course, the last time I looked into him, I'd been afraid of what he'd find inside me. I wasn't anymore. There was no fear, only love. And Axel's heart shone bright. His love was like warm sunshine flooding over my body, making my skin prick and come alive.
"You came so easily,"
he said. I felt myself smile. I'm not afraid anymore. I touched his mind deeper than I'd been before. The werewolf was now locked away, but I could feel the beast pacing. It was like someone stood behind me, breathing on my neck. I couldn't see him, couldn't touch him. Yet there was something else, a blemish on Axel. It was like a smudge on his soul. I yearned to ask him about it, to know what it was, but there wasn't time. He was hiding something. I could sense it. Some knowledge he didn't want me to know, that hadn't been here the other day. My mouth suddenly tasted of iron. Whatever Axel had stuffed away, it was bad. No matter. I had work to do. The emerald needed to be inserted in the time watch. It was the last piece of the puzzle. Do this, and Magnolia Cove would be fixed. Make it right. In my mind's eye, I saw the emerald. I snatched it from the table and pressed it toward the time watch. A force of power blew back, shooting the emerald across the room. I blinked. It was lying on the floor. Axel and Rufus both squeezed my hands. I thought the emerald to me, and it came. I tried once more to hold it toward the time watch, going slow, expecting the blast of power. The emerald levitated. It inched forward, but the power of the watch was rejecting it. I don't understand, I said.
Use our power,
Rufus said. I dug deep, yanking as much magic as I could from the men. A surge of energy fueled me. I wielded it, lashing the emerald with a tsunami of power. The stone whipped up into the air and crashed down on the time watch, aiming for the empty slot. It touched the surface. An explosion ripped from the object, sending the three of us crashing through the cellar. I landed against the floor. Rufus crashed into a shelf, but Axel was barely blown back. Figured. The magic in the room evaporated, leaving waning candlelight in its place. Axel picked me from the ground.
Are you okay?
I nodded. Sore, but okay. What happened? Axel dropped my feet gently to the floor.
The spell is missing something. We need magic more powerful than the griffin feather.
What's more powerful than a griffin feather? I said. Rufus pulled away from the wall and dusted himself off. He hobbled over.
Unicorn mane. It's more powerful.
He rubbed his shoulder.
Good luck finding any, though. We can't get out, and no one can get in.
My mind raced. Unicorn mane, unicorn mane. Oh my gosh, unicorn hair. That's it. I crossed to Rufus and nearly kissed his cheek. Instead, I hugged him to me. You're a genius. Red tinged his cheeks.
It only helps to be a genius if you can also solve the problem, not just create a new one, as I did.
I shook my head. No, you didn't create a problem. You have solved it. You have. Axel raked his fingers through his dark hair.
Care to enlighten the rest of us?
At first, I was just thinking unicorn hair, but mane is hair. I know where to find it. I know where we can get unicorn mane and fix this entire mess.
Where?
Axel said. Florence, the cauldron maker. I grabbed Axel by the shoulders. She has a cauldron that was forged with unicorn hair, she told me herself. And guess what?
What?
It's a mending cauldron. It can mend things, fix what's broken. She kept going on and on about it, don't you see? The cauldron can fix the time watch. Axel and Rufus exchanged a glance. Then Axel grabbed his jacket from a peg.
What the blazes are we doing standing around here? Let's go get a mending cauldron.
23. That red strip looks brighter, I said. We'd all piled into Axel's truck and were ambling toward bubbling cauldron.
I'm surprised the town isn't on lockdown,
Rufus said.
It's coming, Axel said, but we need to fix this first.
I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. If we don't hurry, the giants will be on their way from the mountain. There won't be anything left of us.
How long do we have?
Axel said. I told them I'd have the king's sister changed back by this morning. If we don't hurry, it's going to be afternoon.
Understood.
Axel pressed the gas. The truck roared through town, passing crawling spiders and sleeping non-magical people. Ugh, I couldn't wait for things to get back to normal. You brought the time watch, right? I said.
It's in my pocket,
Axel said. We reached Bubbling Cauldron and the row of vendors set up for what was now turning out to be never-ending Halloween. I spotted Florence's display almost immediately. There it is. Pull over. We came to a stop, and I pushed open the door.
I'll come with you,
Axel said. No, it'll only take a moment. Before he could argue, I slammed the door shut behind me. The wind had kicked up. Hair swirled around my head. I glanced at the sky. The streak was even brighter. I ran the rest of the way to the kiosk. She was nowhere to be seen. "Florence, where are you?" I walked around. I spied her lying atop a pile of blankets. I shook her hard enough to rattle teeth. "Florence, wake up! I need you!" She slowly stirred. "Huh?" I was more gentle when I shook her this time. "Wake up. I need to talk to you." "It's the funniest thing," she mumbled. "I never get tired on Halloween, but something about this year. I'm just drained of energy." "Join the club." Her eyes closed. I shook her again. "Florence, the mending cauldron. Where is it? I need it." She smacked her lips and looked around. Her gaze settled on the truck with Axel and Rufus inside. "Funny thing about that boy Rufus. I used to live here, you know. Knew that girl, that Georgia." My body froze. I held my breath. "You did? What happened?" Yes, I know. Technically, I didn't have time to hear this tale about a girl werewolf the town had turned on after she'd slaughtered a man, but there were still so many questions looming in my head about this, y'all. Betty ran this town. What had she thought of the girl? Florence shook her head. "Such a sweet child. They didn't take it into account, the elders, not when they sentenced her. You would have thought that was something they'd have done. But the mother was unwed, see. Back then, folks didn't know what to think about that. Of course, she'd said she was a widow, but when people asked about the father, she never did give a decent reply." I put my back to the truck. I knew Axel was wondering what the heck the holdup was, but I ignored the stare I felt boring into my spine. "What about Betty? What did she think?" Florence's glassy eyes sparked. "Betty?" "Betty Crapel." "Oh. Didn't you know?" "No." "What?" My heart thundered against my ribs. Was this going to be horrible news? She was going to tell me that Betty was behind the whole thing, called for the girl's execution. I cringed just thinking it. "Your grandmother wanted the whole thing stopped. Got a group of us townsfolk together to march down to the police station and haul the girl and her mother out. It didn't work, though. They went through with their sins." "And Betty?" Florence's bottom lip stiffened. "Betty made sure every person in charge was out of office by the next election cycle. Did it single-handedly. Went door to door, made each resident cookies and tea, and reminded them of what kind of town Magnolia Cove is. The kind that doesn't stand for that sort of prejudice. We're all witches who choose to live in a place where we can be ourselves. That's what she made us remember." "But the girl committed murder," I said. "She was a child," Florence pleaded. "If she'd been given the support she needed from the beginning, if we'd known of her condition, the town would have helped her. But the mother was looked at differently because there wasn't a father. If she'd trusted us enough to explain George's curse, things might have turned out differently." So Betty had turned the tide in Magnolia Cove. A smile tugged on my lips. It was a relief. A jolt ran through my body. Crap! I couldn't just stand around dilly-dallying. I grabbed Florence's shoulder. "The mending cauldron. I need it. Where is it?" Florence yawned. "Oh, that. I sold it. A nice lady stopped by earlier in the evening and bought it." "A lady?" Panic clambered up my throat. Funny, it tasted a lot like bile. "What lady? Who bought it?" "Now, what was her name?" Florence pursed her lips in thought. "It was something like out of a cartoon." "Well, that doesn't help me." Florence pressed her fingers to her forehead. "She did say something. She was new in town, just moved in. Cartoon name. The Flintstones. Wilma. Was her name Wilma?" "Yes," she said, smiling. "It was Wilma. Very nice lady. Said she needed the cauldron for some purpose, I don't know what." I hugged her. "Thank you. You've just saved us." "You're welcome." I released her and made to run back to the truck, but stopped. I turned to Florence. When this is over, there's someone I want you to meet, someone who I think is going to be very special to you.
Really?
Yes. I won't tell you who, but you'll be elated. With that, I barreled back to the truck and hopped in.
Where's the cauldron?
Axel said. I folded my arms. She sold it. But luckily, I know exactly where it is. Take a right down here and head back over to Sugar Hollow Road. We're going to the White House with pink shutters.
Well, that sounds like a horrible combination,
Rufus said. I shot him a dark look. We're not judging a beauty pageant. We're saving Magnolia Cove. Besides, just because it isn't red on black doesn't mean it's hideous.
Right.
We arrived at the small cottage a few minutes later. Spiders crawled down the street. The police were wrangling them, but the arachnids climbed over bushes, up trees, and even napped on fire hydrants.
I'm going to circle around,
Axel said.
Looks like Garrick's heading them straight for us.
This shouldn't take too long, I said. I hopped from the car. Axel drove off.
Pepper!
My stomach dropped. What now? Garrick Young came striding up to me. He had a long rod in one hand and a trail of spiders lagging behind him.
Axel got out last night?
He was fuming. I grimaced. Yes, but we made sure he didn't harm anyone. He didn't. Ended up on Hillbilly Hill. Garrick's tan face paled.
The giants?
I slapped my thighs. How is it everyone knew about the giants except me? He shrugged.
We like to keep secrets in this town.
So I've discovered. I mumbled.
What?
I waved it off. Nothing. Listen, I've got to get inside. There's a cauldron I need.
Looky there, Roy.
Oh, no, I groaned. I turned around to see Roy and Douglas rushing up the sidewalk.
There's a whole herd of those dog spiders over here,
Douglas called.
You think we can ride 'em? Woo-wee! Roy hooted. I betcha we could.
Dear Lord, had no one given Roy and Douglas tranquilizers yet? But no, the rednecks from Hillbilly Highlands or wherever they came from were still going strong. Garrick cursed under his breath. His gaze slashed to Roy and Douglas.
These guys, I should have locked them up days ago.
He fisted his hands to his hips.
Pepper, I'm hoping you and your family have this situation under control.
I nodded. Yes, that's where I'm headed. I only need one more thing, and we can mend the time watch. He tipped his hat.
Get to it. I've got to stop these two idiots from trying to ride a spider.
I flashed him a grin. Maybe they'll get bitten.
I couldn't have such good luck.
I left Garrick to round up Roy and Douglas and dashed up the steps to the cottage. I pounded on the door. Wilma, are you home? No answer. I pounded again. Wilma! The door opened. There stood the little woman with her pink hair and round glasses.
Oh, Pepper, I'm so glad to see you. Come in.
She ushered me inside. Her cottage was small but well decorated, with lemon and carnation pink pillows dotting the taupe-colored couches. They would have been beautiful in the daylight, if we ever had daylight again. Wilma brushed past me.
I was just thinking of you, Pepper. I made some tea. Would you like a cup?
No, thank you. The reason I'm here is because she slowly ambled around to face me.
I hope you're here because of the cauldron.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, I am. How did you know? Wilma pressed a finger to her nose.
I had an inkling it might be useful to you, so I bought it. I planned on bringing it by today, but haven't made it to your house yet. Sure you don't want that cup of tea?
I followed her to the kitchen. It was a small, galley type tucked between the living room and the next room over, probably a bedroom. My heart pounded against my chest. No, I really need that cauldron. I hate to barge in and take it, but
I'll empty out the cauldron if you drink it.
She ladled brown liquid from a cauldron into a cup. I pointed to the hunk of black sitting on the tile counter. You mean that's the cauldron? "Oh, yes," she said.
"That's it, all right."
Wilma pushed the cup across to me.
"It'll help."
She smiled widely. I brought the cup to my lips. It smelled horrible, like bark and blood. Ugh. There was no cotton-picking way I was going to drink that nasty stuff. But I couldn't be rude. I am a good Southern gal, and the last thing we are is rude. I pressed my lips tight and pretended to drink. "Oh, that is so good," I said. "Thank you." Wilma leaned in close to me.
"Are you feeling okay?"
"Yeah, sure, fine." I arched a brow. "Why?"
"Just wondering, my dear, just wondering."
She eyed the cup.
"Be sure to drink it all."
"Of course." Wilma turned to rinse the cauldron. I took that opportunity to toss the rest of the liquid into a nearby plant. Hope it didn't die, because I was pretty sure I would if I drank any of the stuff.
"Here you go,"
Wilma said, handing me the mending cauldron. "Thank you." A wave of relief washed over me. Finally, we could right this whole stupid time watch problem. Wilma walked past me and headed toward the front door.
"Did you ever find the werewolf? The one who had his chain cut?"
Something tickled the back of my brain. "What?" Wilma smiled pleasantly. Her left hand was on the doorknob. She was about to turn it. I was about to be out of there. Why did I have to question what she'd said? "How do you know the chain was cut?" I said. Wilma blinked a couple of times.
"Oh, it must have been something Betty said. I went over earlier."
Betty wouldn't have told anyone that, at least no one outside the family. That was the only way we'd discover who actually tampered with it. Wilma's smile faded.
"Oh, well, I can't remember. I thought it was something Betty said."
"It probably was," I squeaked out. Crap. I had to get out of here. It all made sense. Wilma moving in on Halloween? She was from a far-off magical town that no one had heard of. She happened to be nearby when Mythica was turned into stone. But no one had questioned Wilma because she was Betty's new best friend. "I need to go," I said. Wilma shook her head.
"I tried so hard to keep my mouth shut. I just had to open it at the wrong time, didn't I? Just had to."
Part of me wanted to barrel past her. I considered shoving her out of the way, but Wilma was an old lady, and it was just plain wrong to strong-arm the elderly. I plastered on a bright smile. "Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for the cauldron, but I need to get going." Wilma flipped the lock.
"Young lady, you're not going anywhere."
24. I tried to play cool. "Oh, Wilma, I need to get out of here."
"No,"
she said. The little old lady wedged her back to the door and yanked off her glasses.
"You know, there's only one thing that can kill a gorgan, right?"
It felt like I had a fist in the back of my throat. I swallowed hard. I've actually heard a couple of things. A gorgon can kill another gorgon, or you can cut off a gorgon's head, so technically 2 things can be used to end a life. Her eyes flared red.
"Miss Smarty."
"Well, in that case," I moved to dash through the house.
"Take one more step, and I'll turn you to stone."
I stopped. "I have to be looking you in the eyes for that to happen." Wilma laughed.
"I'm sure I can arrange that."
She snapped her fingers. A chair rode up behind me. I fell onto the seat. I tried to rise. "You have magic?"
"I'm multi-talented. Move, and I'll shoot you."
I glanced at her hand. Wilma was now holding a pistol. Where'd that come from?
"A side cabinet. What'd you think? I only rely on my gorgan's abilities?"
"It would make sense."
"Nah, too hard to coordinate. But I really didn't want any of this to happen. I thought I'll go down to Magnolia Cove, kill Mythica, and leave. But then this," she waved the air, "mess happened."
If I was absent long enough, Axel would come looking for me. He'd have to. He'd be worried. All I had to do was keep Wilma talking. "Why'd you kill her?"
Wilma hit her fist to a table. "Because she ruined my life. That Gorgon was my sister. Yes, I know. She looked beautiful when you saw her, but she was as old as me. Older."
Wilma rubbed her forehead. Her face sagged. She was tired, worn out from the past few days. Join the coven?
"We were best friends when we were young, the best of friends. But something happened when we grew older. We discovered boys. Mythica, though, was always so competitive. If you bet she couldn't do something, Mythica would spend however long it took to prove you wrong. That was fine until it came to men. She stole my husband. Just snatched him right out from under my nose. Went on to have children with him."
Wilma raised her fist.
"She lived my life, damn it. My life, not hers. Oh, there were plenty of times I could have done something about it. Why'd I wait until now when we were old and gray? Because she didn't want that stupid time watch to make Gorgons the queens of the world."
"She didn't?"
"No." She waved dismissively. "How stupid is that? She wanted to go back and do it all over again. All of it. Steal my husband one more time. He's dead. Died last year. So this was a big chance to live with him again."
Wilma paused. I spoke in a low voice so that I wouldn't set her off. "How do you know?"
"Because the idiot told me. Oh, she was surprised when she saw me here. She did, right before she died. Ha! You should have seen the look on her face."
Wilma screwed her own face in surprise.
"It was worth it."
"But what about Sylvia's spirits and Mare Battle? Why'd you turn them to stone?"
"Oh, that? Pfft. They figured out who I was. I walked in on them when they were trying to do something with that shield. Stupid shield, bane of my existence. Battle had some sort of sixth sense when it came to Gorgons, so I zapped them both."
"And the giants?" Wilma pulled a small chair up and sat. She crossed one leg over the other and draped her gun hand over the opposite wrist.
"Oh, well, I need to get out of here. I figured if they came through and stormed the town big enough, they might be able to tear a hole in whatever was keeping us here. I could leave. So I did everything I could to piss them off. Turned one of them to stone. I mean, they'd figure whoever did it came from Magnolia Cove." Betty had told me about the werewolf, mentioned it in passing, but I was smart enough to figure out that if I snooped around town enough, I'd figure out when and where. I can be very persuasive when I want to be. So I weakened the chain, hoping that he'd tick the giants off even more. She slapped her thigh. For goodness sake, I'd turned the girl to stone over a day earlier, and those stupid giants hadn't done anything about it. She shrugged. I had to make them angry.
"I think they were still hoping she'd turn back to normal," I said. It made sense. Though Billy Bob was smart, the rest of the giants were several pennies short of $1 in the brains department. "What about the cauldron?" I said.
"Oh, that?"
Her gaze shifted to it.
"Florence told me about it. I knew enough about magical objects to realize unicorn hair would be helpful. So I bought it."
I did a double take. "You mean you actually bought it to help us?"
"Yes. What do you think? I'm some crazy woman who wants to be trapped in a never-ending Halloween in this podunk town? You're out of your mind. Yes, I bought the stupid thing for you to use. Of course, she mumbled. Now you'll never get to because you had to go and figure things out.
Wilma's attention shifted back to me. No, I still needed more time. Wait, what about the tea? What was that whole thing about?
Finally got you to drink it. What a great achievement. She cackled. That tea changed you back to the way you were.
What are you talking about? She tapped her forehead.
The Gorgon eye. It got rid of it. What'd you think? I could let someone walk around who could kill me? No. That needed to be dealt with first.
Dealt with?
A Gorgon can kill another Gorgon. We can die of natural causes, of course, and that stupid Greek guy cut off Medusa's head, but that was dumb luck. The way to kill us dead is to turn one of us to stone. With you having that power, my dear, it put my life in jeopardy. But now, I don't have to worry about you being able to kill me.
Oh, really?
Yep.
She rose, adjusted her cardigan to sit squarely on her shoulders.
Now, all I've got to do is turn you to stone and tell your little boyfriend or whoever shows up that you went out the back door. He'll spend so much time looking for you, he'll forget about me. Easy as can be.
Wilma cleared her throat.
All I have to do is make you look at me. Luckily, we Gorgons have a little magic that can do the trick.
She licked her lips and pointed at my chest. Up until this point, I'd done a good job of glancing just to the side of her, making sure I wasn't making eye contact. But when Wilma pointed at me, her powers targeted my eyes, and I found myself slowly meeting her gaze.
Now, my dear, she said, your time is finished.
25. I couldn't look at Wilma, had to look away, but I couldn't. Her power was too strong. All I wanted was to look Wilma in the eyes. So many ideas flashed through my head. The first was that this was it. My death would leave Magnolia Cove in perpetual Halloween. Then I realized that was ridiculous. They'd get out of this. The people of this town were resolute and smart. But Amelia would probably be fired from the vault, maybe thrown in jail. That was definitely my fault. I'd coerced her into smuggling out the time watch. I'd never be able to ride Hugo. He was nearly large enough for me to ride, and I wanted to throw one leg over him and race to the sky. Now I'd never get the chance. And Paige. I needed to pair her with her family. I hadn't told anyone what I'd discovered. I wasn't sure if I was correct, but I at least had to try. My family. I never had the chance to tell them goodbye and let them know how much I loved them. They needed to know that. I had to show them. And finally, Axel. I loved him. I did. He needed to know how my heart swelled when he was near, how he made me feel as if I could float like a hot air balloon. If I died now, he'd never know. It wasn't fair. I knew his heart, but he didn't know mine. I had to tell him. All these thoughts danced through my head as my gaze slowly ticked toward Wilma. She changed. The little old lady grew. Her bones cracked, her skin stretched. Her hair changed. It thickened to black coils. Then those coils started hissing. Y'all, at first I thought her head was steaming. Then I realized what was going on. Snakes. The strands were changing into snakes. The flesh on her arms became a pallid gray color. Still, my gaze was ticking toward her eyes, which at this point I assumed were nasty red coals ready to turn me to stone.
I thought you might appreciate my full form, she said.
Wilma's voice had deepened to one that reminded me of a television devil. Gone was the little old lady, and in her place was a full-fledged, scary-as-heck Gorgon. My head lightened. I had to keep it together. I had one chance at this. One chance. "You are quite ugly," I said, trying to keep my gaze from her eyes. She cackled. "Aren't I beautiful? We Gorgons are never appreciated for our good looks. Only a mother could love us, people like to say. That's not very nice, don't you think? Oh, well, why don't you look at me, my dear? Look into my eyes, and everything will be wonderful. All the pain will be gone. Any unfulfilled dreams will vanish. Everything will be as it should." I gritted my teeth. "I don't have unfulfilled dreams." "Oh? Well, live long enough and you will." Wilma took a step toward me. The snakes hissed and twisted, and her skin stretched to breaking. I delved deep into my power, into the gift I'd shoved way in the back of my mind. It was there, burning bright, waiting to be unleashed. I'd let my fear of it control me. But I was the master of my domain. It was power that I owned, which meant I controlled it. "That tea," I said. Wilma's mouth cracked. My gaze was fluttering from her mouth up to her nose. It was unavoidable. Our eyes would meet, and apparently Wilma had the patience of a snail, because I felt like my gaze had been moving to her eyes for 30 minutes. It hadn't been that long, but that's how it felt. "Didn't the tea taste wonderful?" she said. "No, it didn't." "You drank it too slowly." I let her words hang in the air. "I didn't drink it slowly at all." "Then you drank it too fast." "That's not it either. You see," I was gazing at the bridge of her nose now, "the thing about the tea was, I didn't drink it at all." It took maybe half a beat for Wilma to gasp. That was all I needed. I needed her focus to be broken, shattered. That small inhalation told me it was my time. The Gorgon power flared inside me. I felt it rush through my veins and out of me. I looked straight in the Gorgon's eyes. The snakes hissed and snapped. The red light in Wilma's eyes had faded for the briefest of moments. My power surged outward like a lighthouse beacon. It hit Wilma square in the face. Her features froze as if a master sculptor had captured her in a moment of fright. Her mouth rounded, her eyes widened, and her jaw went slack. Her fingers curled as if she wanted to strangle the air from my lungs. For a moment I felt myself stiffen, and I prayed that I'd caught her before her gaze was able to do anything to me. I didn't look away. I was too scared that the change wouldn't be completed. But as her grayish skin hardened, and even as the snakes paled, I realized I'd done it. I'd managed to beat Wilma at her own game. When every last part of her was gray, including her clothing, not sure how that happened, but it was pretty much like it was in movies, my binds loosened. I exhaled sharply as I stared at the stone structure. A wave of nausea flooded my body. I'd used my power to hurt someone. It was not a good feeling. I needed to put my arms around someone and let them hold me. Wilma's door burst open. Axel, followed by Rufus, ran inside. Axel took one look at me and then at Wilma. He pulled me to him and ran his fingers through my hair. Tears pricked my eyes. "Are you okay? Did she hurt you?" "No, I hurt her. Barely. She was the Gorgon." "So I see," Axel said. He released me and held me where he could get a good look at me. He kissed my tears away. "Can you do this?" I swallowed the egg in the back of my throat and nodded. I released a shaky breath and told myself that I needed to be strong. There was one more thing to do. It would take all my focus. I had to do it for Magnolia Cove. "I'm ready," I said. "Let's do this." 26. We stepped outside. The red streak was growing. The wind had picked up. It screamed in my ears. We shouted to be heard.
"It's unstable," Axel said. "We have to do this now. Here. There's no other choice."
Rufus's face darkened.
"Do you have everything?"
"I have the cauldron," I said.
"I've got the rest." Axel pointed to the park. "Let's set up there. Hurry."
The three of us ran across the spider-filled road. Ghosts streamed past. It was like everything was hitting a climax. Thank goodness the giants hadn't arrived. The earth rumbled beneath my feet. "What's that?" Axel nodded toward the hills.
"Giants."
The trees bent and swayed as if they were being parted by large hands. Fear clawed up my throat. "They thought I was lying," I said. "We have to hurry." We reached a concrete chess table. Axel settled the cauldron on top.
"Everyone, join hands. We don't have much time." "Let's pray this works,"
Rufus said. I cocked a brow. "You pray?"
"I am human,"
he said stiffly. Axel dropped the time watch into the cauldron. We joined hands. Power swirled up around the mouth of the bowl. It flitted up to the sky, creating a vortex of power. I opened my mind, melding with Axel and Rufus. Power coursed through my cells. My nerve endings were on fire. Every inch of me was fueled with magic. In that moment, I felt like I could do anything. The rumbling grew louder. Something snapped to my left. I glanced over to see King Billy Bob, a club on his shoulder, marching across the meadow. He had at least 20 giants with him.
"Looky there, Roy. Look at them men on stilts."
You guessed it. To my right, striding toward us with an unlimited supply of energy, were Roy and Douglas. They were heading straight for the giants. Billy Bob spied me.
"My sister is still stone. You lied."
"We have to hurry," I said. I refocused my energy. Rufus and Axel had the time watch already snapped together. All I had to do was fuse the emerald. I concentrated on the green stone, pushing it to the watch. It resisted. I pushed harder. I could do it. I felt in my body that I could make it happen.
"Destroy the town!"
Billy Bob shouted.
"You think we could climb up them stilts?"
Douglas said.
"See if we can do that too."
Oh, dear Lord. I pushed all of it away, forced all of it to the back of my mind. The emerald was almost there. It was almost to the watch. All it needed was one more shove. An explosion cracked on my left. Billy Bob had smashed a line of stores. I inhaled sharply, refocused on the stone.
"I love you,"
Axel said to me. My gaze darted to him. To have seen it in his mind was one thing. To hear the words on his lips were another entirely. The emotion that filled his eyes wrenched my heart. A feeble smile lit my face. "I love you." Intense focus filled his blue eyes.
"You can do this." "Let's try on those stilts, Roy,"
Douglas called. They would die. The regular people would get killed by Billy Bob and his band of hillbilly giants. I couldn't let that happen. Absolutely not. I turned back to the emerald. The power of the unicorn mane-infused cauldron burned bright. Magic thundered in my chest. I pinpointed my gaze on the emerald and pushed. A sharp click filled my ears. The emerald snapped into place. The time watch started spinning. It lifted up from the bowl and hovered in the air. A whirlwind of power kicked up. I lurched back. Axel's hand gripped me tightly.
"Hang on."
The vortex enveloped us. Wind lashed at me. I lurched right and left, whipped by the twister. The time watch levitated higher. The tornado strengthened. I dug my feet into the ground and leaned into the wind. We were almost there. I felt that if I broke my hold, I'd be flown either into the rising tornado or thrown clear across the sky into next week. I don't know how much longer I can hold on, I screamed.
You can do it, Axel yelled. Just a few more seconds.
How he knew that, I had no idea, but I gritted my teeth. The wind lashed and whipped. The time watch spun and twirled at a dizzying rate. The light around us began to change. Everything turned a bright yellow. It was so bright it was like being blinded by lasers. I closed my eyes. The wind sucked me forward. I was falling, tumbling toward it. I'd be engulfed by the time watch. I pulled back as hard as I could, but it was stronger. The powerful vortex was like a pit of gravity. I couldn't take it any longer. I couldn't hold on. I was yanked from Axel, from Rufus. I heard Axel scream, and I fell. Everything stopped. Everything. The wind vanished. The sounds of Billy Bob and his men disappeared. I blinked my eyes open. I was standing in the middle of bubbling cauldron. My clothes felt heavy. I glanced down. I was wearing the green dress I'd worn Halloween night. I felt my teeth. They were bugged, just like Betty had spelled me. All the spiders were gone. The streets were full of townies and folks who'd come from the non-magical world. The ghosts were gone, too. The haunted house had a line streaming from it. People were paying to go inside. A voice came from behind me.
You ready to get this over with?
I turned. Axel, dressed as Tarzan, stood in front of me, a smirk on his face. "What?" I said. "What's going on?"
We've landed back to just before Mythica showed up.
I raked my fingers through my hair. Does she know? Does she know what happens? Axel's gaze raked over the crowd.
I hope not.
My breath hitched. I saw Rufus in the shadows. I felt the time watch in my pocket. I gritted my teeth. Let's get it. 27. Axel, Rufus, and I stood in front of Mythica. The carriage was behind her, and Paige was out, watching with those eyes that sparked of intelligence. Mythica extended a gloved hand.
So, have you brought it?
I knew there would be no point in lying. Paige would reveal the truth, and we'd be exactly where we were before. But before any of us had a chance to say anything, Roy, the other half of Douglas, walked up.
Ho-way! Look at that there carriage.
My gaze darted to him. He was directly behind Mythica.
Look at that.
In one quick movement, he yanked a handkerchief from his pocket and slapped it over Mythica's eyes. In a deep voice, he said,
Mythica, the Gorgon, you are under arrest for attempting to steal a priceless artifact.
What? She yelled.
What? No, you can't arrest me.
Behind me, I heard Douglas's voice.
Wilma Chesterton, you are under arrest for attempted murder.
What are you talking about? Wilma fumed. I'm here as a citizen enjoying Halloween.
You can explain it to the judge,
Douglas said. He blindfolded and cuffed her. My jaw dropped. I glanced at Axel. He shrugged.
I knew there was something just a little too redneck about them. I did some digging and figured out who they really were. Witch special agents under the National Witch Council. They were following Mythica, knew she was up to something, and when I filled them in, they were more than happy to help.
I threw my arms around him. My hero, you just saved all of us. Axel's lips brushed mine.
Not without you.
I pressed my head to his shoulder. I love you. He stiffened. His eyes clouded. I immediately regretted saying it, but he'd only told me the same thing a few minutes ago. Surely nothing had changed. Surely not. He lowered me to the ground.
Rufus cleared his throat. This is great and everything, but what about my curse?
Roy walked over, dragging Mythica behind him.
I'm Special Agent Grant. We've got something that can help with that. It's sort of a Gorgon anti-venom.
He handed a vial to Rufus.
Drink that, and you'll be back to normal. My branch has been investigating Gorgons for a long time. It's our specialty. Thanks for the help, Rain. We knew that Mythica had some shady dealings, including child stealing, but we hadn't been able to catch her in the act.
Axel shook hands with Agent Grant.
Happy to help.
Several dark, unmarked vehicles rolled up. Douglas and Roy stowed their criminals inside. My gaze dragged across the darkness until it landed on Paige. Paige. I squeezed Rufus's arm. I think I know who her grandmother is. I followed Axel over to the young girl. Your name's Paige, right? She studied Axel. Her gaze then darted to me. I remember, she said quietly. It's like I'm looking through a fog, but I know you. I bent over and smiled. Paige, would you like to meet your grandmother? Florence cried when they met. She pulled Paige to her. You may want a DNA test to prove it, I said. But Paige was stolen by a Gorgon. Her mother died after she was born. She looks exactly like my daughter, Florence said. The older woman bent down and smiled at Paige. Would you like to come live with me for a while, my dear? See how the two of us might get along? I didn't know Florence, not really. No one had an unkind word for her, but that wouldn't have mattered. What did matter was how Paige responded to the woman I thought might be her grandmother. Paige placed her palm on Florence's cheek. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, a wide smile graced her face. Nana, she said. Florence laughed. That's what I wanted to be called, Nana. How did you know? A smile flitted on my face. You'd be surprised what she knows. Paige is smart. The old woman hugged the girl, and I melted into Axel's chest. He wrapped an arm over my shoulder. You did great, Pepper. I tipped my head back and grinned. Thank you. All the pieces fit together. I hope they find happiness with each other. Axel led me away. They were still hugging when he said, For some reason, I think they will. A black sports car zipped downtown and came to rest at our feet. Who's that? I said. I don't know. The door flew open and Erasmus Everlasting, keeper of the vault, stepped out. He flipped up the collar of his jacket. I thought I would come back early. What did I miss? I fingered the time watch that lay perfectly intact in my pocket. You didn't miss anything. It's been a perfectly normal Halloween. 28. The next morning, on November 1st, life was finally getting back to normal. I sat at breakfast with Betty and my cousins. I always thought I was a good judge of character, Betty said. I patted her arm. Wilma was good at hiding. She'd probably been doing it for a long, long time. Don't blame yourself. Betty scowled. I'm not, kid. I'm talking about Rufus. I laughed. Yeah, well, even though he helped us, you should still get the shields fixed. Betty picked up her plate of scraps and emptied it into the cauldron, much to Hugo's disappointment. I'm getting 'em fixed today, she said. You're coming too. Sylvia Spirits and Barnaby Battle think you can help. Oh, okay. Thanks for returning the time watch to me, Amelia said. I smiled. No worries. You got it back in the vault? She snapped her fingers. First thing I did. Cordelia popped a grape into her mouth. First thing you did after you went over it to make sure it was the real thing. Amelia gasped. Did not. Did too. I waved them away. It's fine, I completely understand. And I did. After all, in another timeline, the stupid thing had gotten broken. My cousins got up and left. I opened my mouth to say something to Betty, but stopped. Her dark eyes bored into me.
Spit it out, kid.
It's just... Rufus told me about a little girl. Georgia? Betty inhaled sharply.
I've often wondered that if the town hadn't reacted the way they did, would Rufus have turned out the same?
She shook her head.
He comes by it honest, but would he have followed in the footsteps of his mother, or would he have carved a different path for himself?
It's so sad. Betty fisted her hand.
It was unfair and stupid. The prejudice of people. I made sure the town changed after that.
She pointed a finger at me.
But that man has chosen his path since then. Plenty of people tried to help him, but he's been kept out of Magnolia Cove for good reason. He's done wicked things. Yes, he helped us yesterday, but in my opinion, Rufus Mayes cannot be trusted.
I nodded. I understand. You're right, of course. I just wanted to know about the little girl. Betty sniffled.
One of our darkest moments here in Magnolia Cove.
I gave her a hug and slipped into my jacket. I slung my purse over my shoulder. Come on, Hugo. Let's go to the store. The dragon followed me all the way to Familiar Place. I felt like I hadn't been in the store for ages. Luckily, whenever I leave, the animals go into sort of a hibernation mode. They sleep while I'm gone, so they didn't run out of food and water. I opened the door. Hugo followed happily behind me. The animals yawned and stretched. Good to see y'all, I said, and went about cleaning their bowls and scratching their heads. I let a couple of the puppies out of their bin. They jumped on Hugo's tail. The dragon playfully snapped at them. Hugo, you're almost too big to come in here anymore. I sank my hips onto the counter. What am I going to do with you? The door opened. My gaze shifted to it. My eyes widened as Rufus Mayes walked in. He opened his arms. A coy smile danced on his lips.
Surprised to see me?
Yes. I stiffened. I couldn't help it. It was an involuntary response to his presence. He smiled.
Don't worry. I'm not going to cause any trouble. I'm on my way out of town.
He glanced up.
As soon as the shields are fixed, there's no telling the havoc it will wreak on my body if I'm inside Magnolia Cove.
Yeah, was all I could think to say. His dark eyes speared me.
I wanted to thank you.
Thank me? He took my hand. A jolt of heat snaked up my arm. It wasn't magic. It was my body's response to him. What the heck?
I wanted to thank you for letting me help you. You trusted me.
He paused, exhaled.
I know it was hard, but you did it, and for that, I'm grateful.
I slid my hand away. You're welcome. The tension between us thickened. We were staring at each other. Suddenly, both of us shifted. We'd each felt it. But don't think it'll change anything between us. Rufus backed up.
Oh, no. I still want your powers for myself. We could rule this world together, Pepper Dunn.
I narrowed my eyes. Never. He smiled coyly.
Then, another time.
He vanished from the store, disappearing in a cloud of smoke, exactly as he had entered. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I pressed the heels of my hands to my eyes. What a strange encounter. The door opened again. I sniffed and smiled, unsure of who the heck could have been entering this time. Axel strode in. He wore a black jacket over a white t-shirt. His jeans hung low on his hips. His dark hair hung loose around his shoulders.
Hey,
he said. Hey yourself. A slow smile curled on my lips. If you're here to take me to breakfast, I've already eaten. He shook his head. I moved toward him. Axel stiffened, just as he'd done before. I sank back onto my hip. I could take a hint when something was up. What's wrong? His jaw clenched. He spoke slowly, deliberately.
I remember things from when I was a werewolf.
His face twisted in anguish.
Attacking you. I remember that.
I reached for him. I was okay. He stepped back.
This time? You were okay this time? What's to stop someone from tampering with the chain again?
Axel's voice deepened to a growl.
I could have killed you. I could have killed anyone. I couldn't live with myself if I hurt you.
You didn't.
It doesn't change anything,
he snapped. Yes, it does. His voice rose.
Pepper, will you listen to me?
My heart thundered against my ribs.
This was bad. I knew it was bad,
but I had to be strong. I cocked my chin. What is it?
I'm leaving.
I laughed like this was some big joke. What do you mean you're leaving?
I'm leaving Magnolia Cove,
he said, his voice hoarse.
I'm not coming back.
It was a punch to the stomach. The wind knocked from me. The world collapsed at my feet. But you love me. I looked up at him. My vision blurred, the store tilted. I love you. He glanced away.
I have to go. I can't stay here. Not when I could hurt you. I'm sorry.
He turned to the door. But Axel, you wouldn't hurt me. He stopped and slowly pivoted around. His gaze was like 1,000 fire arrows piercing my heart.
Yes, I would.
With that, Axel Rain, the love of my life, opened the door and left. He slid into his truck, fired up the engine, and drove down Bubbling Cauldron. I pressed my forehead to the glass, closed my eyes, and cried.